Chapter 7:18, Lightning Eye. Li Qiye immediately took out the pentagate after returning to the valley. He also took out the seed from a box, the seed created by the fusion of the evil Taifa tree and the blood soul worm. With a series of rumbles, Li Qiye opened his fate palace, revealing his pillar of life. Crackling in the air, tiny arcs of lightning left the pillar and condensed into the size of a palm. These palm-sized arcs of lightning merged together to become a clear sea of lightning. This was a vast ocean formed purely from lightning. Li Qiye placed this seed into the sea of lightning. The moment it made contact, it immediately felt danger and wanted to escape. However, Li Qiye's will was like a gigantic palm and quickly suppressed it. Under his suppression, the seed was immersed in the sea, causing crackling explosions to ring out. The seed seemed to have been thrown into a pan of oil and would be fried to a crisp at a moment's notice. With careful examination, one would see bloody mists in the form of little tentacles beginning to emerge from the seed, desperately resisting the offense of the sea of lightning. However, as it bore the brunt of the onslaught, something incredible happened. These bloody tentacle mists actually managed to devour the lightning as if they wanted to suck them dry. This process was very slow, but as time passed, the lightning was gradually absorbed by these sponge-like tentacles. Li Qiye subtly smiled after seeing this result. It was exactly what he wanted. He aimed to refine and change this seed to create an unprecedented seed. When the lightning was about to be completely absorbed by the seed, his pillar of life released even more lightning arcs that eventually turned into another sea of lightning. The seed was, once again, submerged and began to crazily absorb the lightning. This process repeated itself multiple times under Li Qiye's control. The amount of lightning released by the pillar of life was just enough each time. This lightning from the pillar of life was extremely destructive. If it wasn't done right, then it could instantly destroy the seed. Because of this, Li Qiye was very meticulous, releasing just the right amount of lightning each time so that the seed could withstand and absorb the power. After quite a bit of time, the seed eventually consumed enough lightning. It seemed to be very plump as flashes of lightning ran on its surface as if it was a seed of lightning. Li Qiye carefully examined it one more time and found that there were no problems. He heaved a sigh of relief and sealed the seed again. Then, he took out a different item. It appeared as if he was holding lightning in his hand. This was the lightning eye that he had just obtained. Of course, this name was something Li Qiye came up with on the spot, it wasn't a real eye. Li Qiye took his time looking at this lightning eye. After a long while, he figured out a thing or two about it. After revealing a slight smile, he put it away. Next was the yellow cloth. The moment he took it out, the little black figure appeared above it once more. "Humph, you definitely don't have anything good to say." The little figure scowled and said, "Don't tell me there is something you don't understand and now you're asking me for help." Li Qiye smiled and gently shook his head before replying, "Little girl, don't brag too much. Although you have lived for countless years, it isn't considered living. During those long years, you were only a little shadow in this yellow cloth, sealed for countless moons. The puny amount of knowledge you have cannot even compare to mine. Bah, if that is the case, then don't bother me." The little figure sneered. Li Qiye gestured with his sleeves in a carefree manner as he cheerfully said, "You are misunderstanding me. Today, I am in a good mood and only wanted to find someone to talk to. How about we talk about the high heavens or the archaic epoch?" "Talk about the high heavens. The archaic epoch." The little shadow snorted and said, "What would you know about the high heavens and the olden ages?" "Don't bother me." Li Qiye wasn't angered by the disdain shown by the little figure. He lightly smiled before speaking, "Yes, the high heavens and the archaic epoch. How much do you think I know? In the future, I will destroy the high heavens up above and annihilate the, how should I call them? In the end, people consider these things to be non-existent. Even if it is not a friend, I will gladly help them. However, business is business. Friends have a friend price and strangers have a stranger price. Do you only know how to talk in such a loquacious manner? The little figure coldly spoke after listening to him. When I am talkative, it means that my mood is very good. Otherwise, I would have beat you back into your jar and ignored you. Do you feel like I should be asking you for a favor or vice versa? At this moment, I am speaking with you because I am in a good mood and have time to kill. After a brief silence, the little figure eventually asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Li Qie smiled, it was as if he expected this outcome. This is more like it. We can talk about anything. Tell me about the matters of that era, then I will introduce you to the current world. Eventually, the little figure gave up and conversed with Li Qie. It seemed that they were only making small talk. However, if someone else could hear the contents of their chat, they would definitely be shocked because the matters they were talking about were all earth-shattering. Although it might be trivial matters to them, they were unreachable matters for others. Even if others searched for them using their entire lifetime, they still wouldn't be able to reach the starting point. High heavens, archaic epoch, 10th world. All of these were legends. Many people actually denied their existence, but these two were happily chatting about them. Whether it was the high heavens or the 10th world, very few people could come into contact with these things, let alone debate this subject. This was especially true for the 10th world. Many cultivators believed that it did not exist, that it was only a rumor. However, the world did not know that this seemingly empty legend involved many sects unknown to them. Li Qie immediately took out the pentagate after returning to the valley. He also took out the seed from a box, the seed created by the fusion of the evil Taifa tree and the blood soul worm. With a series of rumbles, Li Qie opened his fate palace, revealing his pillar of life. With crackles in the air, tiny arcs of lightning left the pillar and condensed into the size of a palm. These palm-sized arcs of lightning merged together to become a clear sea of lightning. This was a vast ocean formed purely from lightning. Li Qie placed this seed into the sea of lightning. The moment it made contact, it immediately felt danger and wanted to escape. However, Li Qie's will was like a gigantic palm and quickly suppressed it. Under his suppression, the seed was immersed in the sea, causing crackling explosions to ring out. The seed seemed to be thrown into a pan of oil and would be fried to a crisp at a moment's notice. Chapter 719, Grand Birthday. On the day of the birthday celebration, Alpine Mountain was boiling with excitement. One could only see a great banquet with countless tables prepared in the sky for just as many guests. This was a spectacular scene. The numerous big shots of the world sat in a particular order for this feast. The layout resembled something one would find in a heavenly court. These big shots quickly raised their cups to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. The untouchable existences such as the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel all had people present at this feast. When the Tree Father appeared, he sat in the seat of honor. Another young man also appeared at this feast and sat down next to the Tree Father. This young man was none other than Li Qie. When the Tree Father appeared, the scene grew completely silent as everyone looked at him. Many people also set their gazes upon Li Qie, who was sitting by his side. Those who could sit near the front were all experts from imperial lineages, such as the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel, only they were qualified to have the closest seats. However, a young man like Li Qie was actually able to sit next to the Tree Father. How prestigious was this position? This was much higher than the imperial lineages. Even the direct disciples of the Tree Father could only stand next to him, but a junior like Li Qie was now seated with him side by side. This was a cause for surprise to many people. This puzzled many guests. They didn't know why a junior like Li Qie was qualified to occupy such a seat. That seat was even more prestigious than the ones for guests from the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan. Though speculations ran wild in the minds of the guests, the feast was still quiet. No matter who they might be, no one dared to act presumptuously in the presence of the Tree Father, including those from the imperial lineages. Compared to the other guests, the imperial lineages knew a few more things, especially the Alchemy Kingdom, who had a good relationship with the Tree Father. In fact, once the Alchemy Kingdom's guests saw the Tree Father appearing at the feast, he was quite startled because the kingdom had once tried to help the Tree Father. Although they were unsuccessful, the kingdom became privy to the secret behind the scenes. But now, the appearance of the Tree Father made this guest realize a thing or two. He looked at Li Qiye in amazement. At this moment, the Tree Father cleared his throat and looked at the guests before slowly speaking. Today is this old man's 500,000-year birthday celebration, and everyone traveled from distant lands to get here. I am very grateful for this, so I offer everyone a toast. Having said that, he slowly raised his jade cup. All of the guests present quickly raised their cups as well. No one dared to show any disrespect. To many of the cultivators here, the Tree Father was an apex existence. No one dared to act disrespectfully lest they cause the Tree Father to become unhappy, especially on a day like this. The Huangfu clan's second ancestor is here to celebrate the demon forefather's birthday. An announcement came after the Tree Father's toast. After obtaining the Tree Father's approval, an old man, along with 10 other elderly men, appeared in an instant. This old man approached step by step while constantly exuding a volatile atmosphere. At first glance, he was not very eye-catching since he was thin and withered. Others could even feel the depleted vitality in his body. Nevertheless, he still induced quivers in the hearts of others. Especially the ephemeral aura on his body, it gave quite a dreadful sensation as if it could shatter the galaxy and the heavenly firmament. Anyone would be startled when facing this terrifying aura. Despite being near death, he was still very frightening. He could pluck the stars from the sky and slay dragons. The other 10 old men next to him were all powerful experts. Although they hid their blood energies, others could still sense their horrifying strength. Nevertheless, no matter how powerful they might be, these 11 old men all hid their auras and didn't dare to posture in this place. The Huangfu clan's second ancestor. Many big shots were secretly alarmed after seeing this old man. One from a great power even murmured, the second ancestor of the Huangfu clan actually came into being. This is a bit too scary. Although some great powers who had ties with the Huangfu clan had never seen this old man before, they also felt chills after hearing the position of second ancestor. Rumor has it that the Huangfu clan had 4 sealed ancestors. Outside of the ancestor who was killed at the giant bamboo country, there were 3 others. All 4 of them were said to be incredible virtuous paragons, and the sacred ancestor was the most unfathomable. In the Huangfu clan, outside of the sacred ancestor, the second ancestor was the strongest. Once this type of great power's ancestor was sealed underground, they would not easily come into being. Breaking the blood era stones required them to pay a big price. However, the Huangfu clan's second ancestor had arrived, causing many people to realize that he didn't come here solely for the birthday celebration. The Huangfu clan is here to celebrate Demon Forefather's 500,000th birthday. The second ancestor came before the Tree Father and cupped his hands together, saying, "A small token of respect, I hope Tree Father will accept." Having said that, he raised an ancient box with both hands. Even a virtuous paragon like him was only a junior in front of the Tree Father. Who knew what was inside the box? However, the Tree Father didn't take a look. He only let a disciple next to him go and accept this gift. After the second ancestor gave his blessings, he solemnly said, "The Tree Father's prestige is widespread and worthy of our admiration. However, there is one thing that I cannot keep silent over." The second ancestor caused a stir in the crowd as many spectators held their breaths. Everyone knew that something was about to happen. The Tree Father glanced at the second ancestor and slowly uttered, "Speak your mind." The second ancestor took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn yet sentimental manner. "Hua was the only inheritor of our Huangfu clan, the one who would inherit our legacy. Not long ago, He represented our clan to come celebrate Demon Forefather's birthday, but who would have expected such terrible news of his death at Alpine Mountain? All the guests shivered at this statement. Everyone knew that this matter was not so simple. After hearing this declaration, the Maple King coughed and quickly said, "Second ancestor, there is a misunderstanding regarding this." The second ancestor looked at the Maple King and lowered his tone. "I don't know if it was a misunderstanding or not, but my Howard died at Alpine Mountain. Can you take responsibility and give my Huangfu clan an acceptable answer?" Without a doubt, this virtuous paragon second ancestor didn't put an expert of the Maple King's level in his eyes. He wanted to speak with the Tree Father, not someone like the Maple King. The Tree Father remained calm while staring at the ancestor. He didn't reveal his attitude when he replied, "State your Huangfu clan's wish." "Today, I came after being asked by our sacred ancestor to find out about our Howard's death." The second ancestor solemnly said, "Our Howard died miserably at the hands of this brat, but this brat has now become Demon Forefather's esteemed guest. I am very confused about this. Are you saying that my Alpine Mountain conspired with young Noble Li to murder your Huangfu clan's main descendant?" The Tree Father spoke lightly. The second ancestor quickly responded, No, that was not what I was implying. Alpine Mountain is righteous and noble with an unrivaled reputation, so how could it commit such an act? This brat's mouth could spew out clusters of lotuses and change wrong to right, so I'm afraid that a few disciples of the mountain could have been tricked by him. No one dared to say a word at this moment. Although many people here were famous characters, this was a conversation between those at the virtuous paragon level. They were not qualified to join in. The Tree Father remained indifferent and calmly asked, "So how does your Huangfu clan want to settle this?" The second ancestor took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Regarding my Howard's death, we must investigate this matter or else the world will laugh at our Huangfu clan's incompetence. The sacred ancestor's wish is for Demon Forefather to hand this brat over to our clan, to give us justice. Of course, my Huangfu clan will not slander anyone." The ancestor paused for a moment before continuing, "After Demon Forefather hands this brat over to our clan, we will investigate this matter. At that time, my clan and the Alchemy Kingdom will conduct a trial together. Even if he killed Howard, we will still give him a fair trial." The second ancestor went out of his way to bring up their sacred ancestor and the Alchemy Kingdom. This was a clear hint to others. Many people knew that their sacred ancestor was unfathomable. Moreover, the Huangfu clan and the Alchemy Kingdom were in-laws. This was common knowledge to the rest of the stone medicine world. The Alchemy Kingdom? After hearing this, the Tree Father smiled as his gaze fell upon the guest from the Alchemy Kingdom. This guest quickly stood up and said, "This junior cannot take charge of this matter and needs to report to the elders." He was not stupid enough to easily get involved in these muddy waters. The Tree Father withdrew his gaze and looked at the second ancestor to say, "So, the Huangfu clan wants my Alpine Mountain to hand over our guest." The second ancestor quickly answered, "Please don't misunderstand, Demon Forefather. This brat has ulterior motives. He mixed in with the guests, aiming to cause rifts between the sections. This person killed my Hao at Alpine Mountain in order to besmirch Alpine Mountain's unparalleled reputation. The brat is neither a disciple nor a guest of the mountain, he is just a vicious brat with diabolical intentions. Alpine Mountain shouldn't tolerate such a cruel and malicious junior like this, wouldn't you say, Demon Forefather?" There was a reason why the second ancestor appeared here so suddenly. The big shots also understood the implications behind his words and, at the same time, found the answer to a few of their questions. Chapter 720, Controlling the Black Dragon. The second ancestor's words were quite risky, but the Huangfu clan had no other choice. Li Qie suddenly being seated in the esteemed seat of the Tree Father's banquet, this was the one thing the Huangfu clan feared the most. No outsiders knew how much longer the Tree Father could live since this was his 500,000th birthday. There were even rumors about his lifespan being depleted. If, on this grand day, the Tree Father picked Li Qie as his last disciple, or if Li Qie successfully convinced the Tree Father to leave the mountain to become his Tao protector, either result was not a good thing for the Huangfu clan. No matter what the reason was, Li Qie sitting in that spot signified his unusual status at Alpine Mountain. It would become prohibitively more difficult for the Huangfu clan to take revenge. Furthermore, they didn't only want revenge, they also wanted to capture Li Qie alive to torture him and seize all of his treasures along with his supreme Tao of alchemy. Thus, the second ancestor appeared just in time to try and prevent this outcome from happening. The giant bamboo country's divine guardian suddenly showed its might while Li Qie and Madame Zi Yan came to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. Keep in mind that the Tree Father and the giant bamboo divine guardian were named the two great demon forefathers. Because of this, the possibilities of the Tree Father taking Li Qie in as a disciple or him becoming Li Qie's Tao protector were quite plausible. The second ancestor was hoping that Alpine Mountain would abandon Li Qie in order to save its own reputation. After all, the Tree Father was renowned in this world with numerous students scattered everywhere. He also took great care of his own reputation. He couldn't afford to admit protecting a murderer like Li Qie on his birthday before everyone in the world. Because of this, the second ancestor also tried his best to drag the Alchemy Kingdom into this. Once the Alchemy Kingdom became involved, everything would become easy and go according to plan. He knew that this was very risky, but it was worth it. Are you saying you want my Alpine Mountain to hand over Li Qie to get rid of a cruel villain? The Tree Father was not angry and, in fact, even smiled kindly. The second ancestor was relieved, he felt that there was a chance after seeing this kind smile. He quickly responded, Demon Forefather's righteousness and integrity are well known in the world. Demon Forefather is the role model of our stone medicine world, and Forefather's conduct is praiseworthy and admirable. I myself can only prostrate in admiration. At this time, he quickly praised the Tree Father so that the Tree Father couldn't say no. Stop. Don't put me on such a high pedestal. The Tree Father interrupted the ancestor and gently waved his sleeve to say, I am now very old, so I can't get up that high. I'll fall down and break my bones. At this point, the Tree Father cleared his throat before continuing, my old bones can't handle such a big matter. What does young noble Li think about this? His gaze fell upon Li Qie after saying so. Li Qie remained seated in his seat as a faint smile appeared on his face. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until the Tree Father's question that he glanced at the second ancestor and leisurely said, Today is Tree Father's great birthday, so how could we bother Tree Father on such an auspicious day? If people want to come find trouble, then let me deal with them. After hearing this, the second ancestor's eyes suddenly turned cold as he glared at Li Qie while uttering, Nothing would be better than you realizing this. Be obedient and leave with me so that we will not disturb Demon Forefather's banquet. My Huangfu clan will not hurt you, and we will give you a fair trial in the near future. The second ancestor's words were more pleasant than songs. However, once Li Qie fell into their hands, they would exhaust all means to wring him dry. You are mistaken about this. Li Qie laughed and shook his head to say, Who says I am going with you? What I was trying to say was that today is the Tree Father's 500,000th birthday, this is quite a rare event. Out of consideration for this joyous occasion, I will not cause trouble or lower myself to your level. Before I become angry, return from whence you came. I will pretend that nothing had happened. Li Qie's words caused the second ancestor's expression to quickly change. All of the guests here glanced at each other. Many of them felt that Li Qie's words were too contemptuous. The second ancestor was a virtuous paragon. No matter the level, this was a terrifying existence and not someone a heavenly king could fight. But now, a junior like Li Qie dared to speak to a virtuous paragon in this manner. Did this mean that he had the support of the Tree Father, so he could act unrestrained? What does Demon Forefather think about this? The shocked ancestor took a deep breath then looked at the Tree Father, wanting to understand his stance. The Tree Father only waved his hand and dismissively said, "My opinion isn't important, it is up to young Noble Li." At this moment, his attitude had become a lot colder. Who was the Tree Father? He was an apex existence, so how could he not understand the second ancestor's scheme? He simply didn't want to make a move, that was all. Li Qie, on the other hand, smiled and said, "You have already busied yourself for half a day out of fear that the Tree Father might involve himself, causing your plan to fail. Why the need to beat around the bush for so long? Don't worry, there is no need for the Tree Father to involve himself in this matter, I alone can take care of you all. I will say it one last time, scram immediately before I slaughter all of you." Although staining this celebration with blood is disrespectful to the Tree Father, my patience is limited. The second ancestor was immediately shaking with rage. He could no longer hold back and shouted, "Ignorant fool! As a virtuous paragon worshipped and feared by all, how could he handle being yelled at by a junior like this? If it wasn't for the Tree Father's presence, he would have already killed this junior." Scram! Li Qie's eyes suddenly turned fierce. In an instant, a death energy emerged and diffused into the air. The death chapter appeared after his shout and quickly shot into the ground. R! The roar of a true dragon resounded. With a crash, a huge black dragon flew out from the ground all the way to the sky. The moment it reached the air, it was as if a huge mountain range had appeared in the sky. It was completely black and its scales seemed to be made from black metal, reflecting the sun's light. The giant dragon's eyes emitted a dark and profound light as if it came from the depths of hell. It emitted a terrifying aura as if a god king or true dragon had arrived. Even heavenly kings trembled before its presence. A true dragon. One of the guests was frightened and screamed in horror. The weaker of the guests were frozen in their seats. Even the big shots paled and thought that it was a true dragon. The Tree Father was also astonished when he saw this black dragon. Only he knew what this black dragon was. Ayo! The black dragon in the sky roared and slashed its claws down at the 10 old men next to the second ancestor. Die! The 10 old men cried out in response and wanted to slay this beast. However, it didn't matter that they were heavenly kings, they couldn't reach the apex when facing the black dragon ahead. Under one claw, all 10 were immediately captured by the black dragon, and all of their weapons were crushed. "Animal, you dare!" The second ancestor was extremely alarmed. He let out a deafening cry and soared into the sky to kill this black dragon. However, it was already too late. With a crushing sound, the 10 old men of the Huangfu clan were squeezed to death without being given a chance to scream. Die! The second ancestor crazily roared. In an instant, all of his blood energy erupted to the limit. His supreme merit law reached across the entire sky. The black dragon was not afraid. It roared as well and raised its fangs to meet the second ancestor. All of a sudden, a battle between the ancestor and the beast ensued in the air. The second ancestor didn't hold anything back. His ferocious virtuous paragons might engulf the world. However, no matter how he tried, he was still not a match for this black dragon. After just a few short exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage and was forced back repeatedly by this dragon. A battle of the paragon level caused many guests to become shocked. Just their auras alone left them short of breath. Is this really a true dragon? A guest couldn't help but wonder after seeing the dragon pushing the ancestor back repeatedly. Keep in mind that the second ancestor from the Huangfu clan was unfathomable and had been sealed underground for a very long time. If it wasn't a true dragon, then how could it push a virtuous paragon back with just several moves? Open! The second ancestor screamed and summoned a mirror. At this point, he was covered in bloody wounds after being defeated by the dragon in just 5 moves. His injuries were quite severe. In the blink of an eye, the summoned mirror poured down a boundless divine light. Once this divine light fell upon the black dragon, it revealed the black dragon's true body. Chapter 721, Alpine Treefathers Turn. There were no dragon claws, no dragon horns, and there also weren't any dragon scales. The body revealed by this divine light was an extremely huge tree root that was completely black as if it was made of metal. This huge tree root flying in the sky seemed to be a coiling dragon. Many guests were surprised to see that this black dragon was not a real dragon and instead only a huge root. Some inadvertently glanced over at the Tree Father. Their first thought was that the Tree Father was helping Wuxia. The Alpine Tree Father was originally a pine tree, so now when a tree root turned into a dragon to attack the second ancestor, many people couldn't help but think that the Tree Father was protecting Wuxia. Of course, the Tree Father was being wrongfully suspected. No one knew that Wuxia was only using the Death Chapter to summon the most powerful dead creature from underground. However, this root truly had a big relation to the Tree Father. It was the main root that he slashed off. He had wanted to break away from the Alpine Grand Vein, so he cut off his own root. Although the separated root had lost its life, it was already in the deepest parts of the mountain. When Wuxia came to the mountain, he had tried to search for it. At this time, he used the Death Chapter to summon it and turned it into a black dragon to injure the second ancestor. Keep in mind that this root was the strongest root that belonged to the Tree Father when he was at his peak. Despite being dead for countless years, it was still extremely strong after being summoned by the Death Chapter. Killing a virtuous paragon like the second ancestor was absolutely no problem. Pop! The ancestor was blown away by the root. One could hear the sounds of bones breaking and blood spurting. Even a paragon like the ancestor was no match for this root. Alpine Tree Father, what are you trying to do, secretly attacking us like this? The wounded ancestor couldn't help but cry out. Moreover, his personal cultivation was not shabby either, so he had quite an influence on his fellow monarchs. Most importantly, he came from the Xian clan, a separate division from the Alchemy Kingdom's main branch. In a very distant generation, their oldest ancestor used to have a high position in the imperial family. Later on, this ancestor separated from the imperial family to become a monarch in his own region and started his own branch. Although the World Pillar monarch's position was great, it couldn't compare to the direct imperial family. However, their oldest ancestor was still left behind in the imperial family and buried underground. The Huangfu clan master stopped and softly sighed before speaking. How could I not be anxious? Hao died a terrible death, and a little junior is now stepping over my Huangfu clan's head. Those who dare to oppose the Alchemy Kingdom will not have a good end. The World Pillar monarch's eyes became fierce with a frightening murderous intent. The clan master deepened his voice. We will absolutely not forgive this human junior. No matter what, I will offer his head to Hao. At this time, a disciple came in and quickly said, My lord, the ancestor has arrived. Ancestor? Which ancestor? The clan master was slightly stunned after hearing this. He didn't know which ancestor had come into being. An aura as vast as an endless sea swept into the room. This invincible aura belonged to a god monarch and permeated the air. No one could oppose this monstrous force. Neither the clan master nor the World Pillar monarch could withstand this aura, immediately prostrating on the ground. Sacred ancestor, the clan master couldn't stop trembling and found it difficult to believe his own eyes. He stuttered, Ancestor, why you also came out? Yes. The recent arrival had a cold expression and emitted an especially frightening aura. He said, the second ancestor's cultivation was ruined, and he doesn't have much time left. What? This news scared the soul out of the clan master. To him, this was no different from a thunderbolt sent down by the heavens. How could that be? The clan master was in dismay. Not long before this, their youngest ancestor had died in the giant bamboo country. And now, the second-ranked ancestor had also lost his cultivation. This was a great blow to their clan. It is that Junior Li again. The arrival coldly said, the Tree Father backed him up, killed the other elders, and crippled the second ancestor's cultivation. Alpine Tree Father. The clan master couldn't help himself from falling down to the ground. He was unable to compose himself after hearing this news. In the stone medicine world, who didn't know about the Alpine Tree Father's might? As an apex existence, who didn't know how frightening he was? This was not just flattery, even a behemoth like the Alchemy Kingdom had to be relatively respectful towards the Tree Father. There were no dragon claws, no dragon horns, and there also weren't any dragon scales. The body revealed by this divine light was an extremely huge tree root that was completely black as if it was metal. This huge tree root flying in the sky seemed to be a coiling dragon. Many guests were surprised to see that this black dragon was not a real dragon and instead only a huge root. Some inadvertently glanced over at the Tree Father. Their first thought was that the Tree Father was helping Wuxia. The Alpine Tree Father was originally a pine tree, so now when a tree root turned into a dragon to attack the second ancestor, many people couldn't help but think that the Tree Father was protecting Wuxia. Of course, the Tree Father was being wrongfully suspected. No one knew that Wuxia was only using the Death Chapter to summon the most powerful dead creature from underground. However, this root truly had a big relation to the Tree Father. It was the main root that he slashed off. He wanted to break away from the Alpine Grand Vein, so he cut off his own root. Chapter 722, Xian Clan. The absent-minded clan master sat on the ground, unable to think for a moment. After a while, he calmed down and asked, Then, what should we do? The Huangfu clan couldn't take revenge with the Tree Father backing Wuxia. Alpine Mountain had always produced many talents while the Tree Father had students everywhere in this world. Countless demon kings and stone saints had come under his tutelage. And this was before talking about his own invincible strength. Although their Huangfu clan was strong, there was still a huge gap between them and Alpine Mountain that had the Tree Father. The World Pillar Monarch calmed down and said with a deep tone, although this Wuxia has the Tree Father as his backing, the Tree Father cannot leave Alpine Mountain, this is common knowledge. Unless Wuxia never leaves the mountain, we will still have a chance. Virtuous son-in-law, it is true that the Tree Father cannot leave Alpine Mountain, but he has countless followers, and some of his disciples even became virtuous paragons. Maybe he will order some of his disciples to protect Wuxia. The Tree Father isn't someone to mess with. If he knows that we are attacking someone under his protection, it will bring about a terrible disaster. Although the clan master wanted nothing more than to eat Wuxia's flesh and drink his blood, he still had some sense left in him. The Tree Father was not to be provoked, this was something known by many people. Ming Yeshua summoned an expert that was present at the Tree Father's birthday celebration into the palace. The celebration was over, so the representative of the Alchemy Kingdom returned and was immediately summoned. Ming Yeshua looked at this expert and asked, Elder Shi, how was the birthday party? The expert answered, Princess, something happened at the party and I'm sure Princess has heard about it already, so I won't go into details. However, there is one thing that I must report. Do tell, Elder Shi. Ming Yeshua said, your keen insight has always been welcomed by the other elders. The expert pondered for a moment before speaking with a solemn expression, in my personal opinion, the Tree Father has recovered. His problem has been dealt with. That can't be. Before Ming Yeshua could respond, an old woman next to her said in shock, from what I know about the Tree Father's tribulation, it is an extremely arduous one. The Tree Father had endured it for a long period of time and still couldn't deal with it, so why has it been dealt with so suddenly now? Ming Yeshua added, Elder Shi, you should know that the Tree Father also asked us for help regarding this matter. Our ancestor Wushuang couldn't solve the problem. He had said that the Tree Father's problem was very difficult. Unless the Tree Father breaks through the last chain to become an existence of the Emperor Assailant level, he wouldn't be able to suppress this tribulation completely. At this point, even she became emotional and said, does that mean that the Tree Father has broken through and became an Emperor Assailant? An Emperor Assailant was a terrifying existence that couldn't be stopped unless by an immortal emperor. This was true invincibility below emperors. I'm afraid not. This expert hesitated for a moment before continuing. Although I was unable to see through the Tree Father's true level, in my opinion, he still hasn't returned to his peak condition just yet. The issue lies with Li Chia. If I am not mistaken, then he was the one who solved the Tree Father's problem. Li Chia again. The old woman next to Ming Yeshua had to speak. He was actually able to solve the Tree Father's tribulation. This is too demonic. Even our ancestor Wushuang was unable to do so. Li Chia dealt with the Tree Father's tribulation. After hearing this news, Ming Yeshua's eyes also became serious. The expert contemplated for a bit before speaking. Princess, this is just my personal guess. Although I am not completely certain, he should indeed be the person who solved the problem. However, I believe that it is far from just this. I'm afraid the Tree Father didn't only deal with his tribulation, he can now also leave Alpine Mountain. He is free now. The old woman next to Ming Yeshua's expression became dim as she asked, can the Tree Father truly leave the mountain? An existence that had lived for so long and was capable of being bestowed the title of God King, like the Tree Father, would bring dread to just about anyone. Many lineages felt lucky that he was not able to leave the mountain, otherwise, he could sweep through all his opponents in the stone medicine world. The Tree Father's freedom was not something everyone wanted to hear. It was definitely not a good thing for many lineages. Just imagine, a contemporary God King with flourishing vitality being able to travel in this world, just how terrifying was this? I'm afraid that is the case. I suspect that it is virtually guaranteed. The expert solemnly responded. With a serious gaze, Ming Yeshua slowly said, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. A few existences will be able to meet their match. There is another thing. The expert hesitated for a moment before speaking. I believe the Tree Father is willing to be Li Chia's Tao protector. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to back Li Chia to the point of destroying the second ancestor's cultivation. This Li Chia is truly capable. The old woman said, in the past, Yi Qingqing personally went to Alpine Mountain and tried to persuade the Tree Father to point out his mistakes and to become his Tao protector. However, the Tree Father rejected this request. Now, Li Chia actually managed to convince the Tree Father. This is quite unbelievable. This generation will definitely be very exciting. Ming Yeshua revealed a faint smile capable of charming all existences and said, Yi Qingqing and Miaonan. They will meet a very powerful opponent. This expert held his breath and didn't dare to comment because both of the people mentioned by the princess were the most likely candidates to become the immortal emperor of the current generation. Elder Shi, keep an eye out for the World Pillar Monarch. Eventually, Ming Yeshua gave a command to this expert. The World Pillar Monarch. The expert was slightly taken aback after hearing the command. Ming Yeshua explained, the Huangfu sacred ancestor has arrived. It seems that they will not give up. I understand. The expert immediately said, if there is any movement, I will report back to Princess right away. Chapter 723, Black Fox. After the birthday banquet ended and they finalized the pact with the Tree Father, Li Chia and Madame Zi Yen left Alpine Mountain for the Alchemy Kingdom. Old Demon Tai Yi also accompanied them. Of course, he was anxious the whole time on this journey. If it wasn't for Li Chia dragging him along, perhaps he would have fled long ago. After entering the kingdom's territory, Tai Yi became even more cowardly. He was willing to drill underground along the way instead of showing his face. Even the madam couldn't help but ask after seeing Tai Yi's demeanor, did you do something wrong? Why are you so scared? Don't tell me you stole the kingdom's defining treasures. No, absolutely not. Tai Yi immediately vowed, I am a good person, a law-abiding cultivator, how could I possibly commit an evil act like stealing? Li Chia leisurely glanced at him and said, if you are a good person, then I am a saint. Huh, young noble's words are too hurtful. Tai Yi laughed drily. Perhaps he could fool others, but not Li Chia. Okay, stop skulking. Properly lead the way for me, since we will need to go to many places for the materials you require." Li Qie told Tai Yi. Tai Yi didn't quip this time and immediately went to the front. This material gathering trip was extremely important to him, so he even put aside his fear of the alchemy kingdom. The group traveled and gathered herbs along the way. Tai Yi required a few extremely rare ingredients, so eventually, Li Qie released the alchemy fowl in order to hasten the process. The alchemy fowl was a spiritual creature adept at finding medicines. It didn't matter if the medicines were tens of thousands of miles away, the fowl could still pick up the fragrance of the medicines and instinctively find where they grew. The alchemy kingdom was vast and situated above the alchemy vein, one of the three ancestral veins of the stone medicine world. With the help of the fowl, finding medicines became very easy. This gave the group ample time to make it to the alchemy conference. It was more appropriate to call the alchemy kingdom an ancient lineage than an old country. Although it was named a kingdom, it had not ruled over this vast land for a very long time. This was not to say that it lacked the ability to govern this territory, the kingdom simply didn't try. The core of the kingdom was essentially focused in its ancestral ground. Legend states that during the desolate expansion era, the alchemy kingdom had ruled over all of this land and created an unparalleled kingdom that greatly prospered. However, for some unknown reason, the alchemy kingdom gave up on governing this vast land during a particular generation of the emperor's era. From then on, its imperial family became reclusive and rarely showed themselves. The outside world was not privy to the cause, and neither were future generations. To sum it all up, from that point on, the alchemy kingdom became very mysterious, and its disciples rarely left their ancestral ground. Though its direct branch, or the imperial family, gave up on ruling over this vast kingdom, the kingdom still belonged to them historically. No matter how many lineages and sects there were, they all pledged allegiance to the alchemy kingdom. Moreover, many of them were branches from the imperial family, as their ancestors were inextricably linked together. Despite the imperial family not ruling over the lands, the monarchs chosen by the alchemy kingdom still managed the various regions. After many years, no one had ever heard of a king daring to seize the land to form an independent country. This was the formidable aspect of the kingdom, as well as its charm. One sect with 3 immortal emperors and 4 alchemy emperors, who in this world actually knew their true strength. It was also built on the alchemy vein, one of 3 grand ancestral veins in this world. The legendary alchemy vein left behind many legends. One of them told that true immortal medicines were grown near it. Another told that there was a race with the bloodline of a true god living on it. One more told that there were secrets of true immortals in that area. Just this one grand vein was full of secrets. It spanned for millions of miles, so it was difficult to calculate all of its territories. After all, it spanned more than half of the alchemy realm. Thus, half of this realm belonged to the territory of the kingdom. On top of all of this, the kingdom's extremely vast ancestral ground was built in a mountain pass that could reach the source of the grand vein. Keep in mind that the alchemy vein was not just in name. Among this land of rolling hills were countless spirit medicines, and this was especially true for the mountain pass being used as the ancestral ground. Many people heard that many king medicines grew there. This vein was the sacred ground of spirit medicines. Someone had even calculated a statistic stating that 70 to 80% of all the spirit medicines in the stone medicine world had come from the alchemy vein. Just from this alone, one could easily understand just how many spirit medicines there were. Because of all of this, the alchemy kingdom had the most precious of resources in the form of the grand vein. Both the vein and its vast territory left countless lineages and cultivators salivating with greed. However, despite their covetous intent, no one in the recent millions of years had dared to actually maneuver against the kingdom. Without even mentioning territorial disputes, not many dared to steal spirit medicines from the kingdom unless they felt extremely bold. Normally, due to its vast territory, the imperial family did not mind those who plucked medicines above the alchemy vein. As long as one was capable, then they were allowed to do so. However, spirit medicines on their ancestral ground were off limits. Moreover, one couldn't even step inside this mountain pass. Of course, many powerful cultivators, for generations, had been interested in the sceneries inside the mountain pass. They tried to sneak into the ancestral ground to steal king medicines and immortal medicines. However, for millions of years, very few were successful. The majority of these people couldn't even take a step inside the mountain pass before they were killed. There was even a story about a god monarch dying miserably at the entrance. It was precisely because of the imperial family's strength that in later generations, fewer and fewer people dared to peep into this ancestral ground or had thoughts of stealing from it. Naturally, there were always daredevils. In recent years, there was a person whose courage was as vast as the heavens known as Black Fox. Black Fox appeared several thousand years ago. No one knew where this person came from or what his race was. Outsiders didn't even know whether the person was male or female. In the beginning, Black Fox did not attract much attention. Although this person stole the treasures of several countries and sects, it did not cause a big commotion. It wasn't until 1 year later that the fox actually infiltrated the crystallized sea sect and stole several treasures. This news caused quite a shock after it was spread. At that time, the crystallized sea sect even had a sky-high bounty for Black Fox. Many experts pursued Black Fox for the reward, but none of them had seen their true face. After the successful heist, Black Fox rested for long periods of time before carrying out another heist, focusing their attention on the most powerful sects for their next move. The state of Chao, the Stone Insect Ravine, the Stony Edge Kingdom. All of these powerful lineages were robbed by him. The most sensational victim was the Heavenhoof Ravine, a sect with 2 emperors. One of their divine grasses was stolen by Black Fox. The beast realm was nearly flipped over after this incident. The ravine released a heaven-shattering price for Black Fox's head. However, no one ever succeeded. Rumor has it that Black Fox tried to sneak into the Jianlong clan as well. However, then came news that although the infiltration was successful, the fox couldn't steal any treasures since they were found out by the clan. Nevertheless, the person still escaped unscathed. After this failure, on top of having made so many enemies, people thought that Black Fox would stop here. In fact, the fox did not appear before the world again for another long period of time. However, an earth-shattering event happened later on. Black Fox had snuck into the Alchemy Kingdom's ancestral ground and stole a supreme immortal treasure from the imperial family. However, the fox was detected and surrounded by many ancestors of the kingdom. The legend stated that Black Fox wanted to escape from the ancestral ground by using a peerless art, but this ended in failure. After being detained, the fox was eventually killed by the elders. Afterward, there was even a rumor stating that the elders ground the fox's bones to dust and spread it around the Alchemy Kingdom as a warning to those who had malicious intentions against them. Regardless of whether this was true or not, one thing was certain: Black Fox never appeared again. The fox became a cautionary tale for many experts who coveted the kingdom's ancestral ground. If the person who could escape from the Jianlong clan and also stole a treasure from the ravine died in the Alchemy Kingdom, then those who wanted to try better reflect on their own abilities first. After the birthday banquet ended and they finalized the pact with the Tree Father, Li Qie and Madame Zi Yen left Alpine Mountain for the Alchemy Kingdom. Old Demon Tai Yi also accompanied them. Of course, he was anxious the whole time on this journey. If it wasn't for Li Qie dragging him along, perhaps he would have fled long ago. After entering the kingdom's territory, Tai Yi became even more cowardly. He was willing to drill underground along the way instead of showing his face. Even the madam couldn't help but ask after seeing Tai Yi's demeanor, "Did you do something wrong? Why are you so scared? Don't tell me you stole the kingdom's defining treasures." "No, absolutely not." Tai Yi immediately vowed, "I am a good person, a law-abiding cultivator, how could I possibly commit an evil act like stealing?" Li Qie leisurely glanced at him and said, "If you are a good person, then I am a saint." Young noble's words are too hurtful. Chapter 724, White Cloud Master. After they entered the kingdom, Li Qiye released the alchemy fowl to find the herbs that Tai Yi required. The kingdom was the biggest natural garden in the stone medicine world, so it could be said that the whole process was quite easy with the chicken's help. However, the chicken did cause trouble for Li Qiye. It was a supreme species and a priceless treasure, especially to alchemists. A chicken like this would cause countless alchemists to drool. And so, on a particular day, the alchemy fowl climbed up mysterious mountain to pluck a serpent spirit root. The moment it flew back to stand on Li Qiye's shoulder, a team could be found chasing after it from the mountain. This team had around 100 people, all of them were experts with surging blood energies like rivers. All of them wore Taoist robes, and among them were golems and demons in all kinds of shapes and sizes. The leader was a demon with round eyes and a tiger's forehead. It was clear that he was a demon tiger. He was adorned with a golden Taoist robe and had a whisk in his hand. The tiger image behind his robes emitted a howl as if it could destroy all things. This demon monarch had reached the Era Sovereign Realm. This was the apex of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, and he could step into the Heavenly King Realm at any moment. The Tiger Taoist, with his 100 disciples, quickly descended the mountain. The moment he saw the alchemy fowl standing on Li Qiye's shoulder, his eyes became fierce. Although they didn't surround Li Qiye's group, a formation was already formed so they could entrap them at any time. Infinite blessings to you. This Tiger Taoist cupped his hands and greeted Li Qiye with a Taoist phrase. While approaching, he added, "Fellow Taoist, I am the master of the White Cloud Temple. This alchemy fowl was found by us first, so fellow Taoist, please return it to us. We will surely repay you." "Return it to you?" Li Qiye smiled and said, "This chicken is my pet. Me not bickering with you all for chasing my chicken is already considered a blessing. What proof do you have that it is your pet? This chicken was first tamed by us, but due to our carelessness, it managed to escape. As a result, you happened to pick it up just now." An expert behind the White Cloud Master sneered. Without a doubt, the experts from this temple wanted to take the chicken. This was not strange at all. Anyone would salivate over a supreme bird like the alchemy fowl. The master looked at Li Qiye. In his eyes, Li Qiye was ordinary without anything special. He then looked at the madam and noticed that she was hiding her blood energy. He predicted that this woman ahead was not necessarily stronger than him. Next was the carriage that Li Qiye was on, it couldn't be any more shabby. The master became confident and felt that Li Qiye's group must have come from a little sect and wouldn't be powerful at all. Since the master was not as strong as the madam, it was not surprising that he couldn't see through her cultivation when she was hiding her energy. "Fellow Taoist, whether this chicken is your pet or not, our White Cloud Temple will not take advantage of others. As long as you are willing to part with this chicken, the price is negotiable," the White Cloud Master said slowly. It wasn't easy to meet an alchemy fowl, so the White Cloud Temple would not give up. Because of this, the master wanted to force this transaction regardless of whether Li Qiye wanted to or not. However, Li Qiye didn't bat an eye and dismissively said, "Not for sale." The master's expression immediately darkened after hearing this response. At this time, the disciples of the temple quickly encircled the group. Their actions made it very clear that if Li Qiye didn't sell, they would resort to violence. Such a threatening stance would cause a cultivator from a small sect to tremble and most likely hand over the alchemy fowl. The master's intimidation tactic was far from just this. He deepened his tone, "Fellow Taoist, you should know that the alchemy fowl is a spirit bird and should only be owned by a virtuous master. I am not trying to benefit from buying the chicken, I am simply obeying the orders of celestial being Yi Qingcheng. Under his orders, our temple is here to pick herbs from the alchemy kingdom. Today, we saw your alchemy fowl and remembered young noble Ye's orders. He had once told all the heroes in this world to help find him one. This old Taoist is buying it as a tribute for young noble Yi, so please let it go. When you visit the stone realm in the future, young noble Yi will surely repay you. The master finished in an aggressive tone. The message was very clear. One could afford to not give him face, but not Yi Qingqing. Even the most uninformed person in the stone medicine world knew that Yi Qingqing could become the future immortal emperor. Many people in this world held him in high regard, and countless powerful cultivators and lineages pledged allegiance to him. Just bringing up the name Yi Qingqing was enough to scare others into giving face. Someone described Yi Qingqing as having 100 great generals under his banner. Although this type of claim was a bit exaggerated, from it, one could see just how irresistible Yi Qingqing was to have so many big shots from the previous generation working for him. The White Cloud Temple was also a first-rate sect in the stone realm, yet it was still willing to work for Yi Qingqing and travel the world to find him medicines. None of my business. Li Qiye met the master's threat unperturbed. This thing does not know life from death. An expert from the temple shouted and said, "Young noble Yi is the supreme celestial being. Many people want to seek his favor but failed. Today, young noble Yi values your alchemy foul, this is your honor. Obediently hand it over or else there will be no place in the stone medicine world for you." At this point, the temple was ready to let go of the facade. If Li Qiye didn't sell, they would just rob him. Li Qiye was too lazy to look at them. He gently waved his sleeve and told the madam, "Ziyan, get them to scram. If not, slay them all." He didn't have the patience to tangle with the White Cloud Temple. The madam got off from the carriage, focused her gaze on the group, and told them, "Do you all want to leave on your own volition, or do you want to be carried away?" With an ethereal bamboo image behind her, she caused others to feel as if they were lost in a bamboo forest. Heavenly King, the experts of the temple were shocked after the madam's aura erupted. All of them took several thumping steps back, especially the White Cloud Master. His face paled and knew that he was mistaken, a frog at the bottom of a well. However, he was still the lord of a temple, so he quickly regained his composure and cupped his hands together towards the madam to say, "So it turns out that this lady is the legendary giant bamboo country's demon king Ziyan. I have eyes but could not see and have offended you. Please forgive our transgression, let us make amends." With that, he bowed deeply. "It is a small world, so may we meet another day. Goodbye, Your Majesty Ziyan." After the bow, he immediately turned around to leave with his disciples. The master was indeed a sly fox and was able to discern the situation very quickly. The moment he met someone stronger, he immediately gave up and accepted his defeat to withdraw. This was a person capable of bending if necessary. However, Li Qiye coldly shouted, "Stop." The group who wanted to escape had to halt their steps, not daring to run. After all, there was a heavenly king here, so they were very afraid. "Young noble, we were frogs at the bottom of a well and couldn't see someone great, so we apologize. I hope that even if young noble doesn't care for the monk, please show consideration for Buddha, consideration for young noble Yi," the master said apologetically. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and dismissively said, "I don't know this Yi Qingqing. However, since you all want to bring him up, shut up and I will spare your lives so that you can send a message to him. Tell him that wherever I, Li Qiye, am located, scram as far away as possible. If he or his hounds dare to provoke me, sooner or later, I will personally visit the Stony Edge Kingdom and trample it." Li Qiye's words caused the master's expression to greatly change. However, he was an adaptive sly fox, so he cupped his hands and said, "I will remember young noble's words and personally inform young noble Yi." Having said that, he didn't dare to linger any longer and left with his disciples. What an old fox. He fled so quickly after seeing the situation taking a turn for the worse. With no need for face or honor, such thick skin really puts others to shame. At this time, Tai Yi crawled out from the ground and commented, "Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, he will be able to preserve his life." Li Qie responded with a smirk. Tai Yi asked Li Qie, does young noble really want to oppose Yi Qingqing? Li Qie looked at him and responded, why not? Those who block my path shall be killed without mercy, regardless of who they may be. I heard that Yi Qingqing's Tao protector is an extremely unfathomable monster. Rumor has it that he is an invincible giant that's even more frightening than the Alpine Tree Father. Tai Yi contemplated for a moment before telling this very important news to Li Qie. By the time the bull stopped, it had thoroughly escaped from the formation. The locks around Madame Ziyan and company all disappeared. The madam finally calmed down, but she was still quite shaken despite being a heavenly king. She took a deep breath and said, who ambushed us? I'm afraid that formation was either of the emperor or god-king level. She was quite powerful, but the seal from the lock in the sky had rendered her immobile without any opportunity to resist. Such a powerful suppression astounded her. Is it that group from the White Cloud Temple? The madam asked with doubt. Earlier, they had a fight with the temple, and now, someone suddenly ambushed them. This was quite a coincidence. Tai Yi shuddered and exclaimed while aghast, the person who ambushed us must be a legendary master at the very least. Even if they aren't a god monarch, they would still be an incredible virtuous paragon. Li Qie glanced at Tai Yi before speaking nonchalantly, we'll find out right away if we go back and take a look. Go back. The madam shuddered and said, the enemy might still be there. If we go back now, isn't it the same as walking back into their trap? Into their trap. Li Qie smiled and said, if they have left already, then it is their fortune. After all, there would be no leaving otherwise. His eyes became fierce after finishing these words. In this instant, both the madam and Tai Yi couldn't help but feel a chill. Li Qie's fierce eyes made them think that he was an awakened beast from prehistoric eras, capable of devouring the heaven and earth. The madam had an illusion that Li Qie was grinding his white fangs, ready to sink his teeth in. He emitted an aura that would instill chills in just about anyone. He let the bull pull the carriage back. The madam and Tai Yi didn't dare to underestimate their opponents, so they acted cautiously with frayed nerves, paying attention to every single detail. The moment they made it back to where they used to be, the ancient arrows locking the area had disappeared. The formation was gone as well, let alone the lock that could suppress the world. In its place was another ordinary-looking carriage. It seemed that this carriage had just got here as well. The driver was an old woman. At this time, she jumped down from the carriage and was looking around. Who are you? After seeing this old woman, the madam immediately stood up and went to the front as if she was about to face a great enemy. The old woman looked at the madam and said, Madam Ziyan, I am not your enemy. Having said that, her eyes fell upon Li Qie sitting in the carriage. The old woman was able to reveal the madam's identity, yet she herself knew nothing about the old woman's origin, leaving her anxious. She didn't know whether the old woman was friend or foe. She couldn't help but look back at her young master, wanting to leave it up to him. Li Qie took a look at the old woman, then at the carriage stopped at the side. Li Qie couldn't be more familiar with this carriage. Back when he was traveling towards Celestial Peak Mountain, it had appeared before. At that time, this old woman was the driver as well. Li Qie dismissively said, I don't know whether we are enemies or not, but first, come out of your carriage to talk, stop hiding inside. These words made the old woman change her expression. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have turned into a completely different person. Her old eyes sucked in and expelled starry glimmers as an entire galaxy emerged from within. What do you want to do? The madam also felt how terrifying this woman before her was. With an alarmed look, she continued to stand before Li Qie, ready to protect her young master. The old woman didn't take action and instead only spoke coldly towards Li Qie, young nobly, please speak with a little respect. We mean you no harm. Is that so? Li Qie said, whether you are malicious or not doesn't matter to me. Not long before this, you had followed me, and back at the celestial peak, you also spied on me. At that time, I didn't do anything because I was in a good mood. But right now, that is no longer the case. Since you happen to be here, you must comply to my whim. Young noble Li, you are being way too overbearing. This world is vast, who says that we cannot appear at the location that you are already at? The old woman asked coldly. She was now angry. They had an earth-shattering origin. Those who knew them would tremble in fear, so who would dare to provoke them? But now, Li Qie was acting extremely aggressively. I don't want to mince words. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and spoke with a cold demeanor. Right now, get out of your carriage or I'll smash it apart. The old woman's expression greatly soured. At this time, her blood energy erupted to the sky like a true dragon soaring into the air. She coldly uttered, Young noble Li, do you really think you are invincible in this world? The eruption of her blood energy astonished both the madam and Tai Yi. They clearly knew that this old woman was a frightening, absolutely amazing virtuous paragon. An existence more powerful than the Alpine Tree Father. Who could it be in the stone medicine world? After hearing this, the madam couldn't help but become moved. In this world, everyone knew of the Tree Father's prestige. Although he didn't claim to be a god king, many people in this world respected him as one. For many generations, it was common knowledge that outside of immortal emperors, it would be hard to find someone stronger than him. The madam had heard that there were a few existences even stronger than the Tree Father, but she had never met them or heard of them. Tai Yi shook his head and said, I don't know the details, I only heard that Supreme Celestial Being Yi Qingqing is unbelievable and actually managed to convince a few old undyings to come out. An old undying that had been sleeping for millions of years had also come out to be his Tao protector. Chapter 726, Kingdom-toppling beauty. Li Qie remained unperturbed despite the old woman's true dragon-like blood energy. He said dismissively, I don't know whether I am invincible in this world or not, I only know that I will smash this carriage apart if the person inside does not come out. My patience is limited, I do not wish to repeat myself a second time. You. The old woman was shaking with anger. Even Supreme Celestial Being Yi Qingqing, whom others called the #1 genius of the stone medicine world, wouldn't dare to talk to them like this. But now, Li Qie dared to utter such arrogant words. Grandma, it is fine. It is about time for me to meet young noble Li. Right when the old woman was about to unleash her fury, a girl's voice came from the carriage. This voice was completely charming and pleasant. Anyone who heard this voice would imagine that this girl had supreme beauty. After hearing her young miss, the old woman had to swallow her anger. However, she still angrily glared at Li Qie since she was especially annoyed at him. The old woman opened the carriage's door, letting out a girl. The moment she appeared, the sun and moon were eclipsed and myriad existences were shamed. Even the words, supreme beauty, were not enough to describe her. With a willowy and pretty figure, her perfect features couldn't be described with the pen. Calling such a peerless girl the #1 beauty in the stone medicine world was still not enough. She wore a light yellow dress that accentuated her kingdom-toppling beauty. She was so stunning that anyone who met her would immediately think that she was a celestial with an air of calmness. Her pretty eyes with spirited glimmers were even more radiant than the stars. A celestial with great intelligence and confidence that was prepared to face anything. She didn't have an oppressive and arrogant aura either, but humility was not the right way to put it. Her temperament gave the sensation of perfection, like ink coming together with paper, it was too difficult to describe. Madame Ziyan's beauty could also be described as kingdom-toppling. Although her beauty was not the reason why she was renowned around the world, many people would agree that she was absolutely gorgeous. However, before this girl, even the madame's beauty dimmed, she simply couldn't compare. She is, Tai Yi was shocked after seeing this girl ahead and immediately drilled into the ground, no longer daring to show his face. Li Qiye was as calm as ever as he gauged the girl from top to bottom without missing any details. In the eyes of others, his current appearance was one of a womanizer, causing the old woman to snort in great disapproval. However, the peerless beauty ahead was very graceful and free. Despite Li Qiye's enjoyment, she was neither angry nor embarrassed. Prior to this, Li Qiye had also met stunning beauties, such as Jian Wushuang. However, although Jian Wushuang had astonishing features, she didn't have the same aura as the girl in front of him. This girl held a noble air with formidable wisdom, as if she would be unperturbed by anything. Based on just temperaments alone, Jian Wushuang couldn't compare to her. The peerless beauty spoke slowly towards Li Qiye as if she was unstained by this mundane world. I rarely meet people, but I can understand why young noble Li was unhappy. Li Qiye looked at her and said, "Today, my mood was quite sour, but it's much improved after seeing you." His words were obviously teasing her. Other women would not give Li Qiye a good reaction even if they didn't get angry. However, this girl didn't show her attitude and gently nodded to say, "It is a kind of honor to be able to improve young noble Li's mood." Not bad at all. Li Qiye smiled and said, "I appreciate girls like you. It is indeed difficult for others to not like such a smart girl. A supreme beauty needs more than just a good bag of skin, one needs a sense of self-awareness and wisdom." Li Qiye's frank teasing would cause any beauty to be offended, but not this peerless girl ahead. However, the old woman next to her was angry enough for both of them as she maintained her cold glare on Li Qiye. Even the madam standing by his side couldn't help but wryly smile. Only her young master would openly flirt with this peerless beauty like this. "I am honored at young noble's praises." The girl chuckled, but this chuckle alone was so kingdom-toppling that it could steal the souls from others, causing them to be forever enchanted. A pearl in the night. Li Qiye looked at the peerless beauty and praised, "Little girl, you have tempted me, so follow me." Ah, the madam next to him was at a loss for words. This was rather too domineering. He actually wanted a peerless beauty to follow him on their first meeting. However, the madam thought about it some more. Wasn't it the same when she met her young master for the first time? Such a big tone. "Do you know who our young miss is?" The girl didn't answer, but the old woman couldn't help but say, "In this entire world, there are very few men worthy of our young miss." Li Qiye smirked and said, "In the 9 worlds and 10 realms, there are very few women worthy of marrying me. Either way, I want her, but not to marry her. You." The old woman was now shivering with rage. Anyone in this world would lose their mind when they met her young Mississippi. Even the supreme celestial being, Yi Qingcheng, was no exception. But now, this Li Qiye pushed it even further. He wanted her young miss to follow him, and he even dared to arrogantly say that he wouldn't marry her. She had truly never seen such an arrogant and egotistical man. "Does young noble Li want me to become your concubine?" The peerless girl revealed a wonderful smile and shook her head. "I'm afraid I'm not used to being someone's concubine." Despite the teasing, she remained unruffled and managed to display her amazing temperament. Such a look would captivate the heart of others. "The more I look at you, the more I like you." Li Qiye smiled and said, "However, little girl, don't misunderstand. I only need you to be by my side. In the future, there will be a spot for you among my supreme generals." "Supreme general?" The old woman interjected and said, "My young miss will be the one to bear this generation's heaven's will. With me here, who else is qualified to shoulder the heaven's will?" Li Qiye chuckled and said, "However, I like you. If you follow me, then in the future when we are at the apex, the master of the order of generals, the controller of the decree to the 9 worlds will be none other than you." The madam was moved after hearing this. Her young master's words clearly showed how much he valued the peerless girl before them. However, this was not surprising at all considering her origin. The initially angry old woman was stumped and couldn't say anything. If she didn't know Li Qiye's abilities, she would definitely say that he was ignorant, but she knew the situation so she couldn't refute him. The peerless girl looked at Lucia, revealing a smile that would cause all the flowers to lose their colors and said, "It is our first meeting, yet young noble Li is already entrusting me with such a great task. Are you not afraid that I will decline due to the difficulty?" Anyone else would think that Lucia was insane, but this girl with an amazing background answered in such a manner. Lucia casually batted his eyes and said, "I am rarely wrong when it comes to judging people. Moreover, if you weren't capable, then the old geezer buried beneath the star cliff wouldn't pass his legacy on to you." This revelation greatly shocked the old woman. She immediately stepped forward with an aura as fierce as an unsheathed divine sword, completely different from before. It was clear that she intended to harm Lucia, even to the point of killing him in order to keep this secret. Meanwhile, the confident girl was still calm. Her expression shifted a little after hearing him, but she didn't overreact. She shook her head gently at the old woman and said, "Grandma, we can't." The old woman gazed at Lucia for a long time before snorting and went back behind the peerless girl. However, her old eyes remained fixated on Lucia as if she would attack at any moment. Lucia only smiled leisurely against such hostility and said, "It is wise not to attack me. A virtuous paragon is no big deal for me." The old woman felt extremely aggravated after being provoked by a junior like Lucia. If it wasn't for her young miss, she would have already tried to teach Lucia a lesson. The peerless girl gently sighed and said, "Young noble's conduct is impossible to predict. Very few people know this secret. Where did young noble learn of it?" She was secretly shaken after Lucia's revelation because very few people knew about this matter, including even the sect she came from. And yet, an outsider like Lucia actually knew this secret. "Don't be surprised," Lucia said. "Others might not know why the old geezer below the star cliff passed his legacy down to you, but I can tell you an old tale. A very long time ago, a rock fell down from the Bayan beast world. However, the truth that the world didn't know was that it wasn't just one rock that fell down that year, but 3. I cannot permit you to live any longer." The old woman suddenly became horrified and no longer hid her murderous intent. She instantly wanted to take action. However, before she could get close to Lucia, the imperial Draco bull raised its front hooves and kicked heavily. With a loud bang, the old woman was forced to take several steps back from the blow. It didn't matter that she was an amazing virtuous paragon. Lucia remained unperturbed despite the old woman's true dragon-like blood energy. He said dismissively, "I don't know whether I am invincible in this world or not, I only know that I will smash this carriage apart if the person inside does not come out. My patience is limited, I do not wish to repeat myself a second time." "You!" The old woman was shaking with anger. Even Supreme Celestial being Yi Qingqing, whom others called the #1 genius of the stone medicine world, wouldn't dare to talk to them like this. But now, Lucia dared to utter such arrogant words. "Grandma, it is fine. It is about time for me to meet young noble Li." Chapter 727, Ming Yeshua. The old woman was astounded after being kicked back by the beast. She was a paragon yet was still blown back like this. One could easily imagine just how heaven-defying this seemingly inconspicuous buffalo was. "Out of consideration for this little girl, I won't kill you. However, don't try to provoke me. Even a lineage like yours is not worthy to be in my sight," Lucia slowly uttered. The old woman's expression became a bit unsightly. No one had ever dared to speak in such a bold manner or look down on their lineage, but these words came out from Lucia's mouth today. "Grandma, it's fine." The peerless girl gently waved her sleeve and shook her head again after seeing the old woman wanting to give them another shot. The old woman finally stopped after receiving the command from her young Mississippi. However, she was still cautious towards Lucia because he knew too much. If necessary, their lineage would use absolutely any means necessary to silence him. Lucia stared at the girl ahead, then he walked from his carriage to her. The two of them stood face to face. It could even be said that they could feel each other's breaths. They peered into each other's eyes as if they wanted to read something within that they didn't want outsiders to know. After a while, Li Qie began to gently caress the peerless girl's beautiful face. Such an action was completely out of line and would be intolerable to any other girl. The old woman's murderous intent rose once again. Her young miss was not for anyone to shame. The peerless girl gently waved her sleeve again to stop the old woman. Meanwhile, Madame Ziyan was in disbelief. She had guessed the girl's background, but her young master actually still dared to flirt with her like this on their first meeting. What was even more astonishing was that this peerless girl didn't reject his advance. One must know that countless men in this world immediately fell in love with her at first sight. Even the most incomparable genius would instantly fall for her. Li Qie continued to gently caress her face with a very delicate motion as if she was his lover. At the same time, the peerless girl closed her eyes to feel his tender touch. It seemed that at this second, she was sensing his stroke while he was able to feel her heartbeat. This scene became eternal, as if time had stopped. Both the madam and the old women were stunned while looking at the two. The old woman knew her young miss all too well. She had never been close to people, but today, she accepted this gesture of affection from a stranger during the first meeting. This is unbelievable. Tai Yi emerged from the ground to witness this scene unfold and was moved as well since he knew a thing or two. No one knew how long this affectionate scene lasted, but Li Qie eventually withdrew his hand. He gazed at the peerless girl inches away from him and gently shook his head to say, "You are not a descendant of the Ming clan." Nonsense. The old woman cried out in shock after hearing this. Young nobly, one can eat carelessly but cannot speak without thinking. This had something to do with a great secret that their lineage would absolutely not want outsiders to find out. The peerless girl gestured and said, "Grandma, it's fine. Young nobly is not an outsider." Young miss, the old woman was dumbstruck after hearing this because that word had many implications and secrets within. The peerless girl stopped there and looked at Li Qie to introduce herself. "I am Ming Yeshue of the Alchemy Kingdom, it is my pleasure to meet young nobly." Ming Yeshue. The main descendant of the Alchemy Kingdom, the #1 beauty of the stone medicine world, a mysterious person who had always kept a low profile. Although very few people had seen her true appearance, her reputation was widespread in the entire world. Who in this world didn't know the name Fairy Ming Yeshue? Who didn't know about the descendant of the Alchemy Kingdom? Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head to say, "No, little girl. To be more exact, welcome back. Stay by my side from now on." Prior to this, he was uncertain whether they had met before. However, this familiar sensation and the unforgettable heartbeat that he knew so well. To him, it didn't matter if this peerless girl was Ming Yeshue, the descendant of the Alchemy Kingdom, she was still her. "I still don't understand." The contemporary #1 beauty with unfathomable strength couldn't grasp Li Qie's intentions. He gave her a very familiar feeling, one of dependence and closeness. It is fine not to understand. The past is not important, you will understand in the future. Li Qie smiled. At this moment, he was in a particularly good mood. Li Qie stretched out his hand, and although Ming Yeshue was dazed for a moment, she gently touched his arm in a natural and relaxed manner as if this was how things should be. While looking at this scene, the madam, the old woman, and Tai Yi were all astonished. This scene was so natural that people simply wouldn't want to destroy it. This was the #1 beauty of this world. Countless geniuses and imperial descendants wanted to court her but were unable to do so. At this very minute, she intimately held Li Qie's hand like lovers. This action was as affectionate as it could be. Any spectator would be jealous at such a scene. The younger generation would be driven crazy by this since Ming Yeshue was the goddess in many of their minds. At this point, the old woman noticed her young miss following Li Qie to his carriage. She was taken aback and hesitantly said, "Young miss, I'm afraid this won't be good." Li Qie looked at the old woman who was nervous from wanting to protect her young Mississippi. He only smiled and said, "100 Life definitely didn't reveal many secrets to you." You are." The old woman was astounded because just these words alone revealed a monumental secret. Even ordinary ancestors in their kingdom didn't know this. She was only able to become privy to it since she was the one who accompanied Ming Yeshue during her childhood. "Your alchemy kingdom has no notable secrets to me." Li Qie sat on the carriage and said, "Besides, you don't need to be so paranoid. I will cherish this little girl more than anyone else. My protection for her will far exceed the likes of what your alchemy kingdom can provide." Having said that, he gently stroked Ming Yeshue's hair. At this time, Ming Yeshue was sitting next to him while Madame Zi Yen took the other side. Both of them were great beauties, especially Ming Yeshue, who was especially peerless. Such a scene was incredibly enviable and jealousy-inducing. The old woman stared at Li Qie for a while before choosing to be quiet. It was just as he said, there were many secrets that she did not know. For example, her young miss was said to be the descendant of the Ming clan. However, very few people in the kingdom knew that this was not the truth. Tai Yi looked at Ming Yeshue following Li Qie and couldn't help but wet his dry lips and murmur, "Damn, so amazing, is this actually happening?" He knew a particular secret, but he was still in disbelief after seeing this scene since it was just too shocking for him. Ming Yeshue's eyes fell upon Tai Yi, who still had half of his body underground. She revealed a faint, charming smile and asked, "This fellow Taoist. Have we met before?" Tai Yi's expression greatly changed after hearing this. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately waved his palms in denial and said, No, Fairy Ming is thinking too highly of this lowly one. This lowly one is only a small, insignificant ant demon that has only heard of Fairy's great name. This lowly one has never seen Fairy's face before. Our meeting today is this lowly one's blessing that had been accumulated for 3 lifetimes. With that, he immediately drilled into the ground and escaped without a trace, as if he was very afraid. Li Qie understood Tai Yi's action very clearly, but he didn't point it out. He simply stroked Ming Yeshue's jade-like hand while closing his eyes, seemingly caught in old memories. "I have some questions." After a while, Ming Yeshue softly spoke to him. She was so calm and elegant that it would cause others to become intoxicated. Even a beauty like Madame Zi Yen had to admit that calling her the #1 beauty in the stone medicine world was not enough. "I know, but none of that matters," Li Qie said with a smile, "you will understand later. However, I have something to remind you of right now. Your alchemy kingdom has someone using the heaven suppression formation, aiming to capture me. Out of consideration for you, I will not pursue this matter. However, if there is ever a second time, I will overturn the alchemy kingdom." Overturn the alchemy kingdom. The old woman was upset at such words. She was from the kingdom and its direct branch at that. How could she be happy when Li Qie said such things in front of her? "I know you are annoyed with me." Li Qie chuckled and said, "If you can meet 100 Life, let him know that your alchemy kingdom shouldn't forget your past mistakes. Don't forget the aftermath of the divine beast realm." Such words rendered her breathless because she had heard a few legends that were known by fewer than few people. Even the kingdom's big shots didn't know about them. "Young noble Li shouldn't blame grandma, she is just very protective towards me," Ming Yeshue slowly said. Li Qie looked at the old woman and said, "I'm not mad at her. If I was, then the Imperial Draco Bull wouldn't have simply kicked her away earlier." Chapter 728, Yi Qingqing's origin. The old woman became very dejected, but she couldn't truly become angry. The bull's strength far exceeded her imagination. She couldn't help but feel powerless, she didn't even have the means to resist. Li Qie's arrogance was particularly upsetting. As a great character from the kingdom, she wanted to teach him a lesson about his disrespectful attitude, but she couldn't do anything when such a powerful existence like the bull was present. Ming Yeshua slightly frowned and said, I also came because of this. We have many experts at the kingdom, but one that can utilize such a great formation must be at the ancestor level. At this moment, whether it's the direct branch or the side branches, no ancestors have come into being. At least, not on record. Li Qie chuckled and said, then go look into it. This time, I will not take action because of you, but this won't necessarily be the case next time. Ming Yeshua gently nodded and said, whether it is the direct or side branches, the elders will investigate this matter to see if an ancestor had personally taken action. She was a decisive person, so after making her choice, she immediately wanted to go back. She told Li Qie, does young noble Li want to go with me? If you are willing to enter our ancestral ground, I will introduce you to our elders. To the younger generation of the stone medicine world, such an invitation was definitely an honor and a great compliment. Anyone would happily accept it. Whether it was for her beauty or to see the ancestral ground of the alchemy kingdom, both were irresistible to the younger generation. However, Li Qie only smiled and said, you go back first. I will take a look later. Anyone would go mad if they knew that even an invitation from the number one beauty was refused. Ming Yeshua didn't push the subject. After saying farewell, she went back to her carriage and quickly left in order to investigate this matter. After watching Ming Yeshua's carriage leave, Li Qie withdrew his gaze and sat back down. The madam couldn't help but ask after Li Qie settled down, young master knew Fairy Ming before this? Li Qie looked back at the departing direction of Ming Yeshua and smilingly said, how should I put this? Prior to this, I have never met or known anything about Ming Yeshua, the descendant of the alchemy kingdom. However, he left out a sentence. A very long time ago, he once possessed an item that he painstakingly cultivated. Tai Yi crawled out from the ground at this time with a slightly changed expression and said, this Fairy Ming, she's unfathomable, very unfathomable, and scary on top of that. The madam nodded in agreement to this evaluation, this is true. Although Fairy Ming's fame is not as prominent as Yi Qingqing's notoriety because of her mysterious and low-profile conduct, many people still consider her as an existence capable of opposing Yi Qingqing. Your Majesty Zi Yan misunderstood what I meant. Tai Yi shook his head and said, I'm not only referring to her unfathomable cultivation or her unparalleled talents. I am talking about her frightening origin. It is definitely monstrous. After listening to the ant, the madam shuddered and replied, many big shots in this world know about Yi Qingqing's origin. He might be from the golem race, but it is far from being that simple since he was initially a divine stone. An unmatched stone. I have heard of this speculation as well. Tai Yi nodded and added, Yi Qingqing's past life was the Stony Edge Kingdom's defining stone. Legend states that this stone was obtained by their progenitor, immortal Emperor Shifeng. However, its exact origin couldn't be pinpointed by future generations. In short, this was the greatest stone in their kingdom, it was hidden in the location with the richest amount of worldly energy at the Stony Edge Kingdom. For generations, the wise sages of the kingdom preached Tao scriptures to this stone and used their blood energy to cultivate it. A few decades ago, this stone suddenly felt the heaven and earth and obtained life. It was completely unbelievable. At the moment of its inception, it immediately had flesh and blood and could be considered supreme. Tai Yi couldn't help but lick his lips at this moment after reciting this long passage. The madam also nodded and said, Yi Qingqing is indeed incredible. After experiencing so many wise sages expounding on the Tao along with long years of cultivation, some even said that he will be the second immortal emperor by sure. Any sect or lineage, even ones with two emperors like the Heavenhoof Ravine, hold him in high esteem and believe that he can become an emperor. The madam was shocked after thinking through what she just said. She recalled what her young master said earlier, as did Tai Yi. If Yi Qingqing's origin was unmatched but Ming Yeshua's origin was even more monstrous, then just what was her origin? The madam was able to connect some dots at this moment. Until now, outsiders had always thought that Ming Yeshue was the descendant of the Ming clan, the imperial family. However, after today's events, it appeared that she had a different origin. Let's go, it is pointless to speculate these things. Li Qiye said with a faint smile, the alchemy conference will begin soon, so we should enter Alchemy City. Well. Tai Yi's neck involuntarily shrank into his body after hearing this. While trying to hide, he apprehensively said, going to Alchemy City, might be very dangerous. Li Qiye glanced at him and said, you did some immoral things that are unforgivable, so you don't dare to enter Alchemy City, right? Tai Yi awkwardly smiled and said, young noble is misunderstanding me. This lowly one is only worried for you. As young noble can see from earlier, the alchemy kingdom has people with malicious intentions towards us. Young noble's alchemy is peerless, so maybe someone is coveting it, maybe even an ancestor wants to capture you alive. After hearing this, Li Qiye lifted his head and gazed towards the direction of Alchemy City while revealing a gentle smile. I'm more afraid that the alchemy kingdom will not take action. If they maneuver against me, then everything will be easy. However, if they are friendly and treat me as a guest, then I would truly feel bad about taking Ming Yeshue away. If they want to kill me, then it would be even better. The madam revealed a smile and asked, young master likes Fairy Ming? Li Qiye chuckled and responded, how can this be called liking? I only want that girl to stay by my side in the future. If the alchemy kingdom wants to do this peacefully, then I can satisfy all of their demands. If they want it the hard way, then it will be even easier. Is Fairy Ming that important to young master? Madame Ziyan was moved. At this moment, she realized that her young master was not in love with Ming Yeshue, and that he had a different reason for wanting her to stay with him. Li Qiye didn't answer her question. Instead, he only looked towards the far distance while reminiscing. After a while, Li Qiye's mind returned. He looked at Tai Yi and said, whether we go to Alchemy City or not is not up to you to decide. At that time, I will need to be there to refine some medicine, so if you escape and lose this good opportunity, don't blame me for not reminding you. Tai Yi shuddered after this reminder. He immediately patted his chest like a drum and put on a courageous act as if he was willing to walk through fire. Young master, don't worry. Wherever you go, I shall be there as well. I will definitely not embarrass you. Li Qiye smiled and said, okay, don't speak such nauseating words, do you think I don't know what's on your mind? Tai Yi dryly coughed with an awkward look. Even the madam looked at Tai Yi one more time. She knew that he was a coward, at least in appearance. He clearly didn't want to go to Alchemy City, but after listening to her young master, he lost all reservations. This really raised the madam's curiosity about his injury. The group traveled towards the city with the bull pulling the carriage at great speeds. It was not long before they arrived. Alchemy City was located in an extremely strategic location. It was the first outpost before the entrance to the alchemy vein and only one step away from the ancestral ground of the imperial family. Alchemy City in the stone medicine world was also known as Imperial City or Alchemy Capital. Although it was called a city, it wasn't actually a city. In the 9 worlds, when big sects formed their own countries, the majority of their capitals would be very huge, ancient cities. Alchemy City, on the other hand, had no semblance to a city. There were neither towering walls nor patrolling experts at this place despite being called Imperial City. The old woman became very dejected, but she couldn't truly become angry. The bull's strength far exceeded her imagination. She couldn't help but feel powerless, she didn't even have the means to resist. Li Qiye's arrogance was particularly upsetting. As a great character from the kingdom, she wanted to teach him a lesson about his disrespectful attitude, but she couldn't do anything when such a powerful existence like the bull was present. Ming Yeshue slightly frowned and said, I also came because of this. We have many experts at the kingdom, but one that can utilize such a great formation must be at the ancestor level. At this moment, whether if it's the direct branch or the side branches, no ancestors have come into being. At least, not on record. Li Qie chuckled and said, then go look into it. This time, I will not take action because of you, but this won't necessarily be the case next time. Chapter 729, Alchemy City. When one's gaze is set upon the Alchemy City, they would see endless rolling hills and majestic mountains. There were large rivers that resembled silver serpents. Everything here was full of life, and the worldly energy even permeated the air. Spirit grasses and shining alchemy materials could be seen as far as the eye could see. The entire Alchemy City was just a huge landscape with no walls or boundaries. Inside the mountains were huge pavilions that reached into the sky. Among the straight precipices were suspended temples. Inside the valleys were floating ancient shrines. Hidden buildings were everywhere in this place, and divine bridges spanned across thousands of miles. Rainbows connected one mountain to another, making spectators think that this was a land of the immortals. An older legend said that this city was not named Alchemy City in the past, others referred to it as Phoenix City. As for the reason, very few people, later on, could say why. Even the imperial family didn't know the exact details. There were many speculations regarding the name, Phoenix City. However, these speculations themselves were just hearsay and were without concrete evidence. However, one of them was more reliable. In ancient times, there were no human inhabitants in this place. There were no golems or demons either, since they couldn't take half a step into this location. This was because a divine tree took root and protected this great landscape. Later on, a phoenix came to this area and chose the divine tree as its nest. From then on, the phoenix lived on top of this divine tree, looking down on the 9 heavens. Not a single cultivator could come close to this amazing land. However, both the phoenix and the divine tree, despite their invincible and mystical strength, would still have their lifespans wither until the eventual day of their demise. The legend went on to say that during that period, both of these creatures were unwilling to die and wanted to be reborn. Thus, the phoenix burned the divine tree and used its supreme divine flame to bathe itself, hoping to obtain the nirvana of rebirth. Unfortunately, both of them were unsuccessful in the end. This supreme divine flame burned for 10,000 years before leaving only ashes behind. Of course, these were still divine creatures, especially the tree. Although they were burnt to ashes, they still left behind an extremely fertile land. From then on, in just a short 1,000 years, countless spirit medicines and treasure trees appeared in this land. Countless auspicious beasts came to this place. There was even a rumor stating that in the deepest areas, the phoenix bones and the tree root were still burning. After so many years, very few people in this world could remember that Alchemy City was once Phoenix City. However, this land remained full of life and energy. Li Qie's group didn't directly go to the reception of the kingdom. He chose a remote mountain within the city and stayed there. There were many buildings and temples in the city, but there were even more mountains and peaks, many of them were unoccupied. It could even be said that anyone who came to this place could pick a mountain to stay at. However, it would only be for a short period of time and not something permanent. Those who could erect a foundation and create their own sects here had to earn the approval of the imperial family. Moreover, this crowd consisted of either subjects of the kingdom or were part of the side branches of the imperial family. Such a good opportunity was not available to outsiders. Outsiders only came and stayed at these mountains and valleys for a short amount of time. No one dared to stay long, since it would be akin to challenging the kingdom's autonomy. Li Qie picked a great mountain that reached all the way into the clouds. This mountain seemed to be quite old and tattered, as if someone had crushed it or it had been scorched by flames. No vegetation grew at this place since it was very dry. Standing on this mountain, a dry heat assaulted their faces. Anyone, at this time, would feel very annoyed. Despite its towering size, this desolate mountain was out of place among these rich lands. The madam couldn't help but say while standing on top of this place, the worldly energy of this mountain seems to have been drained. Li Qiye stood on the highest point to look at the four directions, but he didn't say anything. Tai Yi also looked around to the distant lands. He noticed that the vegetation around here was not flourishing and the worldly energy was quite lacking. He immediately said, "It's not just the mountain's energy, it seems that all the locations around it are affected as well." Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and revealed a faint smile to say, "We'll stay here for the time being." The madam was confused and asked, "Young master, the alchemy kingdom prepared a main hall to receive all the alchemists from their respective sects for this conference. Why are we not going there? It is more convenient to kill while outside." Li Qiye responded with a grin. The madam couldn't help but chuckle at this reasoning. Compared to this reasoning, nothing else could be more silence-inducing. She said, "If young master wants to kill people, you should pick a prettier location. This place only agitates people. Perhaps this is an ominous place and would cause people to be flustered." "You're right." Li Qiye commented, "This is not a good location, but it is a very decent place to kill. We'll stay here, there will be a good show later on." The madam stopped talking and immediately summoned a treasure pavilion. In the blink of an eye, a square courtyard fell down to the mountain. The sound of flowing water could be heard from the garden. Otherwise, this dry mountain would drive people crazy. While the madam was preparing the rooms, Li Qiye ordered Tai Yi, "Take a stroll around the city to see if there is any good news or not." Tai Yi quickly became spirited and asked, "What kind of news does young noble require?" Li Qiye gave him a glance and said, "Aren't you really good at guessing people's thoughts? What kind of news do you think I want to hear?" Tai Yi answered, "Okay, you can rest assured. With my service, you'll hear exactly what you want." Having said that, he immediately took his leave. Li Qiye smirked and asked the ant, "Wait, are you not drilling into the ground?" Until now, Tai Yi had always been traveling underground. "Young master, you must be joking." Tai Yi coughed and said, "The lands beneath the alchemy kingdom are very dangerous, this is known to all past dwellers. Moreover, young master picked a location like this, so how could I easily just dive underground? At best, I can only dive a couple meters below the surface and not any deeper. What if there is something down there that will devour me? I would be finished. What's even more frightening would be if I touched the forbidden magic beneath the kingdom. At that point, wouldn't I truly be done for? So, it appears that you've been down there before?" Li Qiye remarked cheerfully. Tai Yi awkwardly smiled and didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly left as if he was running away. After the madam prepared Li Qiye's living quarters, she went into the garden and saw her young master playing around with some pots and bowls as well as sprinkling some powder onto the ground. He left a lot of strange things on the mountain. After seeing all the pots and bowls as well as the small pool of water that emitted a very pungent smell, the madam curiously asked, "Young master, what are these things?" Li Qiye kept himself busy while answering, "Just preparing a few things. One always needs to prepare before killing. My hands have been itching lately, and I have a few methods that I haven't played with in a while. Constantly killing people instantly is very boring. Is this the method young master is talking about?" The madam looked at the pots. There were many things she had never seen before. Li Qiye said with a smile, "To be more exact, this is a part of alchemy. Alchemy is not only about refining pills or curing wounds. It is a very rich art that incorporates beast mastery, changing of tribulations, and stealing from the heavens." He narrowed his eyes and continued on, "Since people say that the alchemy kingdom is the model for alchemy, we have to play with alchemy to be tasteful, right? Always using force can be quite tiring." The madam couldn't see through what her young master was planning. After a while, he was finally finished with these pots. They all had strange shapes and seemed very bizarre, leaving the madam completely confused. After a while, Li Qiye finished and brushed off his palms while saying, it has been a long time since I last played with these items, so I was a bit rusty. The Tree Father's inventory was truly amazing, it had exactly what I needed. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome to collect them one by one. Before coming to the kingdom, the madam knew that her young master had taken a trip to the Tree Father's treasury. So it was to take these materials. What purposes do these things serve, young master? The confused madam didn't try to guess and directly asked Li Qie. You'll find out very soon. Li Qie responded with a grin. He focused his gaze and said, I hope the enemies will not disappoint me, or else this game will be very boring. Chapter 730, The Prelude to the Conference. The Alchemy Conference was one of the biggest events in the stone medicine world. It took place once every few decades. Moreover, it was jointly held by many imperial lineages, and the venue would change each time. This time, the conference was being held in the Alchemy Kingdom. This place was even more grand compared to other lineages. All the alchemists here were especially enthusiastic. This was understandable because the Alchemy Kingdom was praised as the lineage with the best and richest alchemy arts in this world. To be able to participate in this conference was a great honor. Only youths could participate, since if the previous generation could join in as well, the youths wouldn't be able to shine. There were not too many restrictions and rules. Even a capable vagabond on the Tao of Alchemy would be invited for the event. Of course, there were many lineages that would invite young alchemists if they didn't have anyone to represent them for this conference. For these young participants, if they were capable enough, then they wouldn't only win the prizes of the conference, they would also be able to win great fame. Those with high potential that came from small sects, if they were from one in the first place, could win the love of even imperial lineage with a great showing at the conference. Perhaps in just one day, they would be able to jump the Dragon Gate and join an imperial lineage. Because of this reason, young alchemists would come running for each conference. They would do their best, hoping to earn the spotlight in this event. This particular conference was much more exciting than the previous ones because the competition was much fiercer. In these last several days, Alchemy City became very lively since alchemists from all over the world entered the perimeter and received the kingdom's reception. Most of them were very young, some were extremely famous as well. There were a few of them who were dubbed as genius alchemists. It created a very majestic spectacle, causing the normally serene city to become very lively. Usually, even the small amounts of cultivators traveling to the city would not dare to break the serene atmosphere or disturb the imperial family. But now, people came and went with all kinds of forms of travel. Some rode their horses, others their big flying tree branches. One even sat on a huge flying leaf. All types of people came, including humans. However, humans were very rare in the stone medicine world. The majority of the arrivals were demons and golems. Within these last couple of days, both the residents and new alchemists talked about the alchemy conference. Some talked about the young participants, especially those with great fame. The 4 alchemy prodigies garnered the most attention. They were the role models of the younger generation. Some even called them candidates for the next alchemy emperor. The 4 prodigies were the Serene Garden's Yuan Saihe, the Balian clan's white-hair alchemy god, the state of Chao's Chao Guiyao, and the alchemy kingdom's Mu Qiao. They were the hottest topics in town as many people talked about the 4 of them. The first among them to come was Yuan Saihe. Although she kept a very low profile during her stay, the more informed people still found out right away, causing quite a stir. Fairy Yuan is also here to participate in the conference. People loudly discussed after the news of her presence was spread. I heard that Fairy Yuan didn't come to participate this time. She was invited by the observant monarch to cure one of his divine roots. A well-informed person immediately revealed why Yuan Saihe came to the city. The fairy not participating in the conference is truly a big loss. It will be less colorful now. Many sighed with regret. Yuan Saihe's Tao of Alchemy was well known in this world. Her cultivation of grasses was peerless in this world. Some even said that she had surpassed the current master of the serene garden. Her gentle and kind nature was famous as well. As one of the 4 prodigies, she was the humblest and most respected of the bunch. Numerous lineages in this world invited her to cure their divine trees and great medicines. Moreover, she assisted quite a few sections. Because of this, her absence at the conference was duly missed by many alchemists, especially the younger crowd. I heard the Alchemy Kingdom's Mu Qiao will not be participating in this conference either. Among the 4, only White-Hair Alchemy God and Chao Guiyao are participating. A cultivator found out some news and told his friends. Mu Qiao was the alchemy prodigy of the kingdom, but since the kingdom was the host of this conference, he was not participating to avoid arousing suspicions. In fact, since the kingdom's prestige regarding the Tao of alchemy was already renowned, the honor of winning this conference didn't really matter to them. Since Fairy Yuan and Mu Qian are not participating this time, it seems that our alchemy realm has no hopes of winning the title. Maybe even entering the top 3 will be difficult. A cultivator from the alchemy realm couldn't help but lament. The younger crowd from the alchemy realm was quite sad since Yuan Saihe and Mu Qiao were not participating. Until now, the Tao of alchemy of the alchemy realm far exceeded the beast realm and the stone realm. It could even be said that the alchemy realm produced many more alchemists, including alchemy emperors, compared to the other 2 realms. But now, their 2 strongest young alchemists were not participating. This meant that the alchemy realm had no chance of claiming number 1 this time. There was a chance that they wouldn't even place in the top 3. Maybe the crystallized C-Sex Cauldron Marquis has a chance of getting into the top 3. The alchemists from this realm couldn't help but bring up another genius. Indeed, I heard the Cauldron Marquis is already very formidable with his alchemy Tao and is only a bit weaker than the 4 prodigies. More importantly, his cauldron control skill is superb. His physique paste, ointment, longevity medicine, and fate pill creation skills are very balanced, unlike the 4 prodigies who are more versed in one particular area. Another alchemist agreed. Despite the alchemy realm having many powerful young alchemists, they were still the underdogs compared to the White-Hair Alchemist and Chao Guiyao. Day after day passed, but Alchemy City only became even more lively. It didn't matter if some sects were very far away from the alchemy realm, they still came running with their disciples to participate in the conference. The White-Hair Alchemy God is about to arrive. The Balian clan's Devil Hand Sacred Doctor is opening the path for him. Someone sent out this news on this day. The Devil Hand Sacred Doctor is here as well. Does the Balian clan want to take 2 of the top 3 spots? Many participating alchemists felt pressured after hearing that the Sacred Doctor had come as well. Devil Hand Sacred Doctor. Many people felt very indignant after hearing this name, but they couldn't do anything about it. The Sacred Doctor was another genius from the Balian clan, he was the junior brother of the White-Hair Alchemy God. The main difference was that the doctor was more focused on the Tao of healing. Although healing was a part of the Tao of alchemy, most alchemists were not willing to put so much effort into this aspect. Healing was not as important to cultivators since it couldn't improve one's cultivation. The Sacred Doctor was well known as well, with his own accomplishments. Although he was not as great as his senior brother, the White-Hair Alchemy God, his curing abilities were matchless. Some even called him one needle to seize life. This meant that no matter how grave one's injuries might be, he could still bring them back from the god of death by using just one needle. Saving life should be a very respectable profession, but many people were very resentful of his name. This was not only due to his arrogance, but also because of his absurd conditions when he saved others. However, they were helpless since he truly did have heaven-defying abilities as a doctor, he was able to bring someone back from the verge of death. Although many alchemists had arrived at the city, Li Qiye ignored it completely. He only brought the madam around on that dried and withered mountain. He didn't want to only participate in the alchemy conference, he was also preparing a supreme scheme to catch those conspiring against him in one fell swoop. Ever since the ambush with the grand sealing of the Alchemy Kingdom, Li Qiye understood very well that there was a big shot in the kingdom that wanted to capture him alive. Others would immediately flee since they didn't want to oppose the kingdom, but Li Qiye had no such thoughts. On the contrary, he was preparing for the grandest event. The moment his enemies dared to take action, he would flip this entire land over. Chapter 731, Li Qiye's preparations. On the second day of staying at the mountain, the madam went to the garden early in the morning and was jolted by the thing she saw. Because there were all kinds of poisonous insects in the garden. Even a demon king like her couldn't help but gasp at such a sight. Li Qiye had sprinkled powder over the little pond in the garden. Inside was a 3-meter-long centipede drinking the water. Within a big basin was a poisonous snake with its entire flaming body playing around in the mud. Inside a large bowl was a scorpion king spewing and sucking in poisonous air as if it was refining poisonous pills. The madam was quite creeped out by this as chills continuously ran down her spine. It was as if their garden had become a poisonous nest overnight. She couldn't help but take the long path around after seeing these terrifying and powerful poisonous creatures. Luckily, these creatures seemed to be very content and didn't try to attack her. On the other end of the small courtyard, she finally found her young master. At this time, he was lying there while emitting a faint gray death energy. Although she didn't know what he was doing, she didn't disturb him and only quietly waited by his side. After a long period of silence, Li Qiye recovered his death energy and casually planted a spirit medicine at that location. Why is young master planting medicines here? The madam found that there were many spirit plants around. Moreover, she had never seen these types of plants before and didn't know what they were. Li Qiye smiled happily and said, "This alchemy kingdom is not only abundant in spirit medicines. Those who understand the Tao of alchemy know that this is a place that also contains many terrifying poisonous creatures. They used to hide inside this alchemy city. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to see them. Young master wants to tame these creatures?" the madam curiously asked. She had heard that taming poisonous creatures and beasts was also a part of the Tao of alchemy. Although the stone medicine world of the 9 worlds was known as the place of alchemists, the lineage well versed in this regard was only one, the Insect Swarm Valley established by Insect Swarm Alchemy Emperor. Taming poisonous creatures is only a little path to me. Li Qiye said with a smile, "It's just for fun, that's all." The Alchemy Kingdom still has some really powerful legendary alchemists lurking around. It wouldn't be very fun killing these legendary alchemists without a few tricks. The madam shuddered after hearing this. Using alchemy to kill was something she had heard of before but had yet to witness in person. It was told that only legendary alchemists were able to use their Tao of alchemy for murder. However, legendary alchemists were just one level below alchemy emperors. Ordinary lineages wouldn't be able to have such powerful alchemists. The Alchemy Kingdom doesn't only have an untouchable Tao of alchemy. The madam was worried and reminded her young master. In the stone medicine world, very few people or lineages were willing to oppose the Alchemy Kingdom, especially on their home turf at Alchemy City. This was the same as courting death. The kingdom's renowned alchemy was something the entire world knew. However, its strength and hidden cards were even stronger than its Tao of alchemy. 1 sect, 3 emperors, these were not mere words. There were even speculations that the kingdom had a god king at the moment, and possibly not just one. Fighting against the kingdom under such circumstances with only the Tao of alchemy was quite impossible. Nevertheless, Li Qiye didn't seem to care at all. He smiled and said, "It's okay. These poisonous creatures are only for fun. It would still be fine if the kingdom dares to unleash their killing move. At that time, I'll let them see my hidden ace." With that, a light flashed across his eyes. After following Li Qiye for some time, the madam immediately understood what Li Qiye's expression meant. Young master wants to steal Fairy Ming from them? The madam asked. She was curious about Ming Yeshua's position in her young master's mind. Steal. Li Chia chuckled and replied, Ziyan, how can you call it stealing? My peace-loving self would be more than happy to speak with the kingdom if they are willing. The decision of this matter is not in my hands, it is up to the kingdom. I have no qualms with a peaceful resolution. The madam felt a bit helpless inside. It was just like her young master said, how this matter would unravel was up to the kingdom's attitude. However, she also understood that her young master was well prepared in case of a grand battle. She wondered if the kingdom was ready for the oncoming storm or not. Young noble, this lowly one is back. At this time, Tai Yi came out of nowhere and spoke to Li Chia. Li Chia glanced at him and said, with such speed, you must be back with good news. The hard-working will be rewarded. This lowly one searched every inch of this alchemy city and finally found some useful information for young noble. Tai Yi smiled, eager to claim credit. Li Chia looked at him with one eye and said, I know about your meritorious service already, so don't bother reminding me. Tai Yi coughed and didn't dare to put on airs. He quickly said, the first piece of news is related to this alchemy conference. Mu Qiao from the kingdom will not be in the conference, but the white-hair alchemy god and Chao Guiyao will participate, next. Li Chia slightly waved his sleeves, it was clear that he had no interest in this. He already knew the outcome since victory would be in his grasp no matter what kind of alchemy genius participated. For him, not to mention the younger generation, even the legendary alchemists from the older generations were no problem. Tai Yi quickly changed the subject and said, the Heaven Hoof Ravine sent many people. I heard there are some incredible big shots coming. Outside of protecting Chao Guiyao, I'm afraid they have another goal. Moreover, Yi Qingqing's troops are also here. Maybe he himself will come to Alchemy City. Having said that, Tai Yi couldn't help but take a quick glance at Li Chia. The enmity between Li Chia and the Heaven Hoof Ravine as well as Yi Qingqing was no secret. If the Ravine and Yi Qingqing didn't come for the alchemy conference, then they might be coming for Li Chia. Li Chia didn't bat an eye after hearing this. Either one was fine, it was no problem for him even if they dared to come for him. If God blocked his path, slay God, if devil blocked his path, slay devil. There is another thing relating to the alchemy kingdom. Tai Yi's expression slightly shifted at this point as he continued, the strongest ace card of the Huangfu clan, their most powerful ancestor, didn't mind coming out of his blood era stone. Moreover, this sacred ancestor went to the World Pillar Monarch's abode, this is from a very trustworthy source. Li Chia had no reaction while the madam was startled into saying, even the sacred ancestor came into being. I heard that he is a legendary master, and a top one at that. Some people even consider him a god monarch. This is not the scariest part. Tai Yi added in a serious manner, the scariest part is that the World Pillar Monarch married the young miss of the Huangfu clan, but his ancestor came from the kingdom's direct branch. Moreover, they still have a living ancestor that is buried in the ancestral ground. I even heard that his position is not small at all in the kingdom. The madam couldn't help but glance at her young master. One god monarch from the Huangfu clan was already frightening enough, but if the kingdom's ancestor came out as well, then it meant that the entire kingdom could become his enemy. At this point, she realized that the situation was much more serious than what she had expected. Xian clan ancestor, oh. Li Chia rubbed his chin and chuckled before speaking, 1 or 2 ancestors, too few, this won't be fun at all. The madam couldn't help but wryly smile. Only her young master would utter these words. She couldn't help but to softly reply, young master, I don't know the Xian ancestor very well, but the sacred ancestor from the Huangfu clan, this is a god monarch, very frightening. Only a false god that can't reach the apex. Li Chia smiled and said, a true god might be interesting, but a false god is not worth mentioning. What could the madam say? This was a god monarch. Even if he wasn't a real god monarch with a bestowed title, he was still a legendary master. Even a virtuous paragon from the previous generation would feel their legs trembling after hearing about such a character, let alone those from the younger generation. Young noble, if the Xian ancestor gets involved and young noble kills them with your might, then wouldn't it be stirring the beehive? Tai Yi advised, take a step back and everything will be fine, young noble does not necessarily have to fight the kingdom. By treading carefully, this behemoth of a kingdom might not be willing to come out just for the Huangfu clan. Fighting against the entire kingdom is not wise. Tai Yi rarely advocated this type of speech, but even he was a bit wary of a monster like the alchemy kingdom. Many people in the stone medicine world knew that being enemies with the entire kingdom was completely unwise. It doesn't matter. Li Chia chuckled and said, it has been a while since my last massacre, so I have been feeling quite bored lately. I will be very happy if some people come to the door knocking. With that, he shifted his gaze towards the distant mountain range. The source of the alchemy vein, the place coveted by so many. At that place were many hidden secrets. Having thought to this point, Li Chia couldn't help but smile. The kingdom was very fortunate that he didn't touch them. However, if their descendants didn't know life from death, then he would be glad to repeat history. On the second day of staying at the mountain, the madam went to the garden early in the morning and was jolted by the thing she saw. Because there were all kinds of poisonous insects in the garden. Even a demon king like her couldn't help but gasp before such a sight. Li Chia had sprinkled powder over the little pond in the garden. Inside was a 3-meter-long centipede drinking the water. Within a big basin was a poisonous snake with its entire flaming body playing around in the mud. Inside a large bowl was a scorpion king spewing and sucking in poisonous air as if it was refining poisonous pills. The madam was quite creeped out by this as chills continuously ran down her spine. It was as if their garden had become a poisonous nest overnight. Chapter 732, Devil Hand Sacred. Dr. Li Chia had an air of calmness as he gazed towards the farthest location of the kingdom. However, the madam and Tai Yi could smell a stench of blood as they envisioned a scene where tides of blood covered the sky. Li Chia was a bloodthirsty beast, waiting for his prey to come to his door. After a while, Li Chia looked back at Tai Yi and asked, any other news? Tai Yi was excited and quickly replied, young noble will like this last piece of news and be spirited again. Li Chia slightly waved his hand and said, okay, don't push it. Speak. Fairy Yuan is here too. Tai Yi immediately said, even earlier than us, in fact. She is already inside Alchemy City. Saiha is here. Li Chia was surprised after hearing this. When they parted back at the Celestial Peak, Yuan Saiha had said that she might not be able to participate in the conference this time. Tai Yi quickly responded, yes, I heard Observant Monarch's divine root is ill. This is quite a big problem, so he personally invited Fairy Yuan. I heard that he and the previous generation sect master of the Serene Garden have a deep friendship, so it is not too surprising that he can get her to come. Tai Yi was also there back at the Celestial Peak with these two. He understood that Li Chia had a good impression and greatly valued Yuan Saiha, so he listened carefully to her news without missing any details. Does young noble want to see Fairy Yuan right now? She is currently at the Observant Monarch's mansion. I heard that in the last 2 days, the monarch had invited many young alchemists to his mansion. Li Chia happily said, since Saiha is here, we might as well go have a look and see her. I don't have anything to do right now anyway. The madam was surprised. She was caught off guard with her young master valuing Ming Yeshua, but now he thought highly of Yuan Saiha as well. Maybe only Fairy Yuan will be able to charm young master. The madam jokingly mused. No matter the occasion, her young master would always be confident and nonchalant as if he was prepared for anything and never in a hurry. It could even be said that this was her first time seeing her young master taking the initiative to go see a girl. Li Qiye only slightly shook his head and smilingly responded, Zi Yan, you are only half right. Caihe is indeed a good girl that is loved by everyone. However, very few girls in this world can move my heart. He grew melancholic and was submerged in his memories after saying this. After tens of millions of years, the girls that stayed by his side were plentiful, including goddesses, fairies, and princesses. Some were stunning and brilliant, others were charming and gentle, and there were the pleasant and lovely ones. He even trained a few empresses himself. Nevertheless, after such a long period of time, very few girls were able to cause his heart to thump. He gently shook his head again after recomposing his thoughts. The observant monarch's mansion in the city was large. Multiple peaks were connected to each other as dozens of mountains surrounded the entire area as if it was its own world. Very few residences in the city could reach this size. However, the observant monarch was indeed qualified to have such a residence. As a royal subject of the kingdom, he was one of its oldest monarchs. He was also a direct disciple of the main branch. This background alone was enough to show his noble status. He also had meritorious contributions for the kingdom throughout his entire life. His loyalty to the imperial family was proven with hard work, so he was highly favored by the family. Within the last few days, the monarch hosted a banquet at his mansion with many young alchemists. Even those who were not invited could still come as guests. The monarch's doors were open and welcomed all alchemists. The Alchemy Kingdom already had a grand hall to receive new alchemists for this conference, so the monarch's move was clearly a strategy from the imperial family. His goal was to observe the young alchemists, and if he saw ones with potential, he would try to recruit them for the kingdom. Among the many guest alchemists, those who were personally invited by the monarch to the mansion were all famous young alchemists. The uninvited ones still came in order to build connections with other alchemists for the future. Within the mansion, the youths were separated into groups. Outside of talking about alchemy and spirit medicines, they were also gossiping about other events. The most notable guests at the mansion were the Cauldron Marquis and the Devil Hand Sacred Doctor. They were surrounded by many young alchemists who were more than willing to befriend them. The Sacred Doctor was a genius of the Balian clan, the junior brother of the white-hair alchemy god. Although he was a very arrogant person and was hard to get along with, many people were still willing to befriend him. As for the Cauldron Marquis, he was a genius alchemist of the crystallized sea sect. Although his fame was not as great as their descendant, young noble Peiyu, being a genius alchemist of an imperial family, still earned him quite a reputation in the alchemy realm. Today, both of them were invited by the monarch to this party. It could be said that they were moons surrounded by stars. They were very well received by the other youths. Marquis, I heard that young noble Peiyu has returned. Will he come to Alchemy City? A young alchemist was trying to make a conversation with the Cauldron Marquis. Although the Marquis was bestowed a royal title, he was still very young as a demon. After hearing this, he nodded and said, after my first brother came out of his cultivation session, he took a trip to the beast realm. I believe he wants to spar against the Golden Crow Prince. Young noble Peiyu's heavens will radiant physique is peerless in this world. He definitely will not lose against the Golden Crow Prince. An alchemist wanted to curry favor with the Cauldron Marquis. Fool, what do you know? At this time, the Sacred Doctor interrupted and sneered, the Golden Crow tribe's offense is unmatched in this generation. The prince not only came out from this tribe, he is also the inheritor of the Heaven Hoof Ravine. He has the arts of two legacies. Even if Peiyu had a stronger defense, he would not be able to stop the crow's sharp attacks. The Sacred Doctor was also very young. Although they were both geniuses, the Marquis was easier to get along with. Meanwhile, the doctor's eyes were up in the sky. He was very proud and never minced words for nobodies. His words caused many young alchemists to be unhappy, but they didn't dare to retort against him and could only bury their annoyance. The Marquis was also not willing to become enemies with the doctor. Chapter 733, observant mansion, right, right. How could the Marquis have heard of such a nobody? Another young alchemist quickly buttered up to the monarch. A simple and honest person always lacked a sense of social awareness even though they didn't really want to leave the Marquis with no face. This simple alchemist couldn't hold it in and blurted, I heard this Lucia's fate pills were unbelievable. They all had a near golden tint, pretty to the point of perfection. Marquis, you need to be careful and be sure to beat this Lucia. The Marquis almost vomited blood from anger after hearing this simple alchemist's words. He didn't want to bring up Lucia since him murdering so many Radiant Sea members was a huge humiliation. Now, this simple alchemist just had to bring up Lucia of all people, causing the Marquis to feel quite annoyed. Idiot, how could you trust such rumors? The sacred doctor sneered and shouted at this simple alchemist, refining pills like cooking is not possible for even a legendary alchemist, let alone a human brat. Humph, this Lucia, he only has a good heavenly cauldron. The people there didn't understand the matter so they considered him a god or something. They are just false rumors. The simple alchemist felt indignant after this retort and said, everyone said it. I even heard that this Lucia didn't only have an untouchable Tao of alchemy, he also has an invincible cultivation. Someone said that he defeated many experts, including an ancestor from the Huangfu clan. After saying this, he couldn't help but glance at the Marquis. He actually wanted to say that even the Radiant Sea alchemy saint was killed by Lucia, but he managed to hold back this piece of information. The Marquis was about to vomit blood. If it wasn't for the alchemist's truly honest appearance, then he would have thought that this alchemist was deliberately provoking him. This fool had no sense of propriety. If this wasn't the observant mansion, he would have kicked this fool flying away already. What the hell are you saying? A smarter alchemist noticed the Marquis' sour mood and immediately denounced this simple alchemist, Lucia is shit. So what if he defeated the Huangfu ancestor? Those are only egotistical rumors. The ancestor is an invincible paragon, so how could Lucia kill him? Bah, how can you even say such shameless words? This Li guy daring to act all arrogant at Alpine Mountain was simply due to the fact that he was holding on to the mountain's legs. The Huangfu ancestor was defeated by the Alpine Tree Father. Humph, for a junior like Lucia, not to mention the ancestor, any expert could easily crush him into pieces. In order to help the crystallized sea sect and befriend the Marquis, this young alchemist tried his best to debase Lucia as if he was not worth a single coin just to make the Marquis happy. He's just scum borrowing someone else's prestige to look good, not worth mentioning. The Marquis felt better after hearing the smart alchemist's statement. But these aren't my words. The simple-minded alchemist must have been all muscles. After being scolded by the sacred doctor and now a different alchemist, he felt very indignant and said, others said it, I'm only repeating what I heard. This Lucia apparently is comparable to the 4 alchemy prodigies while his cultivation is comparable to the celestial being and the imperial edge. The Marquis couldn't help but shake with anger. He was helpless when it came to encountering such a stupid fool. His mood was quickly improved only to be ruined again with just one stupid sentence. Zhong Xian, you idiot, get the hell out of here. The smart alchemist was also shaking with anger because of the simple alchemist. It wasn't easy for him to curry some favor, but this idiot ruined all of his efforts. He pointed at the simple alchemist and scolded, Lucia is nothing. How can he be qualified to compare to the 4 prodigies, the celestial being, and the imperial edge? Bah, he better take another look at himself in a mirror. He's only scum that knows how to praise himself and use other people. Only an idiot like you, Zhong Xian, can be around him. The alchemist named Zhong Xian was full of grievances and said, but, these aren't my words. First, I am not nothing, I am a human. At this time, a leisurely voice appeared and continued on, second, this celestial being and imperial edge are not worthy of being compared to me, doing so would be praising them too much. Third, if you and I have some grievances, then I can understand why you are defaming me. However, defaming me just to suck up to someone else. Should I throw you out or just kill you on the spot? Two people leisurely came in from the door and walked to the party's courtyard. The leading man was Li Qie with Madame Ziyan right behind him. Li Qie, many people stood up upon sighting him. A few young alchemists from the alchemy realm inwardly shuddered because right behind him was Madame Ziyan, the demon king of a country. Her status and position were far above many in the younger generation. Even a genius alchemist would be extremely afraid of a heavenly king. The madam also enjoyed a great reputation among the younger generation of this realm. Li Qie came forward to look at the smart alchemist before idly saying, "Today, my mood can be considered decent. Although you spoke behind my back, I will not dwell on it. Slap your face 3 times and consider that as your punishment." The smart alchemist couldn't help but take several steps back and hide behind the cauldron marquee. He, of course, couldn't slap himself in front of everyone. Otherwise, how could he show himself anywhere in the future? "You are Li Qie, right?" The marquis stepped forward and coldly leered at Li Qie. "This isn't a place for you to act so presumptuously." Li Qie met his leer and said, "I can act presumptuously wherever I want. It seems that your crystallized sea sect still hasn't learned its lesson. After so many deaths, it still dares to step up for someone else. How courageous." Bold words. The sacred doctor found Li Qie unpleasant as well. Although he had no feud with Li Qie, an arrogant person like him held everyone in disdain. He couldn't stand Li Qie's arrogant attitude, so he sneered, "You are only relying on others. If the Tree Father wasn't your backer, you wouldn't be able to do shit. You really think this place is all Pine Mountain?" Wrong. This is the Alchemy Kingdom, and here is Alchemy City, the Observant Mansion. Be smart and scram lest you humiliate yourself. Although news of Li Qie killing the alchemy saint and the elders of the ravine had spread, Li Qie had never personally taken action. Many people assumed that it was not his doing, but the Tree Father's instead. They all thought that the Tree Father secretly lent Li Qie a hand. That's right, the Observant Mansion does not welcome a ruthless, shameless wretch like you. The stone medicine world's Tao of alchemy will not allow scum like you to stain it. Alchemists gather here to discuss alchemy. A person who wants to kill so impulsively like you shouldn't stay here and ruin the atmosphere. Get the hell out of here, now. The smart alchemist hiding behind the marquee quickly fanned the flames. He was naturally afraid. It wasn't necessarily because of Li Qie, but the madam standing next to Li Qie caused his legs to lose strength. Ruthless, shameless wretch. Li Qie did not become angry. He stroked his chin and leisurely smiled to say, "It seems that if I don't kill a few people, I won't be worthy of an adjective like ruthless." Having said that, he walked towards the smart alchemist. "You think this is a place where you can be violent?" The marquis blocked Li Qie's path and said, "Brother Jean, although I am only a guest at the mansion, I'm sure the mansion will not blame us if we teach this brute a lesson." At this moment, a young man with an intrepid aura led a group of experts to the scene and immediately separated Li Qie's group from the marquis. This imposing youth was the brother Jean referred to by the marquis and also a disciple of the observant monarch. While the mansion welcomed all alchemists as guests, there were always experts present at any time to stop all troublemakers to avoid problems. And so, the youth stopped Li Qie and coldly said, "Please go back. Our mansion does not welcome you as a guest." Li Qie casually inquired, "Oh. Isn't your observant mansion very hospitable with its door always open to alchemists?" "That depends on the person." This disciple had a good relationship with the Cauldron Marquis. He not only prevented Li Qie from causing trouble at the venue, he coldly added to it to win some face for the Marquis, "We welcome alchemists, but you are not part of this group." That's right, if any random dog on the street could enter this mansion, then its reputation would be ruined. The cowering alchemist behind the Marquis quipped. Right now, with the Marquis protection and the mansion as his backing, he grew bolder and said, a junior like you who only relies on others is not qualified to be a guest at the monarch's mansion. Be smart and scram. So noisy. Before Li Qiye could respond, the madam stepped in and took action. Pop! This smart alchemist was slapped flying out of the mansion by the madam. With so much blood spurting everywhere, no one knew if he was dead or alive. Chapter 734, Observant Monarch. Many alchemists present were shocked at the madam slapping this alchemist flying. Many of them became nervous and didn't dare to breathe out loud. The fury of a heavenly king filled alchemists like them with dread. The Cauldron Marquis, the sacred doctor, and the disciple of the monarch were all shaken as well. Although they were very strong and had great reputations, this was due to their prowess in alchemy. Regarding cultivation, they were much weaker than the madam. The startled youth became much more courageous after remembering that his master was the observant monarch. He spoke solemnly to the madam, "Your Majesty Zi Yan, our observant mansion isn't a place for you to do as you please." The madam glanced at this youth and slowly uttered, "If you still consider yourself as a disciple of the observant monarch, then conduct yourself in such a manner." The madam's tyrannical aura caused the youth's heart to sink. Her ruler's aura alone had left him suffocating. When Li Qiye arrived at the mansion, the observant monarch could be found pacing back and forth in his guest room. He was very anxious while waiting for Yuan Saiha's news. He was worried about his divine root not being able to be saved. Suddenly, an old woman came out of nowhere, causing the monarch to exclaim in astonishment, "Grandma Bai, what brings you to my humble abode?" Not to mention ordinary heavenly kings or rulers, even those from imperial lineages would have to treat him with a certain level of respect. But now, he actually apologized to a junior. Even the Cauldron Marquis or the Sacred Doctor would never be able to enjoy such treatment. Li Qiye looked at the monarch and suddenly lost all of his enthusiasm and anger. He lazily waved his sleeve and said, "Very well, the unaware are sinless. Stand up. I am very grateful for young noble's magnanimity in my disciple's stead." The monarch quickly bowed. Meanwhile, how could his disciple dare to utter a word? He also quickly bowed. After receiving Li Qiye's forgiveness, the monarch added with haste, "Young noble's presence brings light to my humble dwelling, it is truly our honor. If young noble is willing to give us some face, please stay for a bit. This little monarch will do my best as a host and show young noble around Alchemy City." The observant monarch's polite and respectful attitude left all the alchemists here silly. Even geniuses like the Cauldron Marquis were not qualified to enjoy such treatment. Although the Marquis and Sacred Doctor were famous among the younger generation and also praised as geniuses, the observant monarch was the leader of the monarchs at the Alchemy Kingdom. Even their masters, sect masters, and clan masters would have to treat the monarch with respect. As those of the younger generation, when would they ever be treated so cordially by the monarch? Li Qiye was not very interested in the monarch's invitation. However, in the face of such polite and respectful treatment, even Li Qiye was unable to cause trouble. There was a great saying, "One does not slap a smiling face." Li Qiye shook his head and lightly said, "I will accept observant monarch's kind gesture. I heard the Serene Garden's Fairy Yuan is at your place, I am here to see her." The monarch hesitated for a moment after hearing this. The Cauldron Marquis took this chance to coldly speak, "Fairy Yuan is one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, the esteemed guest of all the sects in this world. How can you meet her whenever you wish? Countless lineages desire her presence, and countless alchemists will line up just to catch a glimpse of her." "Humph. She isn't someone that you can see." Since Li Qiye killed so many people from his crystallized sea sect, the Marquis had an implacable feud with him. Earlier, he wanted to cause a rift between Li Qiye and the monarch so that the monarch would take care of Li Qiye. Who would have thought that the situation would reverse to this state? How could the Marquis swallow this anger? "Fairy Yuan!" An alchemist shouted at this time. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and found a woman coming out from the main doors. It was a woman elegant like a lotus flower in a valley, unstained by this mundane world. She was the Serene Garden's descendant, one of the 4 contemporary alchemy prodigies, Yuan Saihe. All eyes immediately fell upon her the moment she arrived. Chapter 735, Poisonous Wound. Yuan Saihe stood there like an elegant lotus away from water. Although her appearance was not kingdom-toppling, her gentle and calm temperament made people fall for her. Fairy Yuan. Many alchemists were charmed after seeing her. She was the only girl among the 4 prodigies, so it could be said that she was the goddess in the minds of countless alchemists. Yuan Saihe was coming their way. In just a short moment, many eyes were glued onto her. Even a genius like the Marquis couldn't help but arch his chest gallantly in order to make himself more presentable. Someone like the extremely arrogant sacred doctor was excited as well. He stood up straight with great confidence, wanting to spark a conversation with her. Fairy Yuan, however, she only slightly nodded her head without pausing, drifting by the doctor. The Marquis saw that she was walking towards his direction and became very happy. He thought that he had a chance. Unfortunately, she continued walking like a gust of wind to appear before Wuxia. She revealed a calm and leisured smile and spoke with a trace of joy in her voice. Big Brother also came to the monarch's mansion. Wuxia's mood brightened after seeing Yuan Saihe. He cheerfully smiled and said, "I heard you were going to be here as a guest, so I especially came to see you." "Thank you, Big Brother." Yuan Saihe revealed a pleasant smile with her always peaceful demeanor. After seeing Yuan Saihe's temperament, the madam couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder why her young master would like Yuan Saihe so much. She was indeed favored by her young master. Yuan Saihe pulled Wuxia's hand in a natural manner, like a gentle and comforting spring breeze. Many young alchemists present were both envious and jealous at such an intimate scene, especially the Cauldron Marquis. He was flustered since earlier, he was teasing Wuxia about not being able to see Yuan Saihe. This scene was simply a violent slap to his face. Even the arrogant doctor felt annoyed and coldly scowled. As an alchemist, he naturally liked Yuan Saihe as well. Unfortunately, the beauty did not reciprocate this sentiment. "Senior, your divine root is fine. In 2 more years, it will be able to bloom," Yuan Saihe told the observant monarch. After hearing this, the monarch heaved a sigh of relief. The worry that lingered in his heart was finally lifted as he quickly responded, "It is all because of virtuous niece that the root was able to be saved. You have to stay here at the mansion for a while so that I, as a senior, can show you my best hospitality. Nothing would be better if young noble Li can stay as well. You should try to get him to stay." The monarch and the Serene Garden Master were the best of friends. When there was a problem with his divine root, he especially invited Sect Master Ren to come cure it. He didn't expect that the Sect Master was in seclusive cultivation, so Yuan Saihe came in her master's stead. Yuan Saihe smiled and gently shook her head to say, "Senior is too kind, it was no trouble at all. I will be following my big brother for a bit and will not stay in the mansion for now." The monarch knew that he couldn't hold them back, so it would be awkward if he tried any further. He had to say, "If virtuous niece and young noble Li need anything, you can come to my mansion at any time." Yuan Saihe quickly thanked him and was about to leave with Wuxia, but a disciple from the mansion barged in and exclaimed, "Master, not good, something happened to first brother." His face was pale and he spoke with grave urgency. The monarch's expression quickly changed as he raised his tone, "What happened to make you so anxious?" The first brother referred to in this conversation was the monarch's only son. At this time, more than 10 experts rushed into the room, carrying in a bloodied young man. In his chest was a hole so terrible that it seemed as if it had pierced it through completely. Moreover, the 10 experts were also stained with blood. They all had different levels of injuries, but theirs were merely flesh wounds. "My son." The monarch was aghast after seeing the young man being carried in. He quickly rushed over to check the wound on his son's chest, and his heart immediately sank. The bloody hole on the young man's chest emitted blood of a black shade, completely horrifying to anyone who saw it. The young man bellowed a pitiful cry at this time. There was no doubt that he was still alive, but he was being assaulted by the terrible poison. His body twisted with pain as if it wanted to break itself due to agony. The monarch was saddened by this scene. He hastily took action and sealed his son's fate palace in order to protect his true fate. Despite doing so, the boy's body still emitted a black fog as if the poison was attacking again. What actually happened? The monarch anxiously asked an expert who helped carry in the young man. Uncle, first brother wanted to enter the serpent marsh to hunt some longevity beasts, but we were ambushed by a poisonous creature. We didn't even see its shape before first brother was seriously injured. If senior uncle didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid we would have been completely annihilated. This child, the monarch was both angry and shocked as he exclaimed, how could he be so reckless as to go to Alchemy City's ominous ground? The city was vast. Although it was known as the capital, there were many dangerous areas within its territory. There were some that even virtuous paragons would not recklessly tread into. The monarch noticed that the black fog was becoming thicker on his son's body, so he immediately used one of his powerful laws to seal his son's vitality and commanded his disciple, quick, go bring some soul-rending immortal powder. The expert holding the young man shook his head and said, Uncle, when first brother was wounded, we immediately used soul-rending immortal powder on his body, but there was not much effect. It could only temporarily stop the poison. The monarch was in distress after hearing this. Keep in mind that soul-rending immortal powder was a famous medicine in the alchemy kingdom, capable of treating any injury. If this powder was ineffective, then other ointments would be even more so. Monarch, I'm afraid your young noble is stricken with an extremely rare poison, so ointments will not be effective, not even soul-rending immortal powder. The devil hand sacred doctor slowly spoke while standing at the side. The monarch calmed down and looked at the sacred doctor. He finally remembered that this famous doctor's medical skill could be considered top rank in the stone medicine world. The monarch quickly cupped his hands towards the doctor and said, Virtuous nephew is the #1 doctor in our time. My son's life is hanging on a thread, please save him. The sacred doctor couldn't help but reveal a proud smirk after a big shot like the monarch had to ask him for help. He looked around at everyone before coming closer to the young man on the ground and carefully observed his wound. After a moment, he spoke, Your young noble was ambushed by a devil pond leech. This creature has a body that resembles a serpent and is around 4 meters long. It is completely gray and headless, but it does have a mouth that can open up like a flower with sharp teeth. Its speed is lightning fast and can quickly sneak attack people, piercing through their chest, resulting in a swift death. Yes, yes. The creature that attacked first brother matches the doctor's description. The expert confirmed after hearing this. The devil pondleech's poison is extremely fierce and can instantly kill someone. If it wasn't for your young noble's high cultivation and the swift application of the powder, then I'm afraid he would not be alive right now. However, if this continues, his death is certain. He will not last another 6 hours. The doctor raised his tone and said. The frightened monarch quickly asked the doctor, Can virtuous nephew cure this poison? The sacred doctor laughed proudly then ostentatiously said, Monarch, although this leech might be very rare and extremely poisonous to the point where it can kill a heavenly king, to me, this is not an issue at all. There is no ailment that I cannot heal in this world. After his preening declaration, he couldn't help but to look over at Yuan Saiha. He wanted to show off before the beauty so that she could witness his supreme medical skill. Despite his great hubris, everyone knew that he was qualified to act in that manner due to his amazing medical ability. Virtuous nephew, please save my son. The monarch couldn't contain his elation since there was finally a solution. The doctor smiled arrogantly and said, Monarch, saving your son isn't difficult. However, you should have heard of my habits, my price is not small. The monarch merely took a deep breath. He had heard tales of the doctor before and was mentally prepared. He deepened his tone and said, "What does virtuous nephew want? As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best." "I heard observant monarch has a wish scepter." The doctor smiled and said, "I have heard of this treasure. Would you be willing to part with this item?" This condition caused the monarch's expression to change. He really had such a treasure, but it was very important to him. He grew hesitant since this condition was too harsh. His wish scepter is extremely precious, an unfathomable artifact. "Monarch, time does not wait for anyone." The doctor coldly said, "The imperial family's ancestors or a legendary alchemist can cure this poison, but can monarch wait until one of them comes to help? If monarch delays the treatment, then I'm afraid your son will not be able to keep his life." Yuan Saiha stood there like an elegant lotus away from water. Although her appearance was not kingdom-toppling, her gentle and calm temperament made people fall for her. Fairy Yuan. Many alchemists were charmed after seeing her. She was the only girl among the four prodigies, so it could be said that she was the goddess in the minds of countless alchemists. Yuan Saiha was coming their way. In just a short moment, many eyes were glued onto her. Even a genius like the Marquis couldn't help but arch his chest gallantly in order to make himself more presentable. Someone like the extremely arrogant sacred doctor was excited as well. He stood up straight with great confidence, wanting to spark a conversation with her, Fairy Yuan. However, she only slightly nodded her head and didn't stop walking. Chapter 736, Devil Pond Leech. The monarch gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, if virtuous nephew can save my son, then my wish scepter will be yours." In order to save his son, the monarch had to give up his treasure. Although there were ancestors from the kingdom that could cure this poison, they were all buried underground. He couldn't just meet them as he pleased. Even if an ancestor was willing to save his son, the delay might adversely affect the treatment. If monarch is willing to trade the wish scepter for his life, then everything will be easy. The sacred doctor said, "The devil pond leech's poison affinity is een, and luckily, I also have the ashes of heartspark grass to stabilize the toxin and prevent it from spreading." Having said that, he took out a small box that contained ashes. People could sense a wave of heat assaulting their faces. It was apparent just how powerful the yang affinity of this particular grass was. All the alchemists watched the sacred doctor with bated breaths. Everyone knew that his medical skill was unmatched in this world, so they wanted to see him in action just once. This is the wrong approach. When the sacred doctor wanted to apply the ashes of heartspark grass on the young man's chest, a leisurely and calm voice appeared. The doctor looked back. The speaker was, of course, Li Qie, whom he was especially annoyed with. Li Qie and the two ladies were about to leave, but they stopped after seeing the gravely wounded son of the monarch being carried in. The always arrogant doctor was proud of his medical ability. Although his conditions were very harsh, he had indeed saved many people near death. Many injuries that rendered even bigger sects helpless were healed by him. Thus, the sacred doctor never allowed people to question his art. Moreover, he already hated Li Qie from the start, so after hearing his words, the doctor immediately coldly spoke, "Ignorant brat, what do you know? Don't spew nonsense if you don't understand medicine. Don't think that just because of your trivial pill refinement skill that you truly understand the Tao of alchemy. When it comes to the art of healing, you are not even comparable to a fart." Due to the existing enmity and Li Qie questioning his skill, he immediately spared no face in his retort. In fact, he had never given anyone face before. Is that so? Surprisingly, Li Qie did not become angry like usual. He only revealed a smirk while saying, "Since you are so versed in medicine, I want to hear your opinion." The doctor smiled sarcastically before harshly responding, "Since a cricket like you wants to learn, then I'll teach you a thing or two." Fairy Yuan is also an alchemy genius, so she must understand medicology as well. The leech's poison is it's ferocious and spreads extremely quickly. Because of this, I will use the ashes of heartspark grass to stabilize the toxicity. This grass is of the yang affinity, a great recovery tool. I used Samadhi true fire to burn it into ashes, so its yang affinity became even higher. It is extremely appropriate to combat the cold poison with the ashes of this grass. After the toxicity level is reduced, I will open the injured person's chest and use my exclusive technique to seal his true fate and flesh and force the poison out of the wound. When there is no poison left over inside his body, I will use another unique strand of detoxifying sacred medicine to destroy any remnants. The doctor laughed proudly at this point before continuing with great hubris. Many people think that a sacred detoxifying medicine would be able to cure all toxins, but this is not the case. Once a ferocious poison infiltrates the body, it won't just spread throughout the physical self, it will also harm the true fate. Only by gathering the poison in one place through meticulous examination then using medicine to dissolve it would no problems be left behind, this is the best method. For this method, outside of using a profound saber art to open the chest, it would require my secret poison removing art. As for the detoxifying medicine, of course it is the best. Only I, the devil hand sacred doctor, know all three of these things in the contemporary times. The doctor was elated as he looked at Yuan Saihe with his head high and chest out. He was usually not a talkative person, but when it came to medicine, he could go on and on. Moreover, he wanted to show off to Yuan Saihe, so he deliberately flaunted his skill. I have little knowledge regarding actual medicinal applications. Yuan Saihe contemplated for a moment before tilting her head and saying, in theory, this method should work. It is just theoretical. Li Qiye smiled while shaking his head to say, if you try to do this, I'm afraid that not only will you kill the injured, your own life will be forfeited as well. How ignorant! The doctor shouted, I could easily cure an even more ferocious poison. Even the most soul-ending poison in the alchemy realm would be no problem, let alone this devil pond leech. If you don't understand medicine, then don't stand here and spout frightening words to scare people. Someone like you wants to speak of medicine with brother sacred doctor. At this time, the Marquis helped out the doctor. How could he miss this chance of kicking someone who was already down? He sneered, brother sacred doctor's medicinal ability is unmatched in this world. You're just a junior yet you still dare to comment on his ability now of all times. How pitifully ignorant. Regarding the way of medicines, you are not even worthy of holding his shoes. No matter what, he would obtain vengeance for the crystallized sea sect. Even if he couldn't kill Li Qiye right now, he would still do his best to humiliate him. Marquis is right. Another young alchemist wouldn't miss this opportunity for flattery and sneered. A few ignorant people want to boast and debate medicine with the sacred doctor, but this is simply teaching a fish how to swim. It was rare for such a good opportunity to arise, so the sacred doctor just had to show his matchless medicinal skill before Yuan Saihe and humiliate Li Qiye. Thus, he snorted and told the monarch, Monarch, when I am detoxifying the poison, I need complete concentration. If some dumb things buzz around my ear, I won't be able to focus. If a mistake happens, then I won't be able to guarantee anything. If Monarch wants your young noble to recover, then please tell these stupid things to shut up for me. This was his favorite thing to do, putting on an imposing and aggressive attitude to shame others. The observant monarch was powerless. His son's life was in the sacred doctor's hands, so he quickly cupped his fists towards Li Qiye and said, young noble Li, harmony is to be treasured. Let's take a step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth, please don't argue any longer. Li Qiye stared at the monarch and only gently shook his head to say, if monarch is so sure, then I won't say anything else. The sacred doctor snorted and arrogantly said, Monarch, don't worry. I will save your son in no time at all. With that, he slowly placed the ashes on the young man's chest wound. Szzz. The moment the ashes fell on the wound, it began to dissolve the toxin. The black energy that was initially coming from the wound turned into a green smoke. It's working. The sacred doctor's skill is truly unmatched in this world and worthy of his reputation. Only a few ignorant fools would question him. After seeing this scene, a young alchemist exclaimed in amazement. The doctor was basking in this glory. He smiled proudly with utmost confidence in his medicinal skill. Even if his pill refining ability was not as great as his senior brother, the white-hair alchemy god, no one in the current era could compare to his medicinal skill. Ah! However, the doctor's expression suddenly froze. In the blink of an eye, a black ray flashed by at an unbelievable speed. Even an expert like the observant monarch could only see its shadow and couldn't make out what it actually was. At this time, the doctor still wore a gloating smile, but a small hole had been drilled into his forehead. A tiny strand of blood dripped down from it as his body tensed up before falling to the ground. This development came too quickly. Many people had yet to calm down, and once they did, nearly all of them quickly retreated and maintained their distance. No one dared to come close. Even the monarch was aghast and exclaimed, "What happened?" He gasped after seeing the doctor on the ground. Even a heaven's equal king like him didn't know what killed the doctor by drilling the very small hole on his forehead. Oh God, an alchemist couldn't contain his scream of horror. He was pale with trembling legs. As a genius alchemist, Yuan Saihe instantly realized something and said with surprise, "There is something in his body." Ah, the young man lying there bellowed. His body tensed up again as if it was about to snap in half. One could hear the sounds of bones grinding together, seemingly on the verge of breaking. The young man rolled back and forth, writhing with pain. "My son!" The monarch was horrified. He immediately used his power to seal the young man's body to relieve his pain. However, the effect was not clear. "You didn't listen to me, so you have to suffer like this." Li Qiye looked at the doctor on the ground and said dismissively, "You can only blame your lack of skill for your death, but now you are also bringing someone else down with you. What a sin!" Everyone present felt a chill. No one knew how the doctor died or what the thing inside the young man's body was. Bao, did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Doctor the Wise? Reader, no. Bao, I thought not. It's not a story Shanks would tell you. It's an emperor's legend. Darth Doctor was a sacred doctor of the Balian clan, so powerful and so wise that he could use alchemy to influence the author into saving people. Reader, he could actually save people from death. Bao, the restorative side of the Tao of alchemy is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Reader, what happened to him? Bao, he became so powerful that, the only thing he was afraid of was crossing the main character, which he eventually did, of course. Unfortunately, he acted as arrogantly as he could before this person, then this person XXX. Ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself. Reader, is it possible to learn this power? Bao, not if you are someone who reads Shanks' translations. Chapter 737, Peerless Medicinal Skill. Ah, the young man's pitiful scream echoed all the way to the blue sky. His body was about to twist in half, starting with his spine. His entire body was in an agonizing pain. Although his true fate was stained by the poison, he still had some reason and shrilly exclaimed, "Father, send me off." "No, my son, you have to hold on." The monarch was distraught and quickly said, "I will find someone to cure this poison." "Senior, someone capable is right in front of you, why do you still want to search?" The kind Yuan Saihe saw the young man no longer wanting to live from the pain, so she reminded the monarch. The monarch lifted his head to look at Yuan Saihe. After a split second, he immediately understood who she was referring to. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Qiye. "Young noble Li, this little monarch has eyes but might as well be blind. I offended you earlier, please forgive me. As long as young noble can save my son, you can strike or kill me if you like." Monarch said too much. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, I have no grievance against you, so why would I want to hit or kill you? Besides, curing is not my area of expertise. The monarch was at a loss after hearing this, but he had no other plan at this moment. He couldn't help but send a glance towards Yuan Saihe as a call for help. Ultimately, she was too kind. She gently asked Li Qie, Big brother, you have a kind heart, so save the young monarch. Saihe's words are wrong. I have never had a kind heart, I am someone who kills without batting an eye. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. He gently stroked her hair and continued, however, since you asked, how could I not help him? I knew that big brother will not let someone die without helping. Yuan Saihe smiled softly. Although her smile was not kingdom-toppling, her gentle and tranquil temperament was so beautiful that it made her seem as if she could resolve everything. Li Qie stepped forward and took a fang out from the young man's wound. He threw it on the ground and lightly said, It is true that he was ambushed by a devil pond leech. Its poison can indeed be fatal, but this is not the most deadly part of this matter. In fact, he will not die right now despite the vicious poison of the leech. Why is that? The monarch had to ask, if its poison can't kill my son, then why is he in such pain right now? Normally, this poison definitely can kill him, but right now there is something inside of him that does not wish for his death. Li Qie answered, It wants to use your son's body as a breeding ground, as a host. Even if the leech's poison is rampaging throughout his body, that thing will still let him live on. What is it? The monarch felt creeped out after hearing this. He could already imagine his son's agony if he had to live like this from now on. It is a leech maggot. Li Qie said, an extremely rare parasitic monster, even rarer than the devil pond leech. Normally, it will live inside the devil pond leech's poisonous fangs and feed on the toxin there. However, when the maggot wants to lay eggs, it will control the pond leech to attack prey. And this prey has to be a powerful creature. For example, a strong cultivator, a longevity spirit, or a heavenly beast. Li Qie continued, this is because the maggot requires both the poison of the leech and the essence of the powerful prey to hatch its eggs. After the leech attacks, the maggot will instantly push all the poison from the leech's fangs into the prey and climb inside as well. Because of this, after the venom runs out, the fang will also fall out, stuck in the prey's body. Here, Li Qie glanced at the fang on the ground and said, very few pond leeches carry this type of parasite. Only a quack would think that the fatal wound came from the leech's poison. In fact, even without curing this particular toxin, the maggot will eventually devour it completely. After it finishes absorbing this toxin and the new host's vitality, the egg can hatch at any time, and that moment will signal the demise of the host. Of course, before the end, the host will definitely suffer the most painful experience in their life and will wish for death. Li Qie said, therefore, after being marked by this particular maggot, many hosts choose to end their lives early. After listening to Li Qie, the monarch felt creeps running down his spine. This parasite's method of murder was simply too horrifying. The knowledgeable monarch had waded through countless storms and had broad horizons, but he had never heard of this leech maggot before. How do we help him right now then? The monarch anxiously said, do we need to open his chest to reach his palace, or do we completely cleanse his flesh? If young noble can cleanse the poison in his true fate, then my son can let go of his physical body. As long as the true fate is fine, I can help him rebuild his body. There is no need to be so serious and open his chest and palace. Li Qie smiled and said, those are just the practices of quacks. A real alchemist would use their own heavenly cauldron, this is their most important tool. A monster like this leech maggot isn't really that ferocious and can be easily dealt with. If we have to open his palace just to deal with this maggot, then once we meet a true poisonous fiend, would we have to destroy his true fate as well? The monarch quickly prostrated to the ground and voiced his request, young noble, please save my son, this little monarch will be forever grateful. Li Qie lightly said, please stand up. Saiha had asked me, so I will save his life. Having said that, he summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron and assumed control. One could only see strands of cauldron flames falling into Li Qia's hand. He then placed his hand on the young man's chest. It was as if these fiery strands had their own consciousness as they delved into the young man's body. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body was lit up like a transparent lantern. Under the illumination of the fiery strands, one could easily see everything inside, including his muscles and bones. Although the fire had invaded the young man, it didn't hurt him in the slightest. The strands entered his body in such a natural and unbelievable manner. This can't be real. Many alchemists present were astounded by the scene unraveling before their eyes since they couldn't fathom this reality. Everyone knew that the fire source of a cauldron was formed after devouring many different species of fire. Each cauldron fire was different, but one thing was certain: to be able to refine pills, their power had to be absolutely amazing. But at this second, Li Qia was able to control the flame and made it enter the body of a living person without damaging them at all. This was extremely fantastical and shouldn't be possible in real life. Even the young alchemists who were annoyed with Li Qiya were left dumbfounded and reckoned that this mastery of fire was unique in this world. After seeing this, the Cauldron Marquis expression became very unsightly. Outside of shock, he was also extremely jealous. He was called the Cauldron Marquis because he was adept at controlling his cauldron, but he simply didn't know a technique like Li Qiya's. Even if he was to be taught, he wouldn't be able to replicate this level of skill. This was indeed the highest level of cauldron control. Under the light of the fiery strands, the leech maggot in the young man's body was finally exposed. It was hiding in a corner of the body. After being illuminated by the fire, it let out a ferocious scream. Even though it was as thin as a strand of silk, it was still very creepy looking. In an instant after detecting the maggot, the fiery strands near it turned into universal laws. These strands instantly locked the maggot. Everyone could hear a clanking sound as the maggot was pulled out of the young man's body by the fire. XSH, the maggot frantically struggled to escape the fiery strands with its astonishing speed. Many people quivered after seeing the ferocity of this maggot that was as thin as a strand of hair. They could already imagine how terrible it would be if this maggot was inside their own body. Boom! In this moment, the fiery strands locking the maggot turned into the most overbearing flame in this world. With a little sizzle, it instantly incinerated this maggot, leaving behind nothing but ashes. After seeing the removal of the maggot, the monarch took a deep sigh of relief. However, he couldn't help but ask after seeing the poisonous air that still remained, "Young nobly, what about the poison of the leech inside my son?" This is even simpler. Li Qiya controlled the cauldron and smiled before fueling the fire once more. The remaining fiery strands inside the young man's body ignited again. In the blink of an eye, his body caught on fire as if it was being cremated. Out of fear for his son's safety, the monarch had to ask, "Young noble, will my son be okay?" Li Qiya calmly replied, "Don't worry, this is only burning the poison. He won't be harmed in the slightest." Within the burning fire, the young man's body began to emit green smoke. Plumes of green smoke came out and eventually dispersed. After a while, it completely dissipated. Afterward, these fiery strands receded from his body like a tide. The young man's vitality seemed to be restored as his face became pink again. Li Qiya recalled the cauldron and said, "Good, it's now up to you. The wound on his chest can be cured by your kingdom's soul-rending immortal powder." After seeing his son's complexion brightening up after the poison went away, the monarch rejoiced and shouted, "Quick, go get the powder and apply it on your first brother." Chapter 738, Chao Guiyao. After the powder was applied, the chest wound closed up very quickly and a scab started to form. This powder was indeed worthy of being the supreme ointment from the alchemy kingdom. His son's complexion started to look better, so the monarch was relieved. He prostrated on the ground and said, "Young noble's medical ability must be supreme in this world. Your Tao of alchemy is profound with no rivals. Your control of fire is also unique in this world. You saved my son's life, so if you ever need this little monarch in the future, just say the word." All of a sudden, everyone in the yard became silent. The monarch's words were not mere flattery. All had eyes and saw that whether it was Li Qia's medical ability or his fire control, his skills could only be described as astonishing. Even the Marquis Cauldron, who was known as a genius, was very jealous and full of hate. There were also some envious alchemists. Li Qia was able to save the monarch's son, meaning that he had tied a knot of friendship with him. Since the monarch was a royal subject valued by the imperial family, this was equivalent to gaining a powerful backer. Li Qia was very relaxed after being thanked by the monarch. He leisurely said, "If monarch wants to thank someone, then thank Saiha." To him, befriending the monarch or gaining a powerful backer like the kingdom didn't matter. He only saved the monarch's son because of Yuan Saiha's simple request. The monarch quickly showed his gratitude towards Yuan Saiha. She didn't want to accept a big gesture, but nevertheless, the monarch still bowed towards her. At this time, Li Qia glanced over at the young alchemists present and said, "Only a fool would worship a quack as an expert. A group of fools is not qualified to debate medicine and the Tao of alchemy with me." Those who made fun of Li Qia earlier felt their faces burning. They had all been flattering the sacred doctor while belittling Li Qia at the same time. But look at it now, the doctor's cold body was on the ground while Li Qia saved the monarch's son. This was a resounding slap to their faces. Li Qia had never given any consideration to those who provoked him. Him mocking them was already mild enough. This was because of Yuan Saiha's presence, greatly improving his mood. Otherwise, he would have slapped them flying away. After saving the monarch's son, Li Qia didn't want to stay at the mansion and rejected the enthusiastic invitation from the monarch. After leaving, he smiled and said, "I was surprised to see you coming to Alchemy City." The madam nearby was moved. Yuan Saiha indeed had a strong influence on her young master. His emotions were normally unreadable, but now, his great mood was plain for all to see, caused by her presence. She also admitted that a gentle and elegant girl like Yuan Saiha was indeed very likable. Although she was not as peerlessly beautiful as Ming Yeshue, she gave a comfortable and natural feeling. Anyone, when together with her, would be very relaxed. Senior Observant's divine root was near death. He invited my master to help, but my master was in a very important stage in his cultivation and couldn't leave. I had no choice but to go in my master's stead. Yuan Saiha calmly said, "Since I'm already here, I will cheer Big Brother on. Your participation will make this conference become a legend." "I'm just playing around," Li Qia said with a smile, "but since you said it will be a legend, then so be it." Yuan Saiha chuckled in response. She had confidence in him. After coming back to the mountain that Li Qia was staying at, there were even more poisonous creatures in the courtyard. Yuan Saiha, as one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, exclaimed with surprise, "I didn't expect Big Brother to be versed in taming poisonous creatures as well." She carefully looked at each of the creatures lured here and was startled by some of them. "Just a little pastime of mine." Li Qia smilingly said, "It's fortunate that this is Alchemy City. Despite being called a city, among its vast lands, there are many ominous and dangerous locations with these kinds of creatures. It wouldn't be easy to attract so many if we were in a different location. Big Brother wants to use them to deal with an enemy?" she asked while looking at the creatures. Although she was a kind and non-competitive person, she also had a keen heart. She knew that Li Qia didn't want them as pets, so there was only one other explanation, to use them against a powerful enemy. "Just for fun," Li Qia said, "the enemies aren't important. Killing and killing even more becomes a bit boring, so I want to try something new." Yuan Saiha could only shake her head and lament the fate of whoever was recklessly running towards the spear tip and courting death. Although she was staying with Li Qiye spent very little time with her. He was either cultivating behind closed doors or playing around with some things that Madame Ziyan didn't understand. Only Yuan Saiha watched him avidly. In the next few days, Li Qiye sometimes attracted more poisonous creatures or prospected the land to glimpse into the mysteries within using profound methods. The madam couldn't see through what he was doing. His methods often had to do with the Tao of alchemy. As one of the four prodigies, Yuan Saiha finally saw some clues and startlingly revealed, Big Brother is preparing for something big. Such a heaven-defying method could only be withstood by an enemy like the Alchemy Kingdom. Someone from the younger generation would not be able to handle even a single strike. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond to her comment, and she stopped speaking as well. The date of the Alchemy Conference grew near. More and more youths from the world ran to the city, accompanied by the seniors from their sections. From this, the city didn't only have the presence of many sects, but also countless experts. As the crowd waited eagerly, one of the two prime candidates finally appeared. Chao Guiyao is here. No one knew who sent out this information, but it did create quite a stir in the kingdom. Many people, including geniuses of the younger generation, came to see his arrival as he was one of the four alchemy prodigies. Chao Guiyao looked around the age of 20 and had a rather square face. Although his appearance was not outstanding, the aura around him made it seem as if an immortal medicine would emerge at any time like the roar of a dragon grass. He was holding onto a cauldron, although it was still closed, it gave the feeling that it could scorch the entire world. In this manner, he appeared to be a deity with mastery over his cauldron, entering the sceneries of the 9 worlds and dyeing the spirit medicines and grasses that could be found. There was a very extraordinary air about him. He came alone without any accompanying experts. There was no divine chariot either, but there were 4 huge entities by his side that were as cold as ice. These demonic entities seemed to be made from steel and resembled mantises or demon monarchs. Beings like these that didn't have their own vitality rarely appeared, they were more akin to 4 black statues. Anyone would quiver with fear after seeing these 4 huge entities accompanying him. Chao Guiyao came from the state of Chao, an alchemy lineage from an alchemy emperor. It produced many famous alchemists and could be considered one of the strongest alchemy lineages in the stone medicine world. Although it was not known for its cultivation, as an alchemy lineage, many sects were willing to befriend it. Because of this, many from the younger generation and experts from the older generation went out of the city to greet him. To have such a grand reception was not only because of the lineage he hailed from. More importantly, the crowd, especially the youths, wanted to establish good relations with Chao Guiyao. The reason was very simple, his fate pill refinement skill could be considered one of the best in the present times. Fate pills were the most valued items for cultivators as they could increase their cultivation and strengthen their foundation. In this world, countless cultivators that wanted a sudden boost of power craved a large quantity of fate pills so that their cultivation could exceed others in a short period of time. Thus, the fate pills refined by Chao Guiyao were considered the best treasures in the minds of many cultivators. Due to this, those of the younger generation, especially geniuses who strived for the heavens' will to become the emperor, were more than happy to have ties with him. Brother Chao, you must be tired from traveling. We have prepared a feast just for you. There were many main descendants and princesses at his reception. Even rulers from the great powers could be found present. Chao Guiyao nodded his head and said after seeing the reception, then I will be imposing on everyone. In an instant, he became the moon surrounded by the stars as he entered the city, leading to even more spectators on the sidelines. A spectator emotionally exclaimed after seeing him, one of the 4 prodigies has arrived. This time, if Chao Guiyao doesn't win, then the white-hair alchemy god will win. After the powder was applied, the chest wound closed up very quickly and a scab started to form. This powder was indeed worthy of being the supreme ointment from the alchemy kingdom. His son's complexion started to look better, so the monarch was relieved. He prostrated on the ground and said, "Young noble's medical ability must be supreme in this world. Your Tao of alchemy is profound with no rivals. Your control of fire is also unique in this world. You saved my son's life, so if you ever need this little monarch in the future, just say the word." All of a sudden, everyone in the yard became silent. The monarch's words were not mere flattery. All had eyes to see that whether it was Li Qia's medical ability or his fire control, only astonishing could describe it. Even the Marquis Cauldron, who was known as a genius, was very jealous and full of hate. There were also some envious alchemists. Li Qia was able to save the monarch's son, meaning that he had tied a knot of friendship with him. Since the monarch was a royal subject valued by the imperial family, this was equivalent to gaining a powerful backer. Li Qia was very relaxed after being thanked by the monarch. He leisurely said, "If monarch wants to thank someone, then thank Saiha." To him, befriending the monarch or gaining a powerful backer like the kingdom didn't matter. He only saved the monarch's son because of Yuan Saiha's simple request. Chapter 739, White Hair Alchemy God. There was also an expert who saw the cold statues made of steel next to Chao Guiyao and apprehensively said, "These 4 giants are the divine steel demons that rampaged in the beast realm for a generation." So such brutal creatures were actually tamed by Chao Guiyao. Outsiders might not know that Chao Guiyao is not only skilled at fate pill refinement, his poison taming skill is also quite brilliant. A sect master from the beast realm explained, "Rumor has it that 1,000 years ago, the state of Chao used a supreme Tao of alchemy manual to trade for the insect swarm valley's poison insect taming manual. Although it was not a complete manual, rumor has it that this particular chapter was the essence of the art." Someone said in astonishment, "So he cultivates the insect taming art from the valley, no wonder why he can tame even the divine steel demons." The insect swarm valley was famous in this world. It was also an alchemy lineage, but it was different from the others. They were not versed in pill refinement or medicinal concoctions. Instead, they were masters of poisons and growing insects and other ferocious creatures. It was created by immortal Emperor Baizhong. Although it was one of the strongest lineages, its disciples rarely showed their faces. While Chao Guiyao had just entered Alchemy City and caused quite a stir, another genius alchemist came. It was the White Hair Alchemy God. His fame could only be greater than Chao Guiyao and not less. The White Hair Alchemy God is here. Many people didn't even need to look before knowing who had arrived, since a mighty and boundless blood energy swept through the city. This vitality was as boundless as a sea, but this great aura did not come from the White Hair Alchemist. At this time, many experts from the previous generation, including the leaders of sects and countries, appeared outside of the city. Even some old undyings who didn't want to show themselves came out at this time to give their greetings. Even the Yi clan's ancestor came out to greet the White Hair Alchemy God. Amazing. Many people were frightened after seeing so many grand characters from the previous generation coming out to greet the alchemist. Those who didn't know about the situation would think that a legendary master or a mythical god monarch had arrived. In actuality, it was only a young alchemist. How unfathomable was it for such a youth to have such a grand reception? Anyone would retreat when this powerful crowd stood outside of the city. With his white robe and tall stature, the White Hair Alchemist was much more handsome than Chao Guiyao. He appeared to be even more of a swan among a flock of chickens. His most outstanding feature was neither his good looks nor his excellent temperament, it was his hair that was as smooth and black as jade. The combination of his waterfall-like hair and shawl garnered a lot of attention. It made his proud aura even more apparent. A few people were confused since they didn't know the reason and had to ask, the White Hair Alchemy God's hair is as black as obsidian, so why is it that he is called White Hair? There are 2 explanations regarding this. A big shot from the stone realm patiently explained, the first is that when he was young, he already revealed his peerless talent for the Tao of alchemy. At the age of 3, he began to study the alchemy scripture left behind by the great refinement alchemy emperor. At 11, he was well versed in the Tao of alchemy. Because he was too focused on his studies and expended too much blood energy and vitality, his hair began to gray out during his childhood. However, on the day he became accomplished in the Tao of alchemy, he refined a medicine for himself. Within one night, his white hair became as black as jade, a very impressive task. Having said this, he couldn't help but glance at the alchemist's smooth and black hair once more. In fact, no matter where he went, his black hair would attract many gazes. It was even prettier than that of the opposite sex. Perhaps no girls in this world had hair comparable to the white hair alchemist's. The person who didn't know the reason lost himself in the explanation and immediately asked, "What about the other theory?" The other explanation has to do with the meaning of longevity medicines. The big shot continued, longevity medicines are used to increase one's lifespan. This means that after using it, white hair would turn black overnight. People considered the white hair alchemist to have the best longevity medicine refinement in this world, so many great characters from the previous generation beseeched him for his medicine. Even those who were near death and had gray hair would immediately have their hair revert to black overnight after using his medicine. Either speculation symbolized the peerlessness of the white hair alchemist's great longevity medicine refinement skill. Because of this reason, many big shots from the previous generation were willing to befriend him. Among the four prodigies, Chao Guiyao was versed in fate pills while the white hair alchemist specialized in longevity medicines. For experts from the previous generations, especially those near their death, what were they most afraid of? It was not a powerful enemy nor a stagnated cultivation, but death. Many grand characters in their old age became especially frightened of the day when their life would wither completely. Because of this, for millions upon millions of years now, countless ancestors would pay unbelievable sums for longevity medicines and immortal grasses that could prolong their life. Some didn't mind the suffering of being trapped in a blood-era stone underground. Longevity medicines had always been precious. The higher the level, the more sought after it would be. Moreover, alchemists who could create high-level longevity medicines were quite rare. As long as they were capable of refining these medicines, there was no fear of their products being unsold. One can easily imagine it, since the white hair alchemist's skill was considered top-ranked in this world, countless ancestors lusted for his products. To him, he could sell his medicines to whichever characters he fancied, this all depended on his mood. In the stone medicine world, even the most wealthy expert might not be able to buy longevity medicines from the white hair alchemist. Because of this, these old characters were willing to give up their pride and make ties with him. His position in this world was high to the point that at his call, many big shots would come running and support him. Very few people could enjoy such a grand reception like he did today. "Brother Balian, it must have been a long journey, but you are finally here." An old royal lord came out of the city and quickly cupped his hands together to greet him respectfully. The white hair alchemist came from the Balian clan, so many big shots didn't mind lowering themselves and calling him brother to befriend him. Despite receiving the greetings of so many big shots, the white hair alchemist's expression was still quite aloof and arrogant. He had already grown used to such events. Their group boldly entered Alchemy City as their blood energies raged like torrential storms. Anyone would retreat in front of such a group. This was even more prestigious than Chao Guiyao's showing. Every alchemist should try to be like the white hair alchemy god. Many alchemists were envious at such treatment. He was the star in their minds, a goal to strive towards. Countless alchemists worked their entire lives in order to become famous and be worshipped by the masses. With Chao Guiyao and the white hair alchemist creating an uproar in the city, Li Qie should have been inconspicuous in his desolate dwelling. However, someone actually came to see him. "Young master, the cloud-soaring venerable is here to visit you." Madame Ziyan informed Li Qie. Li Qie shook his head and said, "Cloud-soaring venerable. Never heard of him." This was not surprising at all. Essentially, he had never heard nor cared about the big shots of the stone medicine world. The cloud-soaring venerable is an advisor under Yi Qingqing. People call him Yi Qingqing's right-hand man. Many of Yi Qingqing's strategies come from the venerable. Madame Zi Yan explained. Someone under Yi Qingqing. Li Qie smiled and said, his advisor is coming to visit. A bit interesting, ever since he arrived at the stone medicine world, Yi Qingqing was the person brought up the most. The madam knew that her young master was unaware of many big characters in this world, so she introduced him. The venerable was not famous because of Yi Qingqing. He was already renowned as a cultivator with great talents. Unfortunately, he was born during the difficult Tao era and stopped at the Heavenly King realm. Recently, he became an amazing heavens-equal Heavenly King. Moreover, he is quite skilled at strategizing. His sect had swept over the stone realm for a period of time. However, after Yi Qingqing appeared, he brought his disciples and experts to join Yi Qingqing to work under him. Yi Qingqing also holds him in high regard. While he traveled the world, many alliances with Yi Qingqing were formed due to the venerable's meritable contributions. The madam reminded him at this point, young master, you have to be wary of this man. He is adept at schemes, so if we are not careful, we will fall into his trap. Li Qie laughed and shook his head to say, oh, Zi Yan. Nowadays, those who can dig a hole for me to jump in have yet to be born. For tens of millions of years, he was the master schemer. It was already nice of him to not trick other people, so when was it the turn for other people to trick him? Will young noble see him? Madame Zi Yan said, if not, I can go send him away. We'll see him, of course. Li Qie smiled and said, I'd like to see what he is trying to plan. Let him in so that others can't criticize us for our late reception. Having said that, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 740, Cloud-Soaring Venerable. Under the madam's lead, the cloud-soaring venerable came in. Moreover, he was not the only person. Behind him was the white cloud master who hung his head low. The venerable had a middle-aged appearance along with an elegant air, making people think that he was born a noble. However, he had a pair of fierce eyes, so it was apparent that he was an unfathomable character. Don't be fooled by his outward appearance and gallant temperament, he was actually a centipede demon that had access to extremely ruthless methods. He came in and immediately cupped his hands towards Li Qie in a very polite and even respectful manner before saying, your great fame resounds like thunder, I have been an admirer for a long time. Although he was still relatively young, the venerable was already a very powerful heavens-equal king, the peak of this realm. Outside of the old undyings that had already been famous before the difficult Tao era, very few characters in the same generation as him were stronger. Because of this, he was strong enough to create his own sect. He already had a great status in the stone medicine world, but his position only became prevalent after joining Yi Qingqing. Everyone knew that if Yi Qingqing became the immortal emperor in the future, then the venerable would be a founder and perhaps would be bestowed the title of being the most meritorious contributor. In the stone medicine world, many sects and imperial lineages treated the venerable with great courtesy. Even if he wasn't greatly valued by Yi Qingqing, his power as a heavens-equal king alone was enough to win respect. However, not to mention a heavens-equal king, even a legendary eternal existence wouldn't be able to move Li Qie. He said lightly, have a seat. While the venerable took a seat, the white cloud master quickly rushed forward and prostrated on the ground without daring to lift his head for the time being. Li Qie looked at the prostrating master and asked the cloud-soaring venerable, what is the meaning of this? The cloud-soaring venerable responded humbly, the white cloud master is here to apologize to young noble. He was imperious and used our young noble Ye's name to act as he pleased. This was ruining our young noble's reputation, so he is especially here to ask for forgiveness. Young noble Li can deal with him as you wish. Whether this idea was from Yi Qingqing or the cloud-soaring venerable, it was quite a formidable attempt. The white cloud master was the leader of a sect. Although it was far from an imperial lineage, it was still a first-rate sect, even if it barely met the criteria. But today, the master willingly prostrated before Li Qie and acquiesced to his whims. Prostrating to anyone was a great humiliation to any accomplished cultivator. There was a creed, one can be killed but not shamed. However, either Yi Qingcheng or the cloud-soaring venerable was able to make White Cloud obediently come to confess. This was indeed a very frightening feat. Li Qie was too lazy to care, so he replied, "It seems that your play isn't too bad. This is indeed a bit impressive, no wonder why your master, Yi Qingcheng, has so much support from others. Young noble Li, you are misunderstanding us. We are here to sincerely beg for your forgiveness." The cloud-soaring venerable hurriedly said, "Our master is willing to befriend the heroes in this world and to work. Okay, I don't have time to listen to this crap, and I also don't have any interest in taking it out on this cannon fodder. If you wish to apologize, then let Yi Qingcheng come himself. As for someone like the White Cloud Master, step to the side and don't waste my time." Li Qie interrupted the venerable and waved his sleeve dismissively. This type of showing might be able to impress others, but it was only a joke in Li Qie's eyes. A psychological scheme of this level was a common-day occurrence when he stood above the 9 heavens. The cloud-soaring venerable hesitated for a moment, but he quickly reacted and commanded the White Cloud Master, "Master, young noble Li is forgiving and kind, so he forgave your sin. Show your gratitude." The White Cloud Master didn't dare to demur and bowed his head to Li Qie 3 times. He then quietly retired to the back. From beginning to end, he didn't say a single word. This was enough to show the great ability of either Yi Qingcheng or the venerable. Li Qie was not cordial and dryly said, "Okay, the play is over. I don't have time to waste with you, so state your business." The venerable hurriedly responded, "I heard young noble Li is attending this conference. Because of this, outside of the White Cloud Master's apology, I'm here for something relating to this matter." "And?" Li Qie said idly while looking at the venerable. The response was very respectful. "Although I haven't seen young noble Li's pill refining skill with my own eyes, I have heard that it was akin to cooking. I trust that young noble Li's supreme Tao of alchemy will be able to shine at this conference." "And then what?" At this time, Li Qie revealed a rare chuckle. The venerable said, "Geniuses will gather at this conference, so it will be quite an event. Regardless, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter young noble's eyes outside of the 4 prodigies." Li Qie raised his brows and dryly said, "Use words, stop beating around the bush. My patience is limited." The venerable did not become angry and said, "Young noble Li's greatest opponents will be Chao Guiyao and the white-hair alchemy god. Rumor has it that both of them are already legendary alchemists with exquisite Tao of alchemy. Our master is also extremely confident in young noble Li's Tao of alchemy. However, both of them are fortunate enough to come from the lineages of alchemy emperors. Our master is willing to lend young noble a hand so that you will win first place this time." The venerable spoke slowly. His words were quite moving and capable of tempting the heart. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh then say, "Oh. How does Yi Qingcheng want to help me?" The venerable continued, "Young noble Li's Tao of alchemy is peerless, so our master cannot help you in this regard. However, our master has a cauldron left behind by an alchemy emperor. This is a cauldron used by the emperor throughout his entire life. It is very gentle and easy to use. Since our master is neither an alchemist nor interested in the Tao of alchemy, our master would like to hand the cauldron to the virtuous if young noble is willing. There is a great saying, a treasure sword for the heroes and rouge for the beauties. Only young noble Li is qualified to have such a great cauldron from an alchemy emperor." The venerable spoke calmly, "Anyone else would be quite tempted." Li Qie grinned and inquired, "What is your master's condition?" The venerable shook his head and said, "Young noble Li is mistaken. To talk about conditions with a hero like young noble Li is too crude. Our master only wants to befriend young noble. If young noble is willing to give us face, then come be a guest at the Stony Edge Kingdom. Our master will be the best host for young noble. If any alchemist heard such words, they would be ecstatic. In the stone medicine world, countless youths were willing to befriend Yi Qingqing. Being acquainted with such a famous man would be a tremendous honor. And for alchemists, the cauldron of an alchemy emperor was a magnificent and priceless symbol, something they would definitely cherish in their hearts. Countless alchemists' lives had ended without ever obtaining one. But now, Yi Qingqing was willing to hand a cauldron of this level over to Li Qie and befriend him. This was more than any alchemist could wish for. Li Qie looked at the venerable and smiled before speaking. I am someone who is also very willing to make friends. However, making friends is not about letting someone else do the talking. If he wants to befriend me, then let him come personally. As for the cauldron, I'm not interested. As long as I participate, I will naturally be number one at the conference. The venerable quickly said, It is great that young noble Li has such confidence. Li Qie lightly shook his sleeve to interrupt him and coldly stated, Please leave, I am tired. The venerable was a sensible man. He did not become angry and instead smilingly said, Please have a good rest. I will come back another day. After sending the venerable away, the madam softly asked, What does young noble think the venerable was here for? A weasel trying to offer the chicken New Year's greetings. There were no good intentions here. Li Qie responded with a smirk. The madam said, Yi Qingqing is purposely trying to recruit you. He is known for gathering capable people. His circle is wide and rumored to have many experts from all over the world. Li Qie smiled and said, My Zi Yan, if I were him and had ambitions of reaching immortal emperor, then I would also use all of my ability to recruit an unfathomable alchemist. Think about it, if you wanted to become the immortal emperor, just imagine how arduous this path would be. Nothing could be better than to have many great characters as your Tao protectors, especially the old geezers on their deathbeds. These are the ones who can wipe out the obstacles on his path towards the throne. So Yi Qingqing needs alchemists. The madam was not foolish, so she understood right away. Li Qie nodded and said, Yes, an unfathomable alchemist should be able to refine decent longevity medicines. How many old geezers would be attracted by this and work under him? If an unfathomable alchemist without any background or powerful backing joins Yi Qingqing, then one of these days, he would be sucked dry by him. Perhaps, his Tao of alchemy would one day become Yi Qingqing's property. The madam couldn't help but murmur, an upfront investment would truly be worth the price. Under the madam's lead, the cloud-soaring venerable came in. Moreover, he was not the only person. Behind him was the white cloud master who hung his head low. The venerable had a middle-aged appearance along with an elegant air, making people think that he was born a noble. However, he had a pair of fierce eyes, so it was apparent that he was an unfathomable character. Don't be fooled by his outward appearance and gallant temperament, he was actually a centipede demon that had access to extremely ruthless methods. He came in and immediately cupped his hands towards Li Qie in a very polite and even respectful manner before saying, Your great fame resounds like thunder, I have been an admirer for a long time. Although he was still relatively young, the venerable was already a very powerful heavens-equal king, the peak of this realm. Outside of the old undyings that had already been famous before the difficult Tao era, very few characters in the same generation as him were stronger. Because of this, he was strong enough to create his own sect. Chapter 741, Cloud-Soaring Venerables Scheme. Inside a divine pavilion in Alchemy City, the white-hair alchemy god could be found seated on an elegant chair. At this time, the body of the devil-hand sacred doctor was carried forward and placed in the middle of the hall. The alchemist had an oppressive aura while seated in his chair, making him seem as if he was a god monarch standing arrogantly above the 9 worlds, especially with his white cloak and hair as black as jade. This was a true crane among a flock of chickens. This arrogant demeanor was not just for show, it was due to his absolute confidence. The alchemist got up and took a look at the doctor's body, then he looked at the disciple in front of him and raised his voice. What happened? Dear big brother, this is all because of that human brat named Wuxia. The disciple quickly said, Wuxia purposely planned a trap against Brother Devil Hand so that he would die miserably from the poisonous creature. Having said that, the disciple embellished the matters back at the observant monarch's mansion. Of course, he placed the blame on Wuxia and talked about how Wuxia tricked the doctor as well as distracting him with baits. Eventually, the doctor was killed by the poisonous creature. In short, to sum up 1,000 words in one sentence, the death of the doctor was Wuxia's fault. If it wasn't for Wuxia distracting the doctor, he wouldn't have died. Wuxia. After hearing the summary, the alchemist's eyes became fierce. He was still oppressive, but not angry. He coldly commanded, Go tell Wuxia that I demand an explanation. Otherwise, he shall suffer the consequences. I understand. The disciple crazily rejoiced. Until now, their Balian clan had always been respected by the sects in this world, especially after their first brother, the white-hair alchemy god, was able to refine peerless longevity medicines. Their clan then obtained a very prestigious status. Even ancestor-level characters had to give their clan face. It could be said that they could do as they pleased while walking around in this world. So today, they must properly take care of Wuxia. After entering the alchemy realm, Chao Guiyao didn't go to the main hall where the kingdom was receiving the participants. A powerful noble from the kingdom could be found preparing a quiet mansion for his stay. 2 days hadn't yet passed after he settled before a guest came to visit him. In fact, he always had guests visiting him to the point where the mansion was quite crowded during the day. Ordinary guests were denied at the door, however, this guest was a bit special, so he had to personally go and meet them. Cloud-soaring Venerable, if you are here to lobby me, then forget it. After seeing the Venerable, Chao Guiyao coldly said, Only other people work for my state of Chao, we will not be working under someone. If young Noble Yi wants to be my friend, then I will be more than happy to have a friend like him. However, if he wants me to refine pills for him, then it is off the table. I am not anyone's alchemist. There were very few people who weren't considerate of Yi Qingqing's needs, but Chao Guiyao had the power to do so. Brother Chao is joking. The Venerable smilingly said, Our young noble, of course, is your friend. It is our young noble's honor to have a friend like you. That is for the best. At this time, Chao Guiyao's expression eased as he said, Although Yi Qingqing wants to command the world, I will not join him. Friendship is fine, and occasionally, I can refine 1 or 2 batches for him, but to be his personal alchemist is out of the question. The Venerable said with a smile, Brother Chao misunderstood. Our young noble wants to have a relationship as equals with Brother Chao. If our young noble becomes the immortal emperor one day, then Brother Chao would be a monarch standing side by side with him. Only Brother Chao is qualified to stand next to my young noble at the peak and look down on the 9 worlds. The Venerable indeed could spew out lotus flowers. Who wouldn't want to listen to flattery of such a level? After hearing this, Chao Guiyao's mood became very good. He smiled and said, If Brother Cloud Soaring isn't here to recruit me, don't tell me this is just a visit. You have never been one to come without a purpose. Chao Guiyao was very proud. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to talk to him, but the Venerable was eloquent and was able to make Chao Guiyao happy immediately. Brother Chao wronged me just now. I actually had been wanting to visit your state of Chao for a very long time now. Spirit medicines are aplenty and rich worldly energy is everywhere, who wouldn't want to stay in such a great country? Brother Chao might not know, but I work for my young noble day and night while carrying out countless errands each day. My legs are about to break from traveling from north to south. The Venerable quickly cried out his grievances. Suddenly, his relationship with Chao Guiyao became a lot closer due to this casual conversation. Chao Guiyao said with a smile, Well, Brother Cloud Soaring, don't make fun of me. If you have any important reason for this visit, just say it. The Venerable quickly said, Brother Chow, I came this time not for anything else, but the alchemy conference. Alchemy conference? There is nothing to talk about then. Chow Guiyao said with confidence, outside of the white-hair brat, I don't care for other people. Only that brat is qualified to compete for first place against me. The Venerable quickly responded, Brother Chow, do not take things lightly. There is someone else that you certainly shouldn't ignore, he is definitely a strong opponent. Who might that be? Chow Guiyao said, I'd like to see what kind of man can be a threat to me. Li Qie, an alchemist employed by the giant bamboo country. He is definitely a threat to Brother Chow. The Venerable said. Chow Guiyao didn't take this seriously and said, it is that Li Qie who can refine pills like stir-frying vegetables, right? Ha, those are just rumors, they can't be trusted. Refining pills like stir-frying? Only alchemy emperors are able to do so. Even legendary alchemists can't accomplish such a feat. The Venerable said, Brother Chow, it is better to believe than to not. I have carefully analyzed the information from various parties, and after a lot of scrutinizing, I feel that there is a strong possibility that it is true. Moreover, I also have a bold conjecture. I'm listening. Chow Guiyao noticed the Venerable's solemn expression and became earnest as well. The Venerable spoke with a serious demeanor, Brother Chow, think about it. If, say, this Li Qie has no background, an ordinary alchemist with no sect, if he could reach such a level. Okay, we'll take a step back and say that this is an exaggeration, but many people have said that his pill refinement skill is amazing. This is enough to show that he is indeed capable. Refining pills like stir-frying is impossible. If it is like you say and this Li Qie really is that great, then I actually want to meet him. Chow Guiyao grew eager after hearing this. The Venerable replied, I'm afraid it is far from just so. From different aspects of my analysis and personal deliberation, my bold speculation is that this Li Qie definitely obtained the legacy of a great alchemy emperor. He is versed in longevity medicines, fate pills, and even medicinal arts. Therefore, a young alchemist with no sect simply cannot reach this level. The only explanation is that he had obtained the legacy of an emperor. Moreover, it might be an extraordinary emperor at that. At this point, the Venerable put on his most austere look and said, I have an even bolder thought. Perhaps, this Li Qie obtained the legacy of the legendary alchemy god. The alchemy god's legacy? Chow Guiyao shook his head and said, that is absolutely impossible. The alchemy god's legacy has been lost for millions of years. Countless people have searched for it across the 9 worlds yet found no clues. As for it being an alchemy emperor's legacy, this is unlikely as well. Why does Brother Chow say that? The Venerable asked. Chow Guiyao answered, if, say, Li Qie obtained an alchemy emperor's legacy, then I should be informed of this. Our state of Chow knows all the legacies from the best alchemy emperors in this world. Several known legacies, right now, have great ties with us as well, so if one of them found such an excellent disciple, then it is impossible that I would be unaware of this. That may not be the case. The Venerable replied, the years are long, so who knows whether an alchemy emperor had lost a manual or left another legacy. There have been so many alchemy emperors since the start of time within the 9 worlds that perhaps Li Qie had a great fortune and obtained one of their legacies. If this Li Qie is truly that amazing, then perhaps it is just like what Brother Cloud Soaring is saying, he might have truly obtained a legacy with great luck. Chow Guiyao thought about it and felt that this conjecture was plausible. The key is that this Li Qie is also adept at longevity medicines. The Venerable said, this alchemist has no background and is only working for the giant bamboo country. This country is only a first-rate sect that's reaching its end, a sect that cannot reach the apex. What do you mean? Chow Guiyao's eyes became serious as he stared at the Venerable. I know that Brother Chow has always wanted to compete with the white-hair alchemist. The Venerable said, but Brother Chow should know that longevity medicines are not your forte. However, What if you were able to obtain the longevity manual of the Alchemy Emperor level? If this manual could improve your weakness. Think about it, if your longevity medicine ability can also compare to the white-hair alchemist, then at that time, not only would the younger generation want to please you, even ancestors of the great powers would want to make contributions to your cause. The Venerable's words aimed to delude the alchemist. He continued on, once you can pressure the white-hair alchemist, how many people in this world would move at your beck and call? Once you become an alchemy emperor versed in both fate pills and longevity medicines, even an immortal emperor would ask you for favors. Chapter 742, The bewitching Chao Guiyao's heart was pumping after hearing such words. He was a true alchemist who didn't care about cultivation, thus he had to establish superiority using the Tao of alchemy. On this path, his current opponent was the white-hair alchemy god. Although there were 4 prodigies in this world, Yuan Saihe was adept in plant and medicine cultivation and didn't care for competition. As for the alchemy kingdom's Mu Qiao, he could only make physique pastes and kept a low profile on top of that. Therefore, Chao Guiyao believed that his only real opponent was the white-hair alchemist. His pill refinement was unmatched while the white-hair alchemist had unbeatable skill in longevity medicines. Moreover, the alchemist had enjoyed the support of many ancestors. Although Chao Guiyao might have a proud mouth, he was still very envious of such treatment. Chao Guiyao pondered for a bit before looking at the Venerable and asked, "Are your words true?" Without a doubt, he was tempted. It was true that if he could obtain a supreme longevity medicine manual, then with his talents and current accomplishments, he would definitely be able to create longevity medicines no lesser than those of the white-hair alchemist. Once he was versed in both pills and medicines, the white-hair alchemist would have no spotlight before him. Just thinking about the alchemist's expression after being suppressed by him left Chao Guiyao secretly ecstatic. Would I lie to Brother Chao? The Venerable became serious and said, Brother Chao should know what I do very well. My skill in intelligence gathering is top-notch in the stone medicine world and is completely trustworthy. Brother Chao can rest assured about this. Chao Guiyao was tempted, but he still had some hesitation. He looked at the Venerable and asked, if Brother Cloud Soaring is speaking the truth, then there is something I don't understand. Why is Brother Qingqing not tempted for an alchemy emperor's supreme art when it's right in front of him? The Venerable quickly responded, it would be a lie to say that our young noble is not tempted. However, Brother Chao, you should know that our young noble is focused on cultivation and knows very little about the Tao of alchemy. Moreover, the Stony Edge Kingdom does not prioritize the alchemy Tao. However, Brother Chao is different. The Venerable put on a serious demeanor and said, for a genius like Brother Chao, after obtaining this art for at most 5 years or as little as 1 or 2 years, you will definitely be able to create some superb longevity medicines. Oh, right. The Venerable happily rubbed his palms together and laughingly said, of course, when we try to obtain this supreme manual, we will lend Brother Chao a hand from the shadows. Our young noble also has a condition. We hope that you will be able to refine great batches of fate pills and longevity medicines for our young noble from time to time in the future. The materials will come from us, and of course, we will not cheat you out of a generous commission. Chao Guiyao sneered and drily said, so after so much talking, Yi Qingqing is still trying to get me to refine pills for him. The Venerable coughed with an awkward look and said, Brother Chao, as the proverb says, every man for himself or be punished by the heavens. Plus, this is something that benefits both of us, so Brother Chao, tell me, why not? Chao Guiyao sneered and said, you must have hit a wall at the white-hair brat's place. The brat didn't want to give Yi Qingqing any face, so now, you want to find someone else to refine longevity medicines. I know very well that a bunch of geezers by Yi Qingqing's side need them. Brother Chao is very perceptive, truly amazing. The cloud-soaring Venerable quickly smiled and said, however, to put it in another way, does Brother Chao not want to trample over the white-hair alchemist? Do you not want to become a true alchemy emperor? If you can make up for your shortcomings regarding longevity medicines, then what can the white-hair alchemist do to compete with you? Chao Guiyao fell into silence and didn't say anything. The Venerable hurriedly added, "There is another thing, I wonder if I should say it or not." "Go for it." Chao Guiyao said, "You and I are not considered strangers, so there is no need to be reserved. One must be swift in action." The Venerable said, "Although I sent this news to Brother Chao, news available to me is also available to others. If others make the first move, then your cooked duck will fly away. In my opinion, it is best to make a move at the Alchemy Kingdom. Right here." Chao Guiyao raised his tone, "Brother Cloud Soaring, are you trying to bait me? Who doesn't know that it is very risky to make a move in the Alchemy Kingdom? It is only risky for other people." The Venerable confidently replied, "It is not a problem for Brother Chao. I can promise you that nothing will happen and no one will ask about it. Your words are quite questionable." Chao Guiyao said, "Everyone knows just how terrifying the Alchemy Kingdom is. One stomp from them would cause the entire world to tremble." The Venerable responded with a smile, "First, Brother Chao, there is no need for you to personally take action. Your mastery of insects is already at the peak. Capturing Li Qie alive is as easy as flipping your palm, right? Secondly." He paused and revealed a mysterious grin to say, "With the Alchemy Kingdom as your backing, what are you afraid of?" After hearing this, Chao Guiyao's expression became serious. He looked at the Venerable and finally realized something. "I understand now. Brother Cloud Soaring spoke for half a day, so it turns out that you are running errands for the Alchemy Kingdom." Chao Guiyao couldn't help but contemplate this matter. If the kingdom was indeed his backing, then everything would flow smoothly. No matter how capable Li Qie might be, he still wouldn't be able to escape their palm. Chao Guiyao eventually asked with a serious tone, "How can I trust that the kingdom is willing to make every effort to support me?" Without a doubt, he was into the idea. This matter would simply be in the bag if the kingdom were to be involved. It would be strange if he was not tempted. The Venerable said with a smile, "Brother Chao is too cautious. Of course, this is not difficult to prove. You should know the kingdom's world pillar monarch." "I do, he could be said to be exceptional among the younger generation of the kingdom." Chao Guiyao nodded. The Venerable continued, "You should also be aware of the monarch's Xian ancestor, right?" "Yes, I have heard of the Xian clan's alchemy ancestor." Chao Guiyao nodded slightly and said, "He is one of the older ancestors of the kingdom and is currently buried in its ancestral ground." The Venerable said with a smile, "Your news is outdated. The alchemy ancestor has come into being. As long as you say a word, the ancestor will lend you a helping hand at any time." Chao Guiyao was moved after hearing this. An ancestor of the kingdom was not a joke. Although all powerful lineages would have one or two ancestors buried in their main grounds, an ancestor from a sect with 3 emperors was very frightening. With the help of such a character, there was no need to worry about failure. Who in this world could withstand the might of the kingdom's ancestor? Eventually, Chao Guiyao said with a deep voice, "Let me consider this for 1 or 2 more days." "Very well." The Venerable was fine with it. However, before leaving, he left behind some implicative words, "Brother Chao, the opportunity will not wait for people. You need to make a decision quickly since even if you don't want to do it, there are still plenty who are willing." Chao Guiyao didn't answer and had someone see the Venerable out. After leaving, the Venerable went back to his place. The White Cloud Master who had been following the Venerable the entire time asked, "Venerable, will Chao Guiyao take action?" "Don't worry, with such a big bait, how could he not bite?" The Venerable was completely confident as he spoke, "We'll visit the Xian mansion after a while to see the sacred ancestor of the Huangfu clan. Venerable still hasn't obtained the Xian clan's alchemy ancestor's consent." The White Cloud Master uttered in shock after hearing this. He thought that the Venerable working together with Chao Guiyao was the alchemy ancestor's idea. "Don't worry, the Xian alchemy ancestor will definitely agree. The confident Venerable said, the alchemy kingdom might not be able to wade through these muddy waters. If one wants to take action here, both the Xian clan ancestor and the Huangfu clan will need someone to take the blame. Chao Guiyao is the most appropriate person. Venerable's calculations are peerless, your wisdom is as vast as a sea. The White Cloud Master praised in amazement. The Venerable gently shook his head and said, young noble came up with this idea before the trip. I only filled in the details and implemented it. The Master was astonished by this. Such a well-thought-out scheme could only be concocted by a supreme genius like Yi Qingqing. The state of Chao, the Huangfu clan, the Alchemy Kingdom, the Balian clan, and even the crystallized sea sect will all be swept into this storm. At that time, even Alpine Mountain and the giant bamboo country will not be able to avoid this. When the majority of the kingdom's ancestors fight against the Alpine Tree Father and the giant bamboo divine protector, the stone medicine world will have a change of dynasty. The Venerable's eyes became fierce after revealing his plan and said, at that time, when all the god kings die in battle, the remaining eternal existences and supreme god monarchs will be generals under our young noble's banner, who could stop us then? After hearing such a grand plan, the White Cloud Master felt a chill and was glad that he chose to join Yi Qingqing's side. Chao Guiyao's heart was pumping after hearing such words. He was a true alchemist who didn't care about cultivation, thus he had to establish superiority using the Tao of alchemy. On this path, his current opponent was the white-hair alchemy god. Although there were 4 prodigies in this world, Yuan Saihe was adept in plant and medicine cultivation and didn't care for competition. As for the alchemy kingdom's Mu Qiao, he could only make physique pastes and kept a low profile on top of that. Therefore, Chao Guiyao believed that only the white-hair alchemist was his real opponent. His pill refinement was unmatched while the white-hair alchemist had unbeatable skill in longevity medicines. Moreover, the alchemist had enjoyed the support of many ancestors. Although Chao Guiyao might have a proud mouth, he was still very envious of such treatment. Chao Guiyao pondered for a bit before looking at the Venerable and asked, are your words true? Without a doubt, he was tempted. It was true that if he could obtain a supreme longevity medicine manual, then with his talents and current accomplishments, he would definitely be able to create longevity medicines no lesser than those of the white-hair alchemist. Once he was versed in both pills and medicines, the white-hair alchemist would have no spotlight before him. Just thinking about the alchemist's expression after being suppressed by him left Chao Guiyao secretly ecstatic. Would I lie to Brother Chao? Chapter 743, Before the storm. Inside a palace within the Alchemy Kingdom's ancestral ground, Grandma Bai had just quickly returned after gathering enough information. Inside the courtyard, many flowers were blossoming as Ming Yeshua walked among them, basking in their beauty. Although the flowers were brilliantly colorful, all of them were eclipsed by Ming Yeshua's beauty. She was the most beautiful flower here. Young miss, the Xian alchemy ancestor has come into being. Grandma Bai immediately reported after seeing Ming Yeshua. So he still came out in the end. Ming Yeshua was not surprised after hearing this. She only sighed gently and said, what is his reason for coming into being? The alchemy ancestor wants to refine a cauldron of longevity medicine. His venerable wants to come out and recover for a bit. Once he reaches his peak condition, he will start the cauldron. Grandma Bai said, he immediately left the alchemy kingdom after coming out, so no one in the family knows his whereabouts right now. Whether he left the kingdom or not, only his venerable knows best. Ming Yeshua said drily. Her current demeanor resembled a fairy in the mortal world, intoxicating everyone. There is something else that young miss should keep in mind. Grandma Bai said, the cloud-soaring venerable recently arrived at Alchemy City and has been very active. He visited many people and is very close to the World Pillar Monarch. Ming Yeshua said, nothing good will come from the venerable. His actions are simply aiming to stir unrest and fish in troubled waters. I'm afraid this is Yi Qingqing's scheme. Grandma Bai said, He wants to become the immortal emperor, and our alchemy kingdom is in his way. Young Miss is also his rival on this path. Yi Qingqing daring to extend his reach into my alchemy kingdom. It seems that he is very confident. Ming Yeshue was as calm as the water at the bottom of a well and said, does he really believe he can become the immortal emperor? Perhaps young Miss should teach him a lesson. Grandma Bai said, in recent years, young Miss has been very low-key, resulting in Yi Qingqing thinking that he is actually the destined prince of the heavens, that he is the only candidate for kinghood. Don't worry, I don't need to do anything about Yi Qingqing. Ming Yeshua leisurely said, young noble Li is more than enough to deal with him, there is no need for me to take action. Young Miss is very confident in Li Qie. The grandma couldn't help but state, young Miss, please excuse my big mouth, but does young Miss like this Li brat? Ming Yeshue couldn't help but chuckle. This smile of hers was kingdom-toppling and shamed all the flowers present. She gently shook her head and said, Grandma, even if I liked young noble Li, he wouldn't necessarily like me back. Young Miss, what are you saying? The grandma responded immediately, who in this world could compare to young Miss? Humph, that Li brat dares not to like you. That is only because he is blind. It is a blessing of 3 lives to be able to marry young Mississippi. Grandma, young noble Li can't be measured by the common sense of this world. Ming Yeshue shook her head and said, I still have doubts in my mind that require him to make clear. The grandma couldn't help but sigh after seeing her young Miss demeanor. She watched the young Miss grow up, so how could she not understand her? However, this was also her first time seeing a man that her young Miss liked and held in such high esteem. Grandma, please arrange this for me. I want to meet Ancestor Wushuang. Ming Yeshua ordered. Young Miss really wants to get involved in this trouble. The grandma said, young Miss, you should know that the alchemy ancestor has quite a high status in our kingdom. Of course I know this. Ming Yeshua said, I hope that the alchemy ancestor will have some sense of propriety. This matter won't be anything good. The grandma added, young Miss, the alchemy ancestor coming into being is not simple. This signifies his determination. If young Miss meets Ancestor Wushuang and ruins his matters, then I'm afraid this will be quite disadvantageous for you. In the past, the alchemy ancestor's prestige was great. Moreover, the alchemy ancestor is also friends with many other ancestors. If anything happens, you will be in quite a tough spot as a junior. I am well aware of the alchemy ancestor's influence. Ming Yeshua replied, I am doing this not because of young noble Li, I'm doing this for the alchemy kingdom. Having said that, she paused for a moment before continuing, it doesn't matter if young noble Li is all alone. Normally, the power of a single person would not be able to shake our kingdom. It could even be said that it's merely wishful thinking that someone could. However, I don't think this is the case for young noble Li. Does that mean that you think this Li brat can shake our kingdom all by himself? The grandma was skeptical and said, even if the Alpine Tree Father is backing him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Our kingdom is not just here for show. Ming Yeshue shook her head and said, Grandma, you need to stop using common sense when it comes to young noble Li. He is definitely the most frightening person I have met. Although I can't pinpoint the specifics, my intuition tells me that he is not afraid of anyone and will kill all those who block his path. Our alchemy kingdom antagonizing him is not a wise move. If our alchemy kingdom goes against him, then irrespective of how this storm will end, we will both be losers while the real winner will be Yi Qingqing. Ming Yeshue softly sighed and said, Yi Qingqing wants nothing more than for endless war in this world. He has long since hoped for existences like our kingdom and the Jianlong clan to engage in wars. The more chaotic the world is, the more favorable his position will be. I understand young Miss' point of view. The grandma was very confident in her young Miss since her vast wisdom and intelligence had few matches. She quickly said, I will arrange with the elders for young Miss to meet Ancestor Wushuang. Ming Yeshue nodded her head and said, another thing, let observant monarch go visit young noble Li and tell him that there will be turmoil in the upcoming days. Caution will be the best policy. Don't worry, young miss, I will let the observant monarch send the message. Grandma Bai immediately carried out the command without any hesitation or long-windedness. She didn't like Li Qie. In her eyes, he was too arrogant and didn't even put her kingdom in his eyes. This made her especially upset. Nevertheless, she still unconditionally carried out Ming Yeshua's order. Aside from knocking random things on his dry mountain, Li Qie used his remaining time to cultivate. After Yuan Sai's arrival, he had even more time for cultivation. As one of the 4 prodigies, she was exceptional regarding the Tao of alchemy. She learned a few things after just watching him, so after a few more poisonous creatures came, she took care of them to help Li Qie. Inside his room, Li Qie's divine rings pulsed back and forth. After 81 of them finished pulsing, a faint, proud shadow appeared behind him that was seemingly holding the rest of the world in disdain. This shadow appearing behind his back seemed to be the ruler of myriad eras. This was the highest symbol of the heavenly sovereign realm, an era sovereign as other cultivators would call it. Once reaching this level of the heavenly sovereign realm, it meant that Li Qie could easily step into the heavenly king realm. In fact, with his Tao foundation and the advantages of having 13 palaces, he could easily reach the king realm in a very short time. However, Li Qie did not do this. In the previous levels, Li Qie was cultivating like an ordinary practitioner. This time, Li Qie chose to slowly polish himself at the era sovereign level. Li Qie had a different understanding and interpretation of the era sovereign level. Because of this, he spent a lot of time and effort at this level instead of soaring to the king realm. Moments passed by as his fate palaces floated up and down. His life will disappeared along with the divine rings before Li Qie finally took a deep breath and stood up. The madam was waiting outside. She put a cloak on him right after he appeared and softly said, "Young master, the observant monarch is waiting outside. He said that Fairy Ming told him to visit you, will you meet him?" Li Qie gently nodded and said, "It seems that Yeshua found out which big shot from the kingdom took action. Let us go." In the main hall, Li Qie met the monarch. The monarch bowed after seeing him and once again thanked him for saving his son's life. After the monarch took his seat, Li Qie slowly asked, "What news did Yeshua send you here for?" "Dear young noble, the princess told me to tell you that our alchemy ancestor has come into being." The observant monarch spoke carefully. Although he didn't know the details of this matter, he could guess a thing or two. He also knew, very clearly, that something big was going on. "I got it." Li Qie smirked. An ancestor coming into being was within his expectations. Now, Ming Yeshua's news confirmed his speculation. The princess also told me to remind young noble to be very careful in the upcoming days. The monarch spoke, especially of Yi Qingqing's people, to avoid falling into a trap. Chapter 744, Imperious regarding this matter, Li Qie only smiled and said, "I will keep monarch's words in mind. You have come far so you must be tired." The monarch couldn't help but be worried after seeing Li Qie's nonchalant attitude. He added, "Many events occurred and the situation keeps on changing recently. If young noble doesn't mind, then you should come stay at my place for a while." The monarch's invitation could be described as full of good intentions. This request was mainly because of Li Qie saving his son's life. He was aware that someone was aiming for Li Qie and how the situation was quite disadvantageous for him. However, if Li Qie stayed in his mansion as a guest, no one would dare to make a move recklessly. After all, no matter who they might be, they would have to give a noble like him some consideration. His backing was the imperial family as well as the Stone King of the Alchemy Kingdom. "I appreciate your goodwill." Li Qie smiled and said, "However, I am someone who does not retreat. The stronger the enemy is, the mightier I shall be. If someone wants to cause trouble, then let them come. I will not go anywhere, I will stay here, waiting. The winner has yet to be decided. The monarch could only secretly sigh in his mind. He didn't dare to persuade Li Qie any further after hearing this. However, trouble comes after being mentioned. After the monarch left, trouble came immediately. A disciple from the Balian clan was outside of the building and stated that he wanted to see Li Qie. Young master, a disciple from the Balian clan, a junior brother of the white-hair alchemy god, wants to meet you. He has his senior brother's seal. The madam informed Li Qie. Seal of the white-hair alchemy god? What the hell is that? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. The madam explained, although the white-hair alchemist is part of the younger generation, he carries a lot of weight in the stone medicine world. He even has his own seal. Seeing the seal is the same as seeing him in person. Li Qie smiled and said, seeing the seal is like seeing the person. Such arrogance. The madam continued, in this world, many people from the previous generation, including ancestors from the great powers, all rely on him for their longevity medicines, so his seal has considerable influence. He's just an alchemist. Even an alchemy emperor's seal is only a piece of scrap metal in my eyes. Tell him to scram. Li Qie smiled and waved his sleeve dismissively. To him, the white-hair alchemist's seal was nothing. Back during those years, his iron order commanded the 9 worlds. Li Qie, my brother said that if you do not give my Balian clan an answer, there will be no place in the stone medicine world for you. After being turned down, the Bailon disciple stomped his foot angrily. Over the years, the alchemists from their clan had always been honored guests in all the sections. Others dreamed of having one of their alchemists as a guest in their sect, not to mention that he carried the seal of his senior brother. Therefore, after being denied an audience, he stood outside and aggressively spewed out harsh words. No place in the stone medicine world for me. Li Qie. While the disciple was releasing his anger outside, a leisurely voice came from inside. Li Qie actually came out. This disciple arched his chest and arrogantly said, that's right, it seems that you are smart. If you didn't come out, then don't even think about showing your face in this world anymore. After seeing Li Qie, this disciple thought that Li Qie was scared by him, so he became quite pleased with himself. When you put it that way, I'm truly a bit scared. Li Qie said with a smile, okay, anyone who comes should be treated as guests, I should at least listen to you. Since you came bearing the seal of the white-hair alchemy god, what is your intention? This disciple scowled before speaking, at the observant monarch's palace, you killed our brother sacred doctor, so my first brother wants you to pay for your crime and give us an answer, otherwise? No otherwise. Li Qie interrupted the disciple and smiled cheerfully to say, in fact, I have something to tell your first brother as well. What? The disciple proudly said, you better go see my first brother and say it. Li Qie happily said, it is very simple. Tell him to scram as far away from me as possible, flee to the ends of this world. Otherwise, if he comes to provoke me again, I will personally crush him. This thing doesn't know life from death. The disciple's expression greatly soured after hearing this. He became serious and spewed out threats, ignorant brat, do you not know that my brother does not need to do anything to kill a junior like you? With one command, countless people will come for your head, pop. Before this disciple could finish this threat, Li Qie had already kicked him flying. In the blink of an eye, this disciple soared through the sky like a shooting star and disappeared in the distance. After kicking him, Li Qie gently patted his palms and smirked before commenting, it's finally quiet. The worried Yuan Saiha, who had been standing next to him the whole time, reminded him, big brother, you should be careful of the white-hair alchemist. Among us 4, he is the most influential. As long as he sends out his intention, many experts from the previous generation will be willing to contribute, including ancestors and eternal existences. There is a particular saying in the stone medicine world, provoking the white-hair alchemy god is the same as poking a beehive. If he wants someone dead, these powerful existences would be more than happy to bring this person's head to him. Let them come. The more people who show up, the more exciting things will be. This land requires more nourishment from blood. Li Qiye smiled and said, besides, it is more fun this way. Killing one or two is so meaningless. Massacring a few thousand is more interesting. His words made Madame Ziyan speechless. She could already smell the stench of blood. Amidst her shock, it was as if she could see a scene of blood flowing like rivers. Bang! The moment the white-hair alchemist saw the dying disciple being carried back, he immediately shattered his desk with one palm with an extremely unsightly face. The disciple that was kicked flying by Li Qiye was on the verge of death. If another disciple from the clan didn't bring him back, perhaps his corpse would have been lost in the wilderness. This Li Qiye has gone too far. The alchemist's expression was cold as his uncontrollable anger erupted. Even eternal existences in this world would have to give him face, let alone a mere Li Qiye. First brother, you must avenge me. This Li Qiye deserves 10,000 deaths. This disciple cried miserably. He wanted to stand up but couldn't. The alchemist's eyes revealed a murderous intention as he awe-inspiringly spoke, rest assured, I will avenge you. After the wounded disciple was taken away for treatment, the alchemist sat down on his chair and coldly said, send out this news. Tell that Li Qiye to kneel outside of my doors before sunset. Otherwise, I will tear him to pieces in front of everyone. His command quickly alarmed the entire city, and a storm immediately surged. No one questioned his capabilities. As long as he said the word, countless people would be willing to go take Li Qiye's head for him. Someone gleefully said after hearing this news, that Li Qiye is unlucky for provoking the white-hair alchemist. Just wait for the beehive to come stinging, a bunch of old geezers is about to come out. Another movingly said, angering the white-hair alchemist is definitely not wise. Why would Li Qiye be so arrogant? Not too many people are willing to oppose the alchemist in this world. Tai Yi also heard the alchemist's desire and went to inform Li Qiye. After hearing this, Li Qiye was not angry. He calmly smiled and said, let him come, I'll be waiting. However, Li Qiye didn't manage to wait for the alchemist to take action as another person had arrived. On the same day, a powerful blood energy soared through the sky as if a divine bridge was connecting the horizons. This blood energy was extremely powerful and traveled at a frightening speed. It instantly crossed the entire alchemy city and reached Li Qiye's mountain. What person is so domineering and arrogant like this? This blood energy crossing the city immediately shocked many people. Everyone knew that Alchemy City was a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In this land, not to mention the nobles of the kingdom, many poisonous insects hid in the deep caves and swamps. Many experts, including the ancestors of great powers, would not act recklessly after coming to this city. They would converge their blood energy and maintain a low profile. But now, this energy soared through the entire city in the blink of an eye. Such a grand approach was truly glaring. The owner of this blood energy soaring in sky with great speed was a young man. He didn't bother hiding his blood energy. It could even be said that he purposely emitted his energy. Realms floated around his body as if he had formed his own world. Layers of starry lights emerged from this young man's body like celestial shields protecting him. Under such radiance, this young man appeared to be even more sacred, almost akin to a deity. It was as if he was a general from the heavens descending down to the mortal world. The only difference was that he didn't wield a battle spear. Such an arrogant young man letting his energy soar through the city was indeed a rare sight. Not many geniuses would dare to do so. After all, this was Alchemy City. Chapter 745, Young Noble Pei Yu. Many people in the city clearly saw this man flying through the sky. They recognized his identity and exclaimed, Young Noble Pei Yu. Even if young noble Pei Yu was lesser than Yi Qingcheng or Miao Nan, this was still enough to make him proud. Someone immediately noticed that the young noble was going towards Li Qia's abode and said, "That place, isn't that the human brat Li Qia's place?" Young noble Pei Yu wants to take care of Li Qia since several big characters from the crystallized sea sect, such as the alchemy saint, all died at Alpine Mountain. The most likely scenario is that the young noble is placing the blame on Li Qia. Someone speculated. Many big shots from the sea sect were killed at Alpine Mountain. However, many outsiders thought that Li Qia alone couldn't kill so many important people from the sea sect and the ravine. The only explanation was that the Alpine Treefather secretly lent him a hand. Not necessarily, maybe the young noble is here to find Fairy Yuan. An important character from the alchemy realm guessed. The young noble liking Fairy Yuan was no secret in this domain. Not long ago, he had confessed to her in front of many people. However, she didn't share the same sentiment. Later on, he chased after her all the way to the Serene Garden. She didn't want to see him, so he caused quite a commotion at the garden. The fiasco eventually caused a Serene Garden ancestor to come out. Afterward, an important character from the crystallized sea sect came to apologize and temporarily calm this storm. The young noble stepped onto Li Qia's mountain with his blood energy still radiating outward. As a life king who had surpassed his life reduction, his mighty blood energy could shake the entire mountain. It was tough for Li Qia's group to not notice when the young noble's aura was so aggressive. Young noble Pei Yu, the madam who was also a heavenly king, changed her expression after seeing the young noble descending from the sky. She was wary of him not because he was already a life king, but because he had the heavens will crystal physique. As for Li Qia, he was still as leisurely as ever and only gave the young noble a glance without a care. "Sister Yuan, it has been a while." The young noble's gaze fell upon Yuan Saihe and couldn't shift away. In his eyes, there was only Yuan Saihe, others did not matter. They were not from the same sect. However, both of them were cultivators, so he considered himself as the big brother so that he could be even closer to Yuan Saihe. "Brother Pei Yu, long time no see." Yuan Saihe only gently nodded and revealed a distant look. She was a quiet person by nature and didn't compete with others. Nevertheless, when young noble Pei Yu made a big scene at the Serene Garden that almost caused the two sects to fight, it would only be natural for Yuan Saihe to not be fond of him at all. "Sister Yuan, the wind has been strange lately, it's dangerous and unpredictable." Young noble Pei Yu looked at her and said, "I am very worried about your safety. How about you come with me to Alchemy City? I can ensure your safety during this period of unrest." Brother Pei Yu needlessly worries. Yuan Saihe shook her head and lightly responded, "I am very safe with Brother Li." After hearing this, Pei Yu's eyes immediately turned cold like an eagle that instantly targeted Li Qia. His fierce eyes were ruthless, making it seem like he was stalking his prey. "So you are Li Qia?" Pei Yu coldly said with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this point, many people came to watch the fun from far away. Even though they were very far from Pei Yu, they could still sense his bloodlust. In fact, he made no attempt of hiding his blatant murderous intent. Many people in the city clearly saw this man flying through the sky. They recognized his identity and exclaimed, "Young noble Pei Yu." Young noble Pei Yu was a thunderous name, especially in the alchemy realm. Others also called him the immortal bird or unkillable young noble. No matter the title, everyone knew one thing, he couldn't be killed. Young noble Pei Yu was the main descendant of the Radiant Sea sect, an imperial lineage created by immortal Emperor Jingyu. The current sect was still very powerful. Immortal Emperor Jingyu was not considered the most brilliant emperor among his peers, but he created an incredible heavens will secret law. Some even said that this secret law was the most difficult heavens will secret law to cultivate in this world. The name of this law was the Heavens will Radiant Physique, otherwise known as the most powerful defensive merit law in this world. Once one activated this physique, they could ignore all attacks. It didn't matter if it was a merit law or weapon, not accepting poisonous creatures and true flames either. In short, the activation of this physique rendered the user impervious to all harm. Thus, this merit law was also deemed an invincible secret law. Chapter 746, Beat Him, It's About to Start. Many people who came to watch the fun were anxious after the murderous intent swept through the area like a frigid gale. There were some who even wanted Pei Yu to kill Li Qie. Li Qie lazily opened his eyes to look at Pei Yu and said, "It seems that I am the only person named Li Qie here. You are just an ant who won't be prancing around for much longer." Young noble Pei Yu sneered and also didn't care for Li Qie. He told Yuan Saihe, "Sister Yuan, in less than 2 days, this place will be stained with corpses and blood. You are better off following me into the city, it will be safe there. Staying with this person will only invite disaster or even death." Yuan Saihe had yet to speak before Li Qie waved his hand dismissively and said, "Saihe does not want to go with you, so leave. Don't disturb me cultivating here." Pei Yu's expression sank. He wanted to make a move but managed to hold back while coldly saying, "Li Qie, whether it is for personal reasons or because I am a disciple of the crystallized sea sect, this young noble has good reason to take your dog head. However, the head on your neck has already been claimed by someone else, so I will let you live 1 or 2 days longer." There was no doubt that Pei Yu knew some inside information, so he came to take Yuan Saihe away. Pei Yu not taking action surprised the spectators. An arrogant person like Pei Yu would definitely take revenge and kill Li Qie because of the feud between them. However, Pei Yu actually managed to hold back today. What character actually managed to make the young noble so careful? "You are talking as if you have the ability to take off my head." Li Qie couldn't help but laugh at the young noble's arrogance and said, "Even if you try, you alone are not enough to take me down." Pei Yu glanced at Yuan Saihe once before glaring at Li Qie and aggressively declared, "Although your life was claimed by someone else, it is fine for me to teach you a lesson and break your legs. Make your move, I will show you with my bare hands." "Really?" Li Qie smiled and looked at the young noble to say, "You really don't need a weapon. Do it." The young noble smiled proudly. He had great confidence in his strength, so he said, "My hands are more than enough to teach you a lesson, Pop." However, before the young noble could finish speaking, he was struck by a fist and blown into the sky. Blood spurted everywhere as the crisp sound of bones breaking appeared. His jaw was shattered by this fist, causing his face to be pitifully mangled. Impossible, this sudden development left everyone watching in the distance astonished. Young noble Pei Yu was a life king, yet his jaw was broken after the first exchange. This was simply impossible unless a virtuous paragon was his opponent. Too weak. At this time, Li Qie remained standing at the same spot and wiped off his hand with a smirk on his face. It seemed as if he didn't make a move at all. "You actually dare to say that you will teach me a lesson at this level? Is the descendant of immortal Emperor Jingyu this weak? Go back and train for another 10,000 years." Pei Yu finally stood up straight at this time with his mangled jaw. A single fist from Li Qie breaking his jaw was the most humiliating thing he had ever experienced. Zzz, in the blink of an eye, his jaw was reformed, perfectly intact. He was ultimately a life king, so he could easily recover an injury of this degree. Little bastard, die. How could the young noble maintain a graceful demeanor at this time? He crazily screamed and created an endless sea of meteors that descended towards Li Qie. These innumerable star-like universal laws were not only able to grind Li Qie to dust, they could also seal the entire area. Such a powerful attack was absolutely capable of shattering this land. Cosmic grasping palm. Many cultivators were horrified by this attack. It was a famous emperor law from the crystallized sea sect. Boom. However, Before people could make sense of things, the young noble was blown away again and disappeared among the layers of clouds. Despite his endless universal laws and the vast sea of meteors, he still couldn't stop Li Qia's advance. Li Qia trod freely even under Pei Yu's imperial attack as if nothing could stop him. Moreover, Li Qia's speed was too swift. It didn't matter if it was the cultivators from the far distance or the madam right at the scene, no one was able to see Li Qia since his speed had reached the zenith. The soaring immortal physique, the void imperfection physique, and the hell-suppressing godly physique, Li Qia's three physiques had all appeared, so even a life king like Pei Yu was not worth mentioning. By utilizing the speed of the soaring physique, the void physique that was capable of repelling all laws, and the suppressive properties of the godly physique, what could Pei Yu do? What is going on? The spectators were horrified. Even heavenly kings were not able to understand the events that just transpired. The madam was shaken as well. Although along the way, she had seen Li Qia take action several times, he had never personally made a move and only used the death chapter to control the dead. Now, Li Qia truly attacked and easily defeated Pei Yu in the blink of an eye. Despite her great cultivation, she still couldn't make out what was going on. Many people glanced at each other in confusion. The young noble was utterly defeated in such a puzzling way. In their opinion, someone like Pei Yu should be able to defeat a nobody like Li Qia without any problems. However, contrary to their expectations, the young noble had brutally lost, resulting in their astonishment. If, say, Li Qia used a supreme emperor law to defeat Pei Yu, then everyone could accept it. However, Li Qia attacked without laws or techniques. Not even the fluctuations of blood energy could be felt. It was an inexplicable bout. Very few people could see through the mystical properties of the three physiques. In fact, even those who could see through Li Qia's speed and situation wouldn't be able to guess correctly. Who on earth would think that someone would be able to cultivate three physiques at the same time? It was essentially impossible. The cowardly Tai Yi hiding in the background grew pale after seeing this and stared at Li Qia as if he was a ghost. Although he didn't completely grasp what just transpired, he understood a thing or two. He couldn't help but shiver as his body became cold. He recalled a particular legend, a legend regarding the Black Dragon King. This legend was still only speculation since future descendants couldn't verify it. Moreover, those who knew this legend were fewer than few, but he was among those rare individuals. He took a deep, calming breath and praised his own fortune for not opposing Li Qia. Boom! A moment later, young noble Pei Yu fell down from the sky. He was covered in blood and his entire chest was caved in. Li Qia's fist had crushed his chest. Crank-clack. The sound of bones snapping appeared. The young noble used an unbelievable method to restore his shattered chest cavity. Almost immediately, his chest was whole again. Indeed worthy of being a life king who had surpassed their life reduction. Such plentiful blood energy and strong vitality. This truly makes other people envious. Young age is indeed one's greatest asset. An older expert noticed that the young noble didn't even waste any energy to reform his chest and commented with envy. There were many people stronger than Pei Yu, especially virtuous paragons of the previous generation. However, to be able to easily recreate one's body like him without wasting any blood energy was simply wondrous. Little bastard, you have enraged me. The young noble couldn't help but growl. The first time when Li Qia broke his jaw could be attributed to his lack of caution. However, he used an emperor law earlier, yet Li Qia still struck him flying into the sky and shattered his chest. How could he withstand such humiliation? What was even more shameful was that he didn't understand what actually happened from start to finish. If Li Qia had supreme speed, then he could understand that. However, the perplexing part was that not only did Li Qia have superior speed, he could even move freely under the influence of his emperor law. His law simply couldn't impact Li Qia's movement. To the young noble, this was the same as meeting a ghost. Ever since he became accomplished in the Tao, this was the most bizarre thing he had encountered. Enraged you? Li Qiye gently rubbed his fist and said, "You should thank the heavens that you are still alive because I chose to spare your life. You better use all of your abilities or I will end you with the next move. This is your last chance." Boom! The furious young noble's body erupted with a loud bang. At this second, it was as if he shouldered the heavens while as the stars became bright. From the firmament descended a boundless radiance that was completely focused on his body as if he was the destined prince of the heavens. Universal laws appeared one after another and imprinted themselves on his body, causing his body to seem like a piece of crystal or a crystallized being, very beautiful. Heavens will crystal physique. Someone exclaimed out loud after seeing the young noble's crystal-clear body. Eyes were opened wide as people scrutinized the young noble for a better look. Chapter 747, Heavens will crystal physique. Many cultivators in the distance were both nervous and scared after young noble Peiyu activated his crystal physique. Heavens will crystal physique, the most powerful defense in this world, it's completely impenetrable. An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur with great envy. Any sect or cultivator would covet this art. An untouchable secret law, could anything in this world be better than this? It allowed for its user to stand undefeated so that they wouldn't be afraid of any enemy no matter how mighty they might be. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to witness the crystal physique with my own eyes. This trip was definitely not a waste. The younger generation also became excited and was overwhelmed with greed after seeing the young noble's crystal physique. After activating his art, the young noble looked at Li Qiye in disdain. He was extremely confident that the moment he used this art, he would be unstoppable, and if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Li Qiye, your turn. With great hubris, the young noble looked down at Li Qiye from above and sneered, even if you cultivate the best law in this world, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Boom! After the young noble finished his remark, Li Qiye unleashed another powerful fist on the young noble with extreme speed. However, the young noble stood there motionlessly without any harm. Even Li Qiye's triple physiques couldn't break the young noble's defense. Without any virtuous paragons present, even a demon king couldn't see Li Qiye's attack clearly. However, everyone could feel the power contained in his punch. It violently shook the earth, making it clear that very few could bear such a blow. Nevertheless, the young noble was unaffected as if he was an immovable god monarch. Nothing could deter him. You only have this meager power. The young noble finally regained some face after being beaten so badly by Li Qiye earlier. Now, he finally won an exchange, thus he belittled Li Qiye with an impetuous look. Since it took so much effort, he had to do a good job at humiliating Li Qiye to wash away the shame from before. The young noble proudly laughed and told Li Qiye, even if an ant like you musters all of your strength, you still wouldn't be able to harm even a single strand of my hair. It was no wonder why the young noble was so arrogant. He had complete confidence in his secret law. He had used it to fight Yi Qingqing before. Although he was not Yi Qingqing's match, Yi Qingqing couldn't break through his physique and injure him. Young noble Peiyu even used the physique to fight against a virtuous paragon. The suppression of this mighty existence still couldn't hurt him. In his eyes, there was no one in this world that could break the heavens will crystal physique. In fact, he was not the only one with this belief. Even the crystallized sea sect and all the cultivators in the stone medicine world held this notion. Boom! Another heavy attack from Li Qiye struck his head after he finished uttering those words. This attack was enough to destroy a star, but Peiyu remained unharmed and unmoved. In this world, only the grand completion indestructible diamond physique can compare to the heavens will crystal physique. A great character commented after seeing Li Qiye's powerful attack that failed to move the young noble. This left people wishing that they could also cultivate this secret law to become undefeatable. Is this the best you can do? The young noble sneered, "Take out your weapons, if you have any, that is. Even an immortal emperor life treasure or true treasure is fine. Go ahead, use them on me. Otherwise, with your power, even if you hit me 1 or 10,000 times, it still wouldn't harm a hair of mine. If you use eggs to hit a rock, even 10,000 eggs wouldn't be able to hurt the rock." The young noble ignored all scruples because of his status and aggressively belittled Li Qie. This was his goal, after all. Only someone who trains the crystal physique would be able to challenge imperial weapons like this. Someone murmured. Everyone knew that imperial weapons were too much for the physical body to handle. However, Pei Yu had no fear today and challenged such weaponry. This was enough to show just how confident he was in his physique. It really is the heavens will crystal physique, the real deal. Li Qie was not angry at all from Pei Yu's provocation and lazily said, "So your true form is a focused steel gem, no wonder why you can cultivate the crystal physique to this level. Very few can compete when you have such a natural advantage." "Humph, so what?" Pei Yu scowled and proudly exclaimed, "Kneel and beg right now, or else I will tear you to pieces." It turned out that Pei Yu's original form was a focused steel gem. His original form was very close to immortal Emperor Jing Yu's, since the Emperor was an extremely rare crystallized jade that became enlightened in the Tao. The original forms of these two minerals were very similar. The gem was a very rare mineral. Moreover, a gem demon was even rarer. Because of this, the young noble was able to last 6 days and 6 nights with the crystal physique. Li Qie smiled and asked, "You really think I will kneel and beg? It's just a heavens will crystal physique, do you really think you are unbeatable with it? Give it a try and find out if it is true or not." The young noble smirked and unleashed a finger strike that was akin to a meteor crossing the sky. It was extremely dazzling and overbearing. The crystal physique was unbeatable. The moment he used the power of the physique to attack, even a life king at the same level wouldn't be able to withstand the force. Li Qie didn't bother dodging. He powerfully swung his fist with an astonishing speed to meet the young noble's overbearing finger. Bang! The void shattered and created a hole after experiencing their heaven-defying exchange. It was very easy to understand the power of the two sides. Despite the powerful finger strike from the young noble, it couldn't move Li Qie. However, Li Qie couldn't deter the young noble either. Just what is the background of this Li Qie? Why is he also so powerful? A big character from the previous generation was dumbfounded at this display. From beginning to end, no one knew Li Qie's status and background since his attacks did not carry laws or any semblance of techniques. You are only relying on the virtue of your crystal physique. Li Qie shook his head and smilingly said, "It's unfortunate that you have met me. The crystal physique is nothing to me." Such big words. The young noble scowled, "Although my crystal physique might be nothing, it is enough to hold the world in disdain. It is unbreakable across the eons." The young noble's pride was overflowing after saying this. His words were indeed true, no one could break this physique across the ages. This was his power that allowed him to be fearless no matter who his opponent was. Even when many geniuses bowed their heads before Yi Qingqing, the young noble remained fearless. Even if he couldn't compete for the heavens will against Yi Qingqing, he was still confident that Yi Qingqing wouldn't be able to defeat his crystal physique. Unbreakable across the eons. Li Qie couldn't help but burst out in laughter after hearing this and proclaimed, "Very well, since you are so confident, I will break your confidence today. Let me break this legend as I shatter your heavens will crystal physique. With just you." The young noble pointed at Li Qie and also laughed uncontrollably, almost to the point of tears. Breaking the heavens will crystal physique. Ha ha ha. The young noble did not hold back and laughed unabashedly as if this was the best joke he had ever heard. Meanwhile, Li Qie did not become angry and remained leisurely standing there, waiting for the young noble to finish laughing. "I don't find it funny at all. It seems that my standards for comedy are too high. After the young noble finished laughing, Li Chia leisurely commented. In fact, upon hearing this, not only did the young noble laugh, many cultivators in the distance joined in as well. An older cultivator shook his head and smilingly said, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." Maybe Li Chia still doesn't know the true meaning of the crystal physique. Some among the laughing crowd were shaking their heads because this was the funniest joke they had heard. In their opinion, Li Chia didn't know his own limits. For millions of years, no one had been able to break the crystal physique. A junior like Li Chia declaring this was just wishful daydreaming. The young noble put away his smile and pointed at Li Chia with disdain before shouting, "You overestimate yourself, ignorant brat." The young noble smirked and leisurely continued, "Li Chia, do you not know how many people wanted to break the crystal physiques for generations? Do you know what kind of characters they were? I'm listening. Which immortal emperors wanted to break the heavens will crystal physique?" The young noble proudly replied, "For tens of millions of years, no less than 10 immortal emperors wanted to break my crystallized sea's heavens will crystal physique. I won't bring up older emperors, but in recent times, immortal emperor Ta Kong and immortal emperor Yin Tian didn't manage to break it." Chapter 748, Battle. It was no wonder why the young noble ridiculed Li Chia so badly. Even the spectators afar shook their heads. Very bold. Unfortunately, this is an impossible matter. An older expert also thought that Li Chia was in over his head. The younger generation was ridiculing him even more. "Ignorant child, I'm afraid he doesn't even know what the crystal physique is, that's why he is talking about breaking it. Even celestial being Yi Qingqing couldn't do it, let alone a human junior." This opinion was not without reason. In fact, for many millions of years, many apex existences, including immortal emperors, all tried and failed to crack the crystal physique. Li Chia only smiled in the face of this confidence and clearly said, "So you are saying that your physique is impossible to crack? If you are so confident, then how about we make a bet? If I break your physique, then you will have to hand this secret law over to me. You won't even have a chance. No one in this world can break the crystallized sex physique." The young noble emphasized his point with a sneer. "You never know, anything is possible." The always calm Li Chia leisurely said, "So you don't dare to make the bet? Of course, if you are afraid, then forget it. It seems that you aren't confident in your crystal physique at all." Bullshit. The young noble couldn't help but curse after hearing such provocation. He sneered and said, "Just you alone want to break my crystal physique. In your dreams. Okay then, forget the bet since you are afraid. It's just a heavens will crystal physique, no big deal." Li Chia smiled and shook his head dismissively. "Ignorant fool." The young noble sneered and said, "A bet it is then. What do you bet? If I can't break your crystal physique, then you can kill me however you like." Li Chia said with a smile. The moment these words came out, the madam was aghast. This was because generation after generation, no one had been able to break the crystal physique. If the young master participated in this bet, then his loss was assured. She wanted to step out and stop her master, but she stopped herself and remained calm. She had this feeling, a baseless faith in her young master that he would be able to create a miracle. "Your dog life is not enough to bet against the crystal physique of my sect." The young noble laughed and looked at Li Chia in disdain. Li Chia shook his head gently and said, "A man cannot be so short-sighted. Perhaps my life is not worth anything, but I have many valuable items, such as king medicines, imperial medicines, and a supreme Tao of alchemy. This is quite a lot of treasures." After hearing this, the young noble had to take a second glance at Li Chia. He knew that Li Chia's life was reserved by someone else, but after hearing this, he was tempted all the same. Although the crystallized sea sect was an imperial lineage, it didn't have many achievements in the Tao of alchemy. It was not comparable to the Balian clan, let alone a behemoth like the Alchemy Kingdom. He had also heard of Li Qia's superb pill refinement skill. If he were able to obtain Li Qia's method, then it would be an unfathomable contribution in grand event for the crystallized sea sect. His name would be written down in its historical annals. Okay, a bet it is. The young noble sneered, eventually agreeing. He stated, "Get ready to throw in the towel. Today, I will completely defeat you." Even as the descendant of the sea sect, he was not qualified to bet his supreme crystal physique art to an outsider. However, due to his confidence, he felt that no one could break this physique, let alone Li Qia. This bet left many spectators puzzled, they all felt that it was too irrational. A heavenly king murmured, "Isn't this brat crazy? He actually dared to make a bet that is doomed from the start." There was also a genius demon monarch who sneered, "Having too much confidence is just ignorance and courting death. Even immortal emperors can't break it, let alone this Li Qia." Although many people in this world coveted the art, they all knew that breaking the physique was more difficult than becoming an immortal emperor. It was essentially impossible. Countless people who were more powerful had tried and failed, let alone them. An immortal emperor might be able to suppress the crystal physique, but they wouldn't be able to crack it using their own merit laws. Because of this, the crystal physique was also known as the world's impregnable defense. At this point, both the Madam and Yuan Saihe looked at Li Qia with worry. They knew just how impossible this feat might be, but they couldn't change Li Qia's decision. "Good, I like people who dare to gamble." Li Qia smiled and said, "Let me remind you to prepare carefully as I'm about to break your crystal physique." The young noble laughed mockingly and looked down at Li Qia to confidently say, "Bring it. I will stand still right here. You can attack as you please for 6 days and see if you can break it or not." Since the young noble's crystal physique could last for 6 days and 6 nights, he believed that he could receive any attack from Li Qia, including those from imperial true treasures. No need for 6 days, half a day is enough. Having said that, Li Qia rushed forward instantly. Meanwhile, the young noble only sneered. He didn't move at all, he only stood still. He planned to let Li Qia do as he pleased. No matter what Li Qia tried, the young noble would still be able to accept it. He could handle a paragon using an imperial weapon, so it was needless to mention Li Qia. Whoosh! However, Li Qia didn't attack just yet. He circled around the young noble at a rapidly increasing pace. At this time, he had activated the soaring immortal physique. In the beginning, the young noble and others could see Li Qia's figure, but the moment the true soaring physique activated, even the top heavenly kings at the scene were unable to keep up. Li Qia's shadow was as fast as light, almost beyond description. His soaring physique had reached minor completion, so with the current power of his physique at its limit, even a top heavenly king was far from being comparable to him regarding speed. What kind of speed is this? Many people were astonished after seeing such a display of speed. A demon king saw this scene and speculated, could this be an immortal physique? Perhaps this is the soaring immortal physique, only this physique could reach such an ultimate speed. This doesn't look like the characteristics of the soaring immortal physique though. A few knowledgeable big shots were attracted by Li Qia's speed as well and began to guess its origin. At this moment, very few people could see the special characteristic that belonged to Li Qia's soaring physique, especially when Li Qia mixed 3 physiques together. This created a new combination, causing the special characteristics of the 3 to change quite a bit. Perhaps it is the Ascension physique, one of the 18 saint physiques. Someone else speculated. The Ascension physique was the saint physique right below the soaring immortal physique. At grand completion, it also had amazing speed that few things in this world could compare to. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like the soaring immortal physique or the Ascension physique. A great demon monarch from the previous generation muttered, perhaps the junior is carrying a treasure that can instantly boost his speed. While the crowd was guessing the source of his speed, Li Qia became faster and faster. Eventually, his shadow could no longer be seen, there was only a halo that stretched around the young noble's body. Moreover, this halo became increasingly large and eventually encompassed the young noble completely. You must be dreaming to think that such a method can break my crystal physique. The young noble couldn't help but sneer after seeing Li Qie turn into a pulsing halo around him. To him, such a method had no offensive value, so there was no way it could break his physique. However, the moment these words came out, a very faint buzzing resounded. In an instant, Li Qie's speed had reached its utmost limit, surpassing even time itself. The halo that encircled the young noble suddenly lit up and covered the young noble's body in a very clear light. At this split second, it seemed that the young noble had jumped out of this space-time continuum. This entire process was extremely short, like a flash. No one could see this development clearly, not even the young noble. He felt as if he had escaped the regular space-time. Time had reversed by a second. With the reversal of this second, his crystal physique suddenly degraded. No wonder why the young noble ridiculed Li Qie so badly. Even the spectators from afar shook their heads. Very bold. Unfortunately, this is an impossible matter. An older expert also thought that Li Qie was in over his head. The younger generation was ridiculing him even more. Ignorant child, I'm afraid he doesn't even know what the crystal physique is, that's why he is talking about breaking it. Even celestial being Yi Qingqing couldn't do it, let alone a human junior. This opinion was not without reason. In fact, for many millions of years, many apex existences, including immortal emperors, all failed trying to crack the crystal physique. Li Qie only smiled in the face of this confidence and clearly said, "So you are saying that your physique is impossible to crack?" Chapter 749, Breaking the Crystal Physique, Pop. In this instant, no one could sense the 1-second reversal. The sound of ceramic shattering could be heard as time seemed to stop for 1 second. Although this was not what truly happened, everyone had this illusion. Once this illusion ended, the many people present returned from their absent-minded state and saw the young noble being blown away. By the time they could see Li Qie again, he was already clutching the young noble by the neck and had sealed him. Suddenly, the world turned silent as everyone's wide-open eyes ogled them. Their mouths were gaping as if they all wanted to cry out, but no sound came out. No one among the astounded crowd could believe their own eyes. Li Qie was able to break the crystal physique. No one could accept this because no one in this world should be able to break the crystal physique. Not even an immortal emperor was able to, yet Li Qie had done so. No one would believe such a tale. This can't be real. A person lost faith in his eyes and couldn't help but pinch himself ruthlessly. Once the pain came, they finally believed that this was neither an illusion nor a dream, this was reality. The impossible had happened in front of everyone. How can this be? To many of them, even witnessing the event personally was not enough to convince them, as it was simply too difficult to imagine. Even the Madam and Yuan Saihe who were praying for a miracle couldn't believe when it truly occurred. This is too scary. Tai Yi paled at such a sight. He thought about many things in this split second and shivered fearfully. The crystal physique that was notorious for being unbreakable across the eons had been shattered. Even young noble Pei Yu, who was sealed by Li Qie and grasped by the neck, couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He gasped and uttered, there is no way. For the young noble, he would rather believe in dying pitifully at the hands of Li Qie. His crystal physique being shattered was even more shocking than his own death. To him and the Sea sect, the crystal physique must be indestructible. This was their eternal legend and supreme honor. But now, the physique had been shattered by Li Qie. This was akin to their supreme honor being trampled under Li Qie's foot. Such a blow to a descendant like young noble Pei Yu was even more agonizing than being killed. He couldn't handle such suffering. Li Qie smirked at the paled young noble and said, "Nothing is impossible, all shall eventually come to an end." No, this is impossible. You can't break the crystal physique. This can't be true. The young noble would rather die than have his sex legend be shattered. This end was too cruel for him. Unfortunately for you, I have broken your heavens will crystal physique. Li Qie smilingly said, as long as I keep at it, I can definitely find the method to crack it. In fact, ever since immortal Emperor Jingyu created this physique, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, had paid attention to it. In an old era, the Dark Crow had also obtained this secret physique art of the crystallized sea sect. At that time, he had pondered how to break it and tried out numerous approaches. He utilized the most supreme secret laws of both the deity and imperial levels to break the physique. He went as far as to let immortal emperors research this art in hopes of finding a solution. However, no matter what they came up with, it was still too difficult. It wasn't until later on when Li Qie stumbled upon a very accidental opportunity that he figured out a way to break this physique. When one used the soaring immortal physique to surround a crystal physique user at maximum speed, they would be able to surpass time itself. In this split second, the surrounding space would be reversed due to the momentum. In this split second of time reversal, the crystal physique would undergo a change back to its past state. The moment of this shift was when the physique was most vulnerable. Later on, Li Qie expanded on this particular solution. One would use the soaring physique to shift the crystal physique back to its weakest state while another would use the void imperfection physique to penetrate its defense. The idea appeared to be very easy, but it was practically impossible. Even if an expert trained in the soaring immortal physique and another trained in the void imperfection physique, the two would not be able to cooperate as the void user wouldn't be able to grasp the split second of time reversal. The only possible solution was for one person to cultivate both the soaring immortal physique and the void imperfect physique. However, anyone with common sense would know that a single cultivator could only have one physique. It was impossible for one to have two physiques. However, what was impossible for others had been accomplished by Li Qie. Today, he once again recreated this miracle and broke the legend. Ever since the beginning when he saw Pei Yu's crystal physique, he was already tempted and wanted to personally give it a shot. After the first attempt, he was certain that the young noble cultivated a complete heavens will secret law. This was something he wanted, resulting in the inception of this bet. The young noble was certain of victory and that he would be able to utterly defeat Li Qie. He didn't expect to be defeated. Their sex legend had been shattered on this day. The entire scene was silent at this moment as everyone stared in a daze. After a while, they finally began to accept this impossible notion as the truth. You know demonic arts, evil arts. Eventually, the young noble couldn't help but exclaim, you used an evil art to break my heavens will crystal physique. Even at this time, he couldn't accept the reality of the destroyed legend. In fact, many spectators were silent at this time and wanted to know the answer. Just what method or secret law did Li Qie use to break the crystal physique? Their curiosity was ravaging their minds. Whatever you say. Li Qie smirked and said, it's not important, the important thing is that you have lost. According to our agreement, you have to hand over the incantation law for the crystal physique. Kill me. The young noble laughed pitifully. He was covered in blood, but these wounds were insignificant to him. Nothing was heavier than the pain in his heart. He cried and said, I will pay with my life. There is no merit law, you can have my life instead. He was lost in despair. He was already unable to bear the physique's defeat, so he would rather die than to let Li Qie have their crystal physique. Even if Li Qie tore him into pieces, it would be a better end for him than handing over the physique law. For the young noble, this physique law was the most supreme art of their sect, it wasn't allowed to be given away to just anyone. As the descendant, he had a responsibility to protect the physique. Even if he died miserably and could never enter the reincarnation cycle, he still wouldn't hand the physique law over. Li Qie leered at the young noble and said, it seems that you have no intention of handing it over. The young noble smiled pitifully and responded, "That's right, no physique law, only my life. You can do as you please, but I will never surrender the crystal physique." Countless people held their breaths while watching this scene. Who wouldn't be moved by the crystal physique? To deny it would be spewing out lies. So now, many were hoping that he would hand over the physique law. If this physique law were to be leaked, then other sects and lineages would have a chance to obtain it as well. "You must act in accordance to our bet." Li Qiye grinned and said, "If you won't hand it over, then I won't be so polite anymore. Don't blame me for being ruthless since you are the one to violate the bet. Kill me if you dare." The young noble shouted austerely, "Don't even dream about the crystal physique." He only wished for death at this moment. Death was not something to be afraid of, it was more like sweet relief. "I am someone who never needs to dream for something." Li Qiye revealed a smile and said, "You had agreed, so now, the crystal physique belongs to me. I am a man of my word." Having said that, universal laws appeared on Li Qiye's palm. They locked the area around young noble Pei Yu's forehead. His mind was opened along with his sea of memories at this time. Clank! Li Qiye's mind also opened and shot out a ray of light. It instantly suppressed a particular law inside the young noble's sea of memories, the law that was related to the crystal physique. No, the young noble realized what Li Qiye wanted to do and couldn't help but scream. Li Qiye was trying to take the crystal physique law from his memories. However, the outcome was not up to him to decide. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye's hand turned into a supreme law that clasped the law inside the young noble's sea of memories at lightning speed. He wanted to forcefully obtain it from the young noble's memories. Boom! The moment Li Qiye grabbed the crystal physique law, a forbidden seal emerged. In this split moment, not only did the countless universal laws of the crystal physique explode, even the young noble's entire sea of memories was annihilated. His entire mind was blown to smithereens. It was needless to mention the young noble, his body turned into a bloody mist. Due to this powerful blast, Li Qiye was blown flying as well. His body was covered in blood, not just with the young noble's blood, but also his own. This was a forbidden seal. The descendants and great characters of many sects all had this type of powerful seal because they were afraid that if they were to be defeated one day, the victor would forcibly take their sect secrets or laws. If this circumstance occurred, the seal would immediately blow up and destroy all things. No one would be able to obtain the secrets inside. Li Qiye was blown away and was quite injured, but he didn't care about these trivial things. In his hand was a strand of a law. The moment the explosion occurred, he was able to force out this physique law from the young noble's sea of memories. Chapter 750, Expanse King. Even if it was only one section of the physique law, it was enough for Li Qiye. At this time, his eyes blazed as his heavenly gaze activated to derive this universal law. Although it was just a single strand, it was created from countless intertwined runes. Every magical rune was in pairs, and these pairs twisted together to eventually form this law. Just this one strand was as vast as an ocean. The mantras inside were floating with incomparable profundity. Despite it being a short law, it was just as mystical as an unparalleled merit law. Under his Tao derivation and calculations with his heavenly gaze, the entire law was imprinted in his mind. This imprinted seal eventually turned into an endless chapter inside his head. It contained mantras just like the will of the heavens or the cosmos of the 9 heavens. It poured down, seemingly wanting to cover his entire sea of memories. Heavens will crystal physique. A complete physique law created by immortal Emperor Jingyu finally appeared inside Li Qiye's mind. Back when he was the Dark Crow, he had already obtained the complete version and researched it for several generations. It could be said that outside of the Creator himself, no one in this world had a deeper understanding of this physique than himself. Later on during his hibernation, he erased this section from his memories. Today, he finally obtained a part of it. With just this single strand of law, he was able to derive the profundities within and retrieve the memories of the past. To Li Qie, the bet was just to be more thorough. He understood that even the threat of death would not make the young noble hand over the physique law. Of course, if the young noble had been willing, then nothing could have been better. However, his lack of compliance was fine as well. Li Qie only wanted the moral high ground to own the physique. Since the young noble lost the bet, even if the C sect later came to demand it be returned, righteousness would be on his side. Fortunately for him, he was able to derive the law just in time. The moment his memories of the physique appeared again, the strand of law in his hand slowly dissipated. The young noble died after his body was turned into a bloody mist. After losing the support of his true fate, this strand of law very quickly lost the power of the Tao, so it dissipated a few moments later. Heavens will crystal physique. Li Qie grew intoxicated by the profoundness of the grand Tao. Such a supreme secret law was extremely enchanting and craved by all. During his immersion, danger suddenly came for him once more. This danger was completely silent, there were no signs, the assailant only quickly attacked from behind. In this moment, Li Qie's intuition warned him, so he dashed away at a supreme speed. However, with a bang, his back was still struck, causing him to go flying. Be careful, the madam and Yuan Saihe were frightened. However, it was all too late. This ambusher was much stronger than them. Li Qie, who was blown towards the horizon, immediately stabilized his body and coldly glared at the ambusher. At this point, an old man emerged from within the clouds. An aura of water appeared alongside his figure. This person was a great character from the demon race, he had a human body and a fish head adorned with a crown. Although this old man was quite aged, he still had an oppressive aura. The moment he emerged from within the clouds in the entire area were swept away completely. It seemed as if there was a boundless ocean floating right behind his back. It was as if wherever he went, the area around him would become an endless ocean. Expanse King. A few spectators gasped in horror after seeing this old man coming out of nowhere. The old man came down from the clouds and uttered in a deep tone, "Junior, I admit that you have a little bit of skill." Each word of his was like a hammer smashing into the heart of others. At this time, he was not hiding anything. A virtuous paragon's aura swept through the world like a flood. The attack of a paragon was indeed extraordinary. However, his ambush still didn't kill Li Qie, startling him quite a bit. The Expanse King is a real master. He has ruled over the Expanse for almost 10,000 years without any dissension. Even heavenly kings took deep breaths after seeing the appearance of a virtuous paragon of this caliber. Worthy of being the most amazing genius from the Expanse in the past. After holding on for so long, he finally stepped into the realm of paragons after the end of the difficult Tao era to become an early era paragon. Among the experts of the older generation, a character who was from the same generation as the Expanse King gently sighed. The Expanse King was an enlightened fish. That year when he got on land from the Expanse, he revealed extremely frightening talents. It could be said that becoming a heavenly king during the difficult Tao era was harder than reaching the heavens, let alone a virtuous paragon. The Expanse King became one of the most powerful heavenly kings at that time and controlled a vast ocean. Eventually, he was able to become an early era paragon. I am very curious. I don't recognize a nobody like you, so why did you ambush me? There has to be a reason. At this time, a gruesome wound could be found on Li Qie's back. However, due to his mighty physique, this wound quickly closed. I have no grievance against you. The Expanse King's fish head was particularly ugly, especially when he grinned. His smiling figure caused all the spectators to be creeped out. He coldly smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you have offended someone you shouldn't have." He leered at Li Qie and stated, "If you confess your wrongs and prostrate before the white hair alchemy god's door right now, I will spare your life." After hearing this, not only Li Qie but all the experts from afar understood what was going on. So the Expanse King was doing this for the white-hair alchemist. The status of the Expanse King far exceeded ordinary kings and sect masters. As a virtuous paragon, it was difficult for a junior to obtain his assistance. However, since the start of his cultivation, it had been 10,000 years. He was old and needed longevity medicines to supplement his withering lifespan. Who in this world had better longevity medicines than the white-hair alchemist? Because of this, it was not strange for the Expanse King to assist the alchemist. With one word, countless characters from the older generation would help the alchemist achieve his goal. Li Qie smirked and replied, "And if I say no?" The Expanse King dryly answered, "If you don't prostrate before the alchemist's door, then this king will personally take action and let you suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps I will bring your head to the alchemist as a present." Li Qie couldn't help but smile and leisurely say, "Although I don't know who the hell this alchemist is, since his dog wants to bite me, I won't hold back. Thing not knowing life from death, cease your resistance." The Expanse King's expression sank. In the blink of an eye, he casually raised his hand, causing the sky to darken as he caught a star. This was a treasure that aimed to suck Li Qie inside. Not good, it is the Expanse net. Many spectators were astounded to see this treasure being sent down. Many experts who knew the origin of the Expanse King's treasure became wary. It turned out that his treasure was called the Expanse net. Rumor has it that this net was refined from the evil mist of the vast sea. People also said that the moment this net was cast, powerful cultivators were like doomed butterflies stuck in a spider web. Is that so? Li Qie's eyes became fierce the moment this net came down. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not try to run from this net and instead shouted, "Kill!" With that, another treasure came rushing out. With a loud bang that caused the earth to shake and the celestials to lose their brilliance, an old bell came out and turned into a majestic mountain. This mountain seemed to have come from the ancient past, eternal. This mountain soared through the sky and shattered the void. With such power, even the Expanse net was instantly shattered, it couldn't bear even one blow. Declivity Mountain Bell, a supreme treasure that was mysterious and archaic, it was comparable to a true treasure of an immortal emperor. When it came out, even the world would tremble in fear. Is that an immortal emperor true treasure? The faraway spectators quivered in horror as well after this treasure came out. Its power was too great, suffocating even heavenly kings. However, knowledgeable experts knew that this was not a true treasure because its emergence did not carry the aura of an immortal emperor as one would expect. Not good. The Expanse King was horrified the moment the mountain destroyed the net. This all happened too quickly so he couldn't react in time. With endless blood energy from his moving life wheel along with the yin-yang sea of blood, Li Qie was able to power the mountain bell. One could easily imagine how mighty its power was. Its attack could even shake the strongest attack of any immortal emperor true treasure. In this moment of life and death, the Expanse King released endless Tao laws and summoned treasure after treasure to block this attack. However, without an imperial life treasure or true treasure in his hand, his powerful treasures couldn't compare to the mountain bell. With explosions, the treasures all shattered. The Expanse King couldn't escape in time, and his blood gushed out due to the attack. With a miserable howl, the king was slammed by the bell, splattering his flesh everywhere. Chapter 751, Dark Serpent. Nevertheless, the Expanse King was still a paragon even though he was only at the early era level. After his scream, although his body was destroyed by the mountain bell, his head was still intact. There were terrifying cracks on his head, making it seem as if it would split apart at any moment, but he was still holding on. For a paragon, as long as his true fate was still there, he wouldn't be able to die. The head tried to turn around and escape. If he remained with such a grievous injury, he would definitely die in this place. Where can you run to? Li Qiye's speed instantly reached its zenith and quickly caught up to the king's head. An early-era paragon was not as fast as the soaring immortal physique of Li Qiye, not to mention that the paragon was seriously injured. Pop! His head received a heavy blow from Li Qiye. Even if he was stronger, the already cracked head released all of its contents due to the blow from the hell-suppressing godly physique. Chunks of his brain splattered everywhere. Moreover, his head was crushed by Li Qiye's foot, but he was still alive. Junior, don't go too far. The Expanse King was already basically half dead. He couldn't help but quiver inside. Never would he expect a paragon like him to end up in this tragic state so quickly. He was full of regrets. If he knew that Li Qiye had such an invincible treasure, he wouldn't have been so bold. The spectators from afar were shaken as well. Although no one could recognize the mountain bell, it was still a terrifying artifact even if it wasn't an imperial true treasure. Someone murmured, no wonder why he can act so arrogantly. So he had this powerful treasure as his ace. Even descendants of imperial lineages wouldn't necessarily have true treasures of the emperor level, let alone a Sectless Junior. No matter who they might be, including ordinary paragons, they would be very wary of an imperial true treasure or something of the same level. Unless they had a similar weapon, even a paragon might not have a great advantage in a direct confrontation. Although the Expanse King was a paragon, he was only a new early-era paragon. In the beginning, he was too careless and thought that he could easily capture Li Qiye. He didn't think that Li Qiye would start with an emperor-level weapon and directly blow him into pieces. Too far. Li Qiye cheerfully said, I like to hear these words the most. Since you said that I have gone too far, very well, I will give you a chance right now. Hand over all of your treasures, then hang your head from the highest peak of Alchemy City. Only then will I spare your life. If not, I will stamp your dog head, no, fish head into paste. Little bastard, go to hell. The Expanse King was still a king and a paragon after all. How could he suffer such humiliation? In this instant, his head cracked open and his Tao foundation erupted. His true fate began to blaze. He wanted to self-destruct and take Li Qiye along with him. Boom! A thunderous detonation occurred. When a paragon blew up his own Tao foundation and true fate, the generated force had absolute power. Due to the blast, everything within the radius of 1,000 miles was shattered like glass. A dreadful black hole appeared and the fabric of spacetime became chaotic, especially where Li Qiye stood. Everything here could be crushed into nothingness. Pop! Unfortunately for the king, 5 bronze doors appeared around Li Qiye amidst this terrifying blast. The Pentagate protected him and blocked this terrifying explosion. The self-destruction of a paragon caused a fallout that swept through 10,000 miles. Many spectators in the distance were blown away by the aftermath since they couldn't resist such a force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ground suddenly split. A huge shadow crawled up from the ground. This was a huge monster. So, the thing that rushed out from the ground opened its mouth to spew out an endless amount of poisonous mist that completely shrouded the area. Moreover, Li Qiye was the target, so he was immediately drowned within. Dark Serpent! A demon king cried out from the distance. He used his fastest speed to run away after getting a good look at this huge creature that appeared from the ground. Dark Serpent, not good. Yuan Saihe was startled after seeing the poisonous mist everywhere. She brought the madam back into their courtyard. At this time, a particular fragrance that was being emitted from the trees inside the yard formed a barrier of air to protect them from the mist. There were many spirit trees and treasure medicines in this yard. Some were recently planted by Li Qiye and Yuan Saihe. At this time, the spirit tree that was preventing this poisonous mist from approaching was planted by Yuan Saihe. The vast quantities of poisonous mist quickly spread throughout the area. Many people in the distance reacted quickly enough to run away. However, there were also those who couldn't do so in time and were flooded by the mist. They immediately fell to the ground and twitched for a while before their bodies turned black and stiff. Such strong poison. Madame Ziyan was astonished after seeing this. Normally, ordinary poisons were not effective against cultivators. Yuan Saiha explained, the poison of a dark serpent is not immediately fatal, but once it invades the body, the whole body will become stiff in an instant. Their blood energy would be sealed so the victim wouldn't be able to move. Even a heavenly king would not be able to escape. Without taking the antidote within 6 hours, death would be assured as the body slowly melts into a black liquid. She was very knowledgeable about spirit medicines, and as a prodigy, she also knew about poisonous creatures. Where did this dark serpent come from? The experts who were able to run far away were frightened as they looked back at the spreading mist. This extremely powerful poison could corrode one's true fate and destroy their fate palaces. Not even heavenly kings could resist it. An alchemy saint at the scene quivered and said, "This doesn't make any sense. Dark serpents dwell in the wet depths of darkness. This place is too dry, so it shouldn't have any dark serpents." Although he did not say it explicitly, the implication was crystal clear. So, at the center of the poisonous mist with howling winds, the dark serpent jumped up and opened its mouth to spew out even more mist towards its target, Li Qie. However, as this mist covered the sky, Li Qie was not afraid at all. He shifted his body around in the mist to avoid the serpent's attack. Many spectators at a safe distance noticed that the serpent was only attacking Li Qie and looked at each other. The wily experts immediately knew that this was not so simple. Someone was using the dark serpent to attack Li Qie. This brat is so scary. He just killed an early era paragon and isn't afraid of the dark serpent's poison. An alchemist said, "I heard that Li Qie's Tao of alchemy is incredible as well. If this is true, then it is not strange for him to be able to resist the poison." In fact, Li Qie was not relying on the Tao of alchemy to repel this poison. He had medicines of the immortal level, so how could this serpent's poison do anything to him? Eventually, after escaping the serpent's attacks, Li Qie circled around its head and suddenly unleashed dozens of needles that penetrated its skull. After being struck by the needles, it suddenly stopped as if petrified. "Back to where you came." Li Qie shouted a mantra. With a boom, the dark serpent seemed to have received the command and immediately crawled back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. What is that? A cultivator in the horizon was puzzled by how Li Qie was able to control the serpent. An alchemist was shocked after seeing this scene and shouted, "Insect mastery skill." After hearing this, someone who was pale from fear stated, "Don't tell me that Li Qie is a disciple of the insect swarm valley. Only they know how to control poisonous creatures." The alchemy saint shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. This world is vast, so the insect swarm valley is not the only place that knows how to control poisonous creatures. In fact, this is part of the Tao of alchemy, but very few people are adept at this art. The insect swarm valley were masters of controlling poisonous creatures. Till this day, its name instilled fear in whoever heard of them." At this time, a loud bang could be heard from the horizon. After hearing this, people instantly looked towards that direction. Some activated their heavenly gazes and mirrors to have a better look. Inside Alchemy City, the dark serpent suddenly came out from the ground and commenced its attack. Its large whip-like tail fiercely swung everywhere like a huge mountain range tumbling around. The dark serpent was attacking a mansion. A cry came out from inside as a treasure fly out to stop the onslaught, "You dare!" Bang! Bang! The dark serpent seemed to be mad. Not only did it use its huge body as a weapon, it also spewed out poisonous mist. "Go!" The person in the mansion clearly didn't want to fight against the serpent. With a shout, the entire mansion hovered up from the ground and flew out of Alchemy City. That is Chao Guiyao's abode, a mansion from a monarch of the Alchemy Kingdom. After Chao Guiyao came, it was handed over to him. A person movingly uttered after seeing the serpent attacking the owner. After knowing who the serpent attacked, many people began to wonder. At this moment it was clear as to who had controlled the dark serpent. This sudden development that occurred in Alchemy City attracted the attention of many parties, especially when Chao Guiyao's mansion flew out from Alchemy City while the huge dark serpent gave chase right after it. Many experts and alchemists were quite alarmed and followed right behind them to find out what was going on. Li Chia, what are you trying to do? The mansion's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it stopped 1,000 miles away from Li Chia. Chao Guiyao was currently seated in a high pavilion of the mansion. His eyes were fierce when he shouted at Li Chia. What am I trying to do? Li Chia looked at Chao Guiyao and narrowed his eyes to smilingly say, nothing, I only allowed this beast to return and find its master. It seems that it has found him. What venomous slander! Chao Guiyao shouted, everyone here saw that you controlled this serpent to attack me. Do not change black to white and right to wrong. Chapter 752, Alchemy Tao of Wood Mastery. Although Chao Guiyao flatly denied this matter, many experts who came to watch knew that in the present times, outside of the insect swarm valley, only Chao Guiyao knew how to control poisonous creatures. It was no secret that he had traded with the valley for this art. Li Chia smiled and said, whether you did it or not is no longer important. You should deal with the dark serpent first. Li Chia knew, very well, who used the serpent to attack him. There was no need to waste words after all the facades had been let go of. One of them must die. Boom! Boom! The dark serpent had caught up at this time and spewed out more poisonous mist. It covered the sky once more, enveloping Chao Guiyao's mansion like a tsunami. Many people had seen the effect of this poison earlier, so they quickly retreated to avoid being injured by the poison. Open! There was more than just Chao Guiyao in the mansion. The residents included disciples and experts from the state of Chao. When the poisonous mist shrouded the mansion, many disciples opened their cauldrons to unleash a rolling mist of medicine into the sky. This mist condensed to form a shield. XSH, waves of sizzles rang when the poisonous mist touched the medicinal mist. The poison was immediately dispelled and turned into drifting ashes. In the end, the state of Chao was still an alchemy lineage that had had an alchemy emperor, so their disciples were quite capable when it came to dissolving something like the poison of the dark serpent. The beast seemed to be enraged. The moment its poisonous mist was dispelled, it let out a loud hiss and slammed its huge tail down. A wild storm immediately assaulted the mansion. Boom! 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 Even though the mansion had a powerful defensive barrier, many buildings were still shattered from the onslaught of the serpent. Some disciples were even blown away while spurting blood. Chao Guiyao had an unsightly countenance as he shouted, "Stop, damned beast!" The moment he gave the order, the 4 divine steel demons quickly soared out at lightning speed. Whoosh! The 4 swift demons used their arms that were as sharp as blades to slash multiple times in the blink of an eye. The moment they came back to Chao Guiyao's side, blood erupted out like a spring. The huge serpent came crashing down like a mountain. Its huge body was severed into several sections that fell to the ground like huge boulders, staining the ground with its blood. The divine steel demons are so strong. Many people shivered after seeing the demons dispatching the serpent so quickly. I heard that they rampaged across the stone realm for some time before eventually being tamed by Chao Guiyao. It seems that they are indeed powerful, it's no wonder that so many experts died to them. An alchemist frightenedly stated after seeing the might of the demons. Chao Guiyao was not happy at this moment. He was not willing to send out the kill order for the serpent as it wasn't easy to find a dark serpent like this. It used to be one of his most useful assistants, but he couldn't do anything else in this situation. Li Chia, not only did you falsely accuse me, but you also used the serpent to attack my country's disciple. I will exact vengeance for this. declared Chao Guiyao, who was sitting up high in his pavilion. Is that so? Li Qiye was unaffected as he smilingly said, what kind of vengeance? Capturing me alive or hacking me into pieces? Of course, capturing me alive is more useful for you, wouldn't you say? The confrontation between the two was quite well received by the spectators who were watching for their own enjoyment. However, a few great characters knew that this was not as simple as it looked. In fact, any discerning person could tell that Chao Guiyao used the serpent to ambush Li Qiye. However, many cultivators and lineages would have to rely on Chao Guiyao eventually, so no one wanted to reveal such a thing. Chao Guiyao glared at Li Qiye and coldly said, if you obediently submit, then I will spare your life. Li Qiye returned an enigmatic smile and replied, submit? I don't have such a habit to give up before the fight even starts. What if I don't submit? Are you going to come over and force me? Chao Guiyao's expression became cold as he answered, if you stay unrepentant till death and remain insensible, then don't blame me. I will let you see what is called the Tao of alchemy so that a frog at the bottom of a well like you will know that it is not limited to just pill refinement and growing grasses. Having said that, he stood up and spewed out an incantation. A green light hovered around his body with the emergence of universal laws. Grasses crawled out from below his feet along with blossoming spirit flowers. The ground where he stood seemed to have turned into a garden or a field of alchemy. His body was full of vitality and life. It seemed that all the plants and trees in this area accepted Chao Guiyao's summon. Their majestic life forces poured into his body like a flood. By controlling the aura and pulsating energy of the vegetation in the surrounding area, Chao Guiyao was able to borrow their power. Many people were surprised to see Chao Guiyao's current state. Although no one knew what he wanted to do, they could feel the fluctuation of power in the air. Borrowing the power of the plant life in the entire garden was unbelievable. This is a technique for legendary alchemists. Legend states that this type of alchemist has several different techniques, and one of them is wood mastery. A powerful alchemist murmured, at a certain level, an alchemist will become infinitely close to all existences in nature and can borrow their power. Inside the courtyard, Yuan Saihe was also convinced and nodded her head to say, Chao Guiyao is indeed an incredible legendary alchemist. Although he doesn't know how to cultivate medicines and only knows pill refinement and fire control, he is already very amazing for being able to do this with wood mastery. Yuan Saihe was the voice of authority in this regard. In contemporary times, she was the #1 figure in plant cultivation and was closer to plant life than anyone else. Very few people could compare to her regarding wood mastery. All of these trees emitted the power of nature since their roots were deep underground and were empowered by the blessing of the boundless earth. It was one thing if it was only 1 or 2 trees, but there were several hundred or maybe even 1,000 gigantic trees, forming an army of giants. Just imagine, each of these trees could cross over a mountain. Just how mighty and terrifying was this force? Even a heavenly king would fear encountering such a legion. Alchemists can also be like this. I've never heard of such a thing. One of the spectators couldn't believe their own eyes. In the minds of many people, alchemists were not good at fighting and were not willing to fight, at least with force. However, Chao Guiyao's display today overturned their views regarding alchemists. No one would have thought that alchemists had such a heaven-defying method. An alchemy saint with white hair enviously stated, only legendary alchemists are capable of grasping this kind of technique to control an army of wooden giants. Perhaps Chao Guiyao is already a peak legendary alchemist. Alchemy emperors were at the apex while legendary alchemists reigned second. Of course, in the current generation of the stone medicine world, the number of legendary alchemists could be counted on one's hand. Many alchemists couldn't reach this level, but Chao Guiyao was already there at such a young age. Moreover, he was able to summon this powerful legion, causing many older alchemists to be lost in admiration. It was not an exaggeration when people proclaimed him as one of the 4 prodigies. So legendary alchemists can have such a technique. Then what will they be able to do if they become alchemy emperors? An experienced demon monarch was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Another alchemy saint explained, needless to say about alchemy emperors. Legendary alchemists already never have to personally take action. When faced with any adversity, there would always be a large group of experts willing to work for them. Because of this, the world rarely has the chance to witness their techniques. Although Chao Guiyao flatly denied this matter, many experts who came to watch understood that in the present times, outside of the insect swarm valley, only Chao Guiyao knew how to control poisonous creatures. It was no secret that he had traded with the valley for this art. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Whether you did it or not is no longer important. You should deal with the dark serpent first." Li Qiye knew, very well, who used the serpent to attack him. There was no need to waste words after all the facades had been let go of. One of them must die. Boom! Boom! The dark serpent had caught up at this time and spewed out more poisonous mist. It covered the sky once more along with Chao Guiyao's mansion like a tsunami. Many people had seen the effect of this poison earlier, so they quickly retreated to avoid being injured by the poison. Open. There was more than just Chao Guiyao in the mansion. The residents included disciples and experts from the state of Chao. When the poisonous mist shrouded the mansion, many disciples opened their cauldrons to unleash a rolling mist of medicine into the sky. This mist condensed to form a shield. XSH, waves of sizzles rang when the poisonous mist touched the medicinal mist. The poison was immediately dispelled and turned into drifting ashes. Chapter 753, Tiny Vine turning into a giant. After hearing the alchemy saint's explanation, many people had a deeper understanding of alchemists. Although this was a land where the most alchemists resided, there was very little understanding of legendary alchemists. This was understandable since they were quite prestigious. Outside of alchemy emperors, there was no existence higher than them when it came to the field of alchemy. How many sects would be willing to regard a legendary alchemist as a treasure and pay them tributes? Who would be willing to let a legendary alchemist join a battle? It was just like this alchemy saint had said, the moment they reached the legendary alchemist level, a single word was enough to cause countless people to gather. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this legion of wooden giants surrounded Li Qiye. While trapped inside, he seemed to be an ant that could be stomped to death by any of them. Li Qiye, out of consideration for a fellow alchemist, it is not too late to surrender. While controlling the legion, Chao Guiyao coldly leered at Li Qiye. He had an imperious expression as if he was the ruler of this land. Life and death would be decided by him. He wanted to capture Li Qiye alive for his supreme Tao of alchemy. For common items, there were plenty of young geniuses and sects willing to satisfy him. However, he didn't want to ask someone else for help in this matter because he did not trust others. Due to this, he didn't mind personally taking action despite being a legendary alchemist. Li Qiye looked around at the giant trees that surrounded him and smilingly said, "You think this army of trees can force me to submit?" Chao Guiyao laughed and said, "Li Qiye, I know you have an extraordinary treasure, but don't forget, with one word, many powerful sects will besiege you. Countless powerful experts will be willing to push you to the edge. However, because we are both alchemists, I personally took action today and acted according to the ways of an alchemist to deal with you. Be smart and give up, or else there will be no place left for you in the stone medicine world." What a meaningless threat. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Since you want to use the methods of an alchemist, I'll let you see what real wood mastery is." Having said that, his body began to emit an endless light that made him seem like a green ocean. Behind this green ocean were divine trees that sealed the heavens. There were ancient trees forming their own worlds as dazzling immortal grasses began to grow. His body was empowered with endless life, especially when the tree of life inside his fate palace appeared. He seemed to have become the entire world, as if all plant creatures in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were awakened by Li Qiye's unbelievably vast life source. Since you want to compete in the Tao of alchemy, I'll show you. With a laugh, Li Qiye's life force turned into endless universal laws that intertwined to form a heavenly chapter. It was incredibly grand and unfathomable. This is, Yuan Saihe was shaken after seeing a heavenly chapter of this level. It was too profound and mystical. Despite being one of the four prodigies, she couldn't find any clues at all to this heavenly chapter. However, the moment she saw the cover, she immediately understood that this was the key to opening the world of the Tao of alchemy. This chapter was created by the profundities within the alchemy god's grand canon. These were the laws of the nine worlds Tao of alchemy, its beginning. ZZZ. Inside the chapter, a mysterious light fell down and turned into a tiny vine. Boom! In the blink of an eye, peaks were blown apart. This tiny vine grew larger at an astonishing rate. It quickly reached the high firmament as if it was the true favored child of this earth. All the life force in this area was focused in its body. Rumble! The vine branch turned into a gigantic monster that covered the entire sky. In just a split second, waterfalls began to pour down from above. It seemed to have become the ruler of this region as its most powerful existence. The crowd was astounded, their mouths wide open as they stood there in a daze. To them, this was simply a miracle. Compared to such a monstrosity, the wooden army of Chao Guiyao seemed to be insignificant. How is this possible? The alchemy saint exclaimed in horror. One thought to become a god, this is something only an alchemy emperor can do, but he isn't one. It's just simple wood mastery of the alchemy Tao. Li Qiye looked at Chao Guiyao and dismissively said, this is no big deal, it's only a minor art that uses the life force of the heaven and earth to create life under one's control. In the end, it is still only an external Tao, using it often will harm the heavenly order and the Tao laws. Such words made many alchemists here want to vomit blood. They were all shamed and were on the verge of committing suicide. Nearly all of them strived for this level. Wood mastery was something every alchemist had thoughts of, but in the mouth of Li Qiye, it had become a minor art. If this was a minor art, then what could be considered a grand art? After he finished his statement, the vine giant slammed downward. With an explosion that illuminated the sky, all the huge trees that were surrounding Li Qiye were instantly blown away. It also dispelled the Tao laws that Chao Guiyao imprinted on these trees. They began to shrink as their life force dispersed. Eventually, they assumed their original form as if nothing had happened. Chao Guiyao paled and understood that Li Qiye's Tao of alchemy was even more profound than his. This left him with both fear and hate. Moreover, it made the greed in his heart grow even more rampant. If Li Qiye had a better Tao of alchemy, then this meant that his law was a priceless treasure. If he could obtain such a law, then he could absolutely become the present-day alchemy emperor. Good, Li Qiye, you are quite amazing. Chao Guiyao thought of something and looked at Li Qiye to say in a serious manner, I am not your equal regarding wood mastery. These words came as a surprise to many people. Who was Chao Guiyao? He was one of the four alchemy prodigies, the inheritor of the state of Chao. He would be a shining star no matter where he went. Many geniuses would have to be wary of him, but such an arrogant person today had bowed his head and accepted defeat. No one expected such a thing. Chao Guiyao gravely continued, wood mastery is not my forte. Li Qiye, since you are an unparalleled alchemy genius, do you dare to compete with me once more? Despite his arrogance, he was also quite witty. While accepting his loss, he also praised Li Qiye. Any other alchemist would enjoy such vanity because Chao Guiyao was a well-known alchemist, no one could resist such flattery. Logically, I shouldn't fall for such a low-level bait. Li Qiye smiled and said, however, it is not easy for you to bow your head. Very well, I'll play along with you since killing all day is becoming dull. The instant Li Qiye withdrew his alchemy law, the vast life force disappeared from the sky and returned to the earth. Meanwhile, the vine also became smaller and reverted to its original shape. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that this little vine had turned into a gigantic branch that covered the entire sky. Many cultivators present, especially the alchemists, were incredibly envious and wondered when they could reach such a level. Li Qiye lazily glanced at Chao Guiyao and said, "Okay, what other tricks do you have? It is time to use them all." Chao Guiyao took a deep breath and deepened his voice to say, "The mysteries of the Tao of alchemy has myriad ways such as plant cultivation, pill refinement, and insect and monster mastery. How about we compete in insect mastery?" Insect mastery? Li Qiye had a smirk on his face as he rubbed his chin to leisurely reply, "This isn't child's play. If one isn't careful, the outcome will be deadly." Chao Guiyao leered at him and stated, "Leave it to fate. If one of us dies here, then we can only blame it on our own lack of skill. No regrets, do you dare to take me on?" At this point, all eyes fell upon Li Qiye. After hearing the alchemy saint's explanation, many people had a deeper understanding of alchemists. Although this was a land where the most alchemists resided, there was very little understanding of legendary alchemists. This was understandable since they were quite prestigious. Outside of alchemy emperors, there was no existence higher than them when it came to the field of alchemy. How many sects would be willing to regard a legendary alchemist as a treasure and pay them tributes? Who would be willing to let a legendary alchemist join a battle? It was just like this alchemy saint had said, the moment they reached the legendary alchemist level, countless people would be willing to work for them with just one word. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this legion of wooden giants surrounded Li Qiye. While trapped inside, he seemed to be an ant that could be stomped to death by any of them. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.